Box. Contextual marketing suite with a multi-format approach. Hybe. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us over here. I'll request you all to kindly settle down inside. We're all set to begin in the next 2 minutes. I'll request everybody to kindly settle down inside. We're all set to begin in the next 2 minutes. It's going to be a fascinating day, full of fun, entertainment, and a lot of learning. And I request you all to kindly settle down so that we can move forward with this brilliant, brilliant day. I'll request our respected guests and dignitaries outside to kindly settle down inside so that we can move forward with the show. Thank you.
in graphics, text, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach including in-image, rich media, custom mobile formats along with standard banners, video, and native ads. Predictive analytics approach behind format allocation maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention.
पिघलता है जब फिर वो ग्लेशियर पिघलता है जिसके बारे में आप सबने ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ा होगा. You must have all read about the fact कि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है उस चीज का कारण. बट ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का कारण जो है वो मेरे साथ अभी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं. He is actually the reason for that. I know that he had to laugh this because he always laughs in my introduction.
No ways.
White beauty with silky hair. यार इस लाइक एकदम दिल से निकला है वो. क्या बात. Can we please clap on that note, ladies and gentlemen? थोड़ा ताली बजा दो.
Introduce me always.
It's an absolute privilege to have her over here for this lovely session. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're one of my favorites. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Shubhaji.
It's called Brands, Big Boss, and Bonanza. May I please welcome Pavitra KR, Head Revenue, Colors, Viacom 18, to please join me on stage for this. Good morning, one and all. Thank you so much for your patience. Welcome to Nickelodeon Presents India Kids Summit Season 4. उसके लिए भूत को डर लगता है क्या?
मुझे इंसानों से ज़्यादा डर लगता है एक्चुअली.
You have such a wonderful voice.
ये आवाज़ ऋतिक सर से मिलती है, पता है?
You sound like Hrithik. You sound like Hrithik.
Really?
आपसे एक चीज सीखनी है मुझे, आपसे वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन सीखनी है.
That you deserve, you have a great talent, and I remember you struggled a long way, and my best wishes to you.
So good. And thank you for the wonderful introduction.
Done, yeah. Well done with the introduction. Oh, wonderful.
Very interesting question.
मैं तो इस बात से हैरान हूँ कि तुमने इतना अच्छा सवाल इतनी स्मूथली बिना अटके ऐसे फट करके पूछ लिया और इसके ऊपर गैप भी नहीं लिया, एकदम से सवाल निकाल लिया.
We are ready to start ना. ये स्लाइड खत्म हो जाए, फोटोज का फिर बंद कर दो. I can go on stage and directly start, right? हाँ जाओ. हाँ ये स्लाइड खत्म हो जाए. कर दो. All right, so good morning to one and all. Good morning, Kolkata. I want some excitement and noise over here. Can I hear good morning, Kolkata? Good morning to one and all. Are you all ready for a very, very interesting and fascinating day? I want you all to shout yes. Show some energy over here, Kolkata. Thoda aur zor se. Yes, I can totally feel that the morning tea has sunk in. And before we get going with this wonderful, wonderful day, as you all know, it's the CMOs Charcha 2024. I want you all to do a little bit of activity. Before that, I'll request people over there to kindly settle down, please. I'll request people to kindly settle down. We are beginning with the show. We have a very small activity before we get going. So I'll request everybody over here to kindly settle down so that we can move forward with this wonderful, wonderful day. I'll request people to kindly settle down on the seats. Thank you so much. We're all set to have a really, really interesting and fascinating day full of insights and learning. And I'm pretty confident about the fact that this is exactly what you have thought it would be. Can I request people over there to kindly settle down, over there at the corner? Yeah. So as you all know, this is going to be an interesting day. But before that, let's do a little bit of activity out here. I want you all to shake hands with the person who's beside you and say to each other that we are going to be having a great day, all thanks to AdGully. We are going to be having a great day, all thanks to AdGully. So can I please request people, whoever is beside you, to shake hands. And I want to do it together in sync. So on a countdown of 3, 2, and 1, when I say that, you've got to be shaking hands with people beside each other and say, we're all set to have a great day. You're going to be repeating after me and say, we're all going to be having a great day. So on a countdown of 3, 2, 1, we're all going to be having a great day. We're all going to be having a great day. I can still see people not shaking hands over there at the back. We're all going to be having a great day. Oh, yes. That's how we grow the bonding. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Segmento Presents CMOs Charcha 2024 Kolkata chapter, powered by The Telegraph, growth partner Mob Avenue, technology partner Hybrid, radio partner 91.9 Friends FM in association with Public Relations Society of India, gold partners Joy and Tribes, communication partner Teamology, outdoor partner Karukrit, lanyard partner Exploger, gifting partners Ovenly Baked and Plum, event managed by Storm, trade media partners The PR Post, AdGully Middle East, and AdGully Asia. Now, before we get going, we all want to thank you all from the bottom of our hearts for actually turning up over here. I know it's a busy day, and early morning starts are never really easy, but thank you so much for turning up in large numbers to celebrate this wonderful, wonderful day that AdGully has come up with. It's the CMOs Charcha 2024. Give it up for Team AdGully, please, ladies and gentlemen. And the appreciation can get a lot louder. Give it up, come on. Thank you so much. Like I already said about the event, all the experts and stalwarts from the field of marketing and corporates are here, and we are going to be celebrating this day with brilliance as well. In the evening, there's a very special award, the inaugural Ma Awards over there in the evening, which promises to be an exciting gala night full of celebrities and great individuals turning up over there as well. So I believe I've said quite a lot about the event, but then, of course, what you see is what you remember more. So on that note, I'll request the team to kindly play the event AV for all of us. Can we please have the event AV over here?
Turn the spotlight on the East. East and Northeast India, the land of endless opportunities, presenting a compelling alternative with distinctive advantages, highly aspirational, youthful demographics, strategic embrace of digital transformation, improved infrastructure, investment-friendly, huge potential to convert the rich human resource into high-quality human capital. Let us explore in depth the powerhouse emerging from East and Northeast India. Join us in exploring ways to capitalize on the real potential of the East markets. Why turn the spotlight on the East?
All right, so exactly what I said. You got to see that and witness that as well on the big screen. Thank you so much. And I believe I'm a man of gratitude. Gratitude is always the attitude. So I would love to thank you all once again for turning up in large numbers, and that too showing that level of energy and excitement early in the morning. It's just 10 a.m., but thank you so much to all of you for turning up over here. And the CMOs Charcha 2024 is all set to get started. All thanks to our wonderful partners as well. So it's very important that we thank our partners once again, because without their support, we can't really get going with anything. So, of course, it's Segmento Presents CMOs Charcha 2024, the Kolkata chapter, powered by The Telegraph, growth partner Mob Avenue, technology partner Hybrid, radio partner 91.9 Friends FM in association with Public Relations Society of India, gold partners Joy and Tribes, communication partner Teamology, outdoor partner Karukrit, lanyard partner Exploger, gifting partners Ovenly Baked and Plum, event managed by Storm, trade media partners The PR Post, AdGully Middle East, and of course, AdGully Asia. Before we have the sponsors, AV, can I please have another huge shout out for Team AdGully over here? Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Team AdGully. Thank you. On that note, I'll request for our sponsors, AV, please.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual marketing suite with a multi-format approach. Hype. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation. Advertisers are facing really challenging times. Users are currently overloaded with the amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads. Are you looking for effective ways to win users' attention? Let Vox help. Our platform is based on contextual targeting across various inventory, using AI-based stack of technologies, computer vision, Semantica 360, and SmartScore. AI helps to analyze mobile apps and recognize 15K plus types of objects in graphics, texts, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach including in-image, rich media, custom mobile formats along with standard banners, video, and native ads. Predictive analytics approach behind format allocation maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention. Vox, powered by AI, guided by humans. Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic.
तू जो बोले मैं सुनूं, मैं जो बोलूं तू सुनता रहे, बातें तेरी मैं सुनूं, किससे मेरी तू सुनता रहे, बुनाए मिलके 24/7 live, घर हो या ऑफिस हो या on the drive, frequency है ये friends की. 91.9 Friends FM, frequency Friends की. 91.9 Friends FM, frequency Friends की.
What does a woman love? सुबह सुबह प्यार की दो बातें, दोपहर को आंखों में आंखें डालकर देखना, और रात को सोने से पहले
Last wash.
Last wash. Joy Lemon Face Wash, दिन में भी और रात में भी. Joy, beautiful by nature.
All right, so a huge thank you and a huge shout out to our partners. Without the support of partners and sponsors, no event is really complete. So a huge shout out to them as well. Thank you so much. And just before we get things going, I have a little request for everybody. I'll request everybody to kindly keep their phones in silent mode because we don't really want to distract any of our speakers over here. So with utmost respect, I'll request everybody to kindly keep your phones in silent mode. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to get things going, it's very important that we hear the visionary herself, the lady who truly, truly matters, the lady who actually has been the, you can say the brainchild of this wonderful, wonderful initiative. She has been doing and scaling great heights. And of course, she's all set to continue that in the years going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give a huge, huge shout out to Bijoya Ghosh, please. Founder and CEO at Gully Network. A huge shout out for Bijoya Ghosh, please, as I request ma'am to kindly come over here on stage for the opening address of this wonderful event. Give it up for Bijoya ma'am, please. I think a loud round of cheers can help. Thank you, ma'am. All yours.
Thank you, Shivaji. Thank you. You've kind of set the tone of the day. And apologies, friends. We're a little behind schedule, and I'm extremely apologetic for the same. Unfortunately, at times, there are things which are beyond our control. While we always try to be on time, things do happen to delay us beyond a point at times. On that note, thank you, everyone. Good morning. Namaskar, Kolkata. Good to see you all. A packed house. Not so early, but still early for me, I would say. In any other market, I won't have people at this early. But good to see a packed house. And thank you for sparing time to be with us today morning. On that note, I will not take much. I will just start the day with that. So welcome, everyone, to our second edition of CMOs Charcha Kolkata chapter. Well, this year is especially exciting as we introduce the inaugural edition of our advertising awards, basically the MA Awards for East and Northeast India. Adgally endeavors to empower the marketing professionals, and today we focus on Kolkata per se. CMOs Charcha serves as a platform for industry leaders to share insights and inspire the next generation of marketers. This event targets the unique trends and opportunities in the East and Northeast market, providing practical takeaways for the regional success. We are also thrilled to debut the MA Awards, as I mentioned earlier, celebrating the exceptional work of marketing professionals and agencies from the East market. These awards highlight the innovation and showcase the diverse talents shaping our industry. CMOs Charcha is more than a conference. It's a celebration of Kolkata's marketing excellence. It's a space for top marketing minds to convene, share best practices, and shape the future of marketing together. With unparalleled networking opportunities, I would say let's maximize this platform, share our knowledge, and ignite inspiration to unleash the marketing potential of Kolkata and the East and the Northeast market. On that note, I urge you all to have a good time. And, I think you'll get to meet some of the great minds of the industry who've convened here, not only from Kolkata, but I have someone like Babita Barua who's come all the way from Mumbai, a daughter of East, somebody who's got a body of work that she can share. I think unparalleled body of work. For a woman, she's reached great heights. And I know it's not easy for any woman to reach so much at such great heights in the advertising industry, which she has done. During the day, I also have Manisha from ASCII, who's also come down from Mumbai and who will share her insights with us, and many other stalwarts who are with us, who will discuss, debate, share their point of view on the East and, of course, the other markets. Some of the best practices that we do not only in East, but other markets as well. So there's lots of learning for each one of us here. But before I leave, Adgali CMO Charcha wouldn't have been possible, Kolkata chapter, without some of the people who handheld us literally. First and foremost, Murli of Wow Momo, Samrat of Madison, India, Crow's Nest previously, Dev from Interactive Avenues, PRSI team per se, and many more people. Gandharv, of course, who's sitting amongst us, who's handheld us into this, he and his team. Karukrit's team, for that matter. Telegraph Dhruvoda's team, who's handheld us and who've showed the way for all the things possible that we could do in this market. Gulrez, Timology, you and your team. Ramashish, Adbuff, thank you so much. Last and most importantly, I want to thank my team who stood by me in all odds and always helped me in pushing it through. Thank you so much, team. Thank you. On that note, thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great day. Anyone I've missed out in not thanking, I'm really apologetic. You are there in my heart. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, that's truly a message straight from the heart. Please give it up loudly for Bijoya ma'am, please. I think heartfelt messages deserve a lot more appreciation and motivation, and all thanks to these wonderful clapping and appreciation that you all are showing early in the morning. Let me just repeat the theme for all of you today. The theme for today's day is Marketing Renaissance, Charting the Future in an Evolving Media Landscape. And Bijoya ma'am mentioned about Babita Barua ma'am, who's the CEO of VML, joining us over here. So may I please request Babita Barua ma'am, CEO of VML, to kindly come over on stage and share an interesting keynote. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. She's come all the way from Mumbai to be with us and share her expertise and knowledge. Please give it up for her. Good morning, ma'am, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm really happy to be here today for more than one reason. But the first reason always when it comes to Adgali is Bijoya. If Bijoya calls, I think I just come from wherever I am in the world. Thank you, Bijoya. I just feel in the industry it's very important for us to support our colleagues, which includes everyone in this room, all our partners, whenever we can, because this is an industry that is really going through an evolution today. The other reason, in no particular order, of course, is my love for Kolkata, because this is where I started my journey with HTA, which then became JWT, J. Walter Thompson. I've not moved from that company. Today, VML is nothing but erstwhile JWT. It has unified with another WPP agency called VML YNR, and JWT and VML YNR, Wunderman Thompson and VML YNR came together earlier this year across the world to form VML. And that's the agency that I'm heading here. So a lot of people tell me I've never changed jobs. I've been in the same company for over 25 years. And I think the starting of this journey has been very, very special for me in the then JWT HTA office in Kolkata in 30 Bondal Road, where I was a management trainee. And in those days, we had big studios, you know, where there was no technology. And the studio folks would call me Mishti. Bishon Mishti lakche, Mishti Dagbo, you know. So I've always felt like, Bijoya called me a daughter of the Northeast, but I've always felt like a daughter of Kolkata for that. So thank you. How much time do I have, Bijoya? I have time. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So the topic today is very interesting, but let me do a little bit of introduction on myself so you'll know where I'm coming from. I come from Assam, and I moved to Kolkata for my first job, like I said, then moved to Bombay, Mumbai, then to Gurgaon to, you know, lead different categories, FMCG, technology, you name it. I've worked across all categories. And then I moved to Thailand, to Bangkok. For the last 3 years I've been there. I've just come back to India, where I was heading one of WPP's regional accounts. That business and that category, which is automotive, is very evolved as a category, forget the brand, in terms of digital and digital evolution. The nature of the category is such that it's very high on performance marketing, very high on measurement, on data-informed decision, data analysis, you know, full journey of e-commerce. What do you do after that? How do you nurture owners so that they become advocates and evangelists? And the last 3 months when I've come back to India as CEO has really been one of very powerful observations and also my own personal journey of how do I shape the agency going forward. And that is very much in tandem with the topic for today's discussion. So what's really happening in the world of marketing? Change, first of all, is a constant. So it's not like we've never had change in industries across the world in our professions. But the change is happening today at a pace where perhaps for the first time, consumers are evolving at an accelerated pace compared to a lot of what marketing is doing today. And that, I feel, is creating this sense of excitement in the marketing world as well as a sense of vulnerability. Because at the end of the day, you always feel, will I be left behind? Am I doing the right things? Am I doing enough? Do I have the right skill sets? And that's why some of these conversations and forums or some of what we are doing in our jobs and in the industry is very, very critical. So let's start with what are some of the changes that are driving this evolution. The first one is, of course, and this is a forum for media, is the changing media landscape. And I'm not even going into the number of channels that are there today. You know, more than 1,000 plus registered TV channels, more than 500 registered FM channels, a plethora of platforms, a plethora of digital channels. What's more important is that the definition of media and channels have changed. So I was just talking to one of our clients the other day who said that, you know, my biggest channel is my packaging because technology allows you to engage with your packaging today. For some, the biggest channel is the consumer herself because she's the one who talks, who endorses, who influences. So one of, again, my colleague's daughter, you know, she was in class 12, and then during COVID, when she was between college, she started wearing one of these apparels, which was from a brand in, I forget whether it was a UK or a US brand, right, for youth. So somebody would have gifted her that, and she started wearing that and clicking pictures of herself on Insta. And the brand noticed it because of the tag and started sending her boxes of wardrobe. And she started wearing that and clicking herself, and today, she's one of the top influencers, not just in India, not just in Gurgaon, she's Bengali, but across the world. Hardly 20 years old. That is what I mean by who or what is a media channel today. I myself wrote a blog, some of you, I don't know if you read my blogs, I haven't had time very much in the last 3 years, but that blog was on, I call it sugar-coated biscuits, right? And it was an experience I had when I was very young in Digboy with my mother and my father, and how that learning helped me today, or helps me today, in marketing when I look at learnings from life. And then one day I get a box and a note from one of the biscuit brands in the country to say, you know what, we read your blog and you've mentioned the biscuit. Here's a pack of biscuits for you. Thank you so much. It was a beautiful experience when you read it. I'm just one out of lakhs and lakhs of users for that morning biscuit we have with a cup of tea. For someone to notice it and to send me that is the change that is happening in marketing. Because we always believed marketing has to be carpet bombing. Marketing has to be reach. But in today's world, even one experience, I have shared this experience in almost every forum I've gone to. And that, again, is where the marketing landscape is changing. And what is allowing for this is technology. Without technology, this wouldn't have happened. And I'll keep talking about technology now because, you know, the power of MarTech in today's world is unparalleled when it comes to marketing and advertising. That's the first change. The second change is consumer behavior. And consumer behavior, like I said, and all of us in this room are people and consumers. The way we engage with technology and brands, therefore, are very, very different. My growing up years was about looking at brands as a crutch for a cool quotient. You know, I hold a can, I feel cool. I wear an apparel, I feel cool. I wear a pair of shoes, I feel cool, or I feel powerful, or I feel I've got status. Has that disappeared? Absolutely not. Brands really, really can be an ally when it comes to our aspirations and our imagery. However, there is also a different kind of relationship which is emanating, and that is, for a lot of people, brands have become one of us. By one of us, I mean that in the world of engagement, people have started engaging with brands like we engage with others. So it's not like I'm looking up to a brand, I'll buy it, I'll wear it, and I have status, as much as today, you know, on one of the social platforms, there's this very interesting engagement. Let me try it, let me participate in it, let me write about it, and there I am. So that engagement is becoming very much like a day-to-day. And if as a brand, we can get into this, it's a very sweet spot to be in. The other consumer behavior is that the kind of buying, which is my third point, is very different. A lot of us use, you know, the attention interest IDA model. And the IDA model is always, it's one of the classic models. But if you look at the buying cycle today, it is no longer linear. Just to give you an example, and a lot of you shop on e-commerce, right? So let's take one of the e-commerce, say fashion brands. So I go there, the keyword may not necessarily be a brand, okay? I may just decide, say I want a summer kurta, right? So I'll just write summer kurtas, and then women kurtas will just appear. And then you sort of look at it and say, and then you see, okay, this brand seems to have like really good stuff. Let me now go into the window that is specifically on the brand. So I click on the brand, I've never heard of the brand before, and then I see, okay, maybe it's not for me today. I go back, I buy something. Next time I look at it, I remember, you know, that brand seemed interesting, and maybe I want it, and I go back to that brand, and maybe this time I buy it. So what has happened is that the discover, shop, buy, you know, what we feel is first we do research, then we look at brands, and then we go to the shop. We've seen some communications, so we remember that brand, and then we buy is not necessarily true. I have actually gone and bought first, and then had an awareness of the brand during my purchase. I've had an awareness of a brand, and I've gone back because there was something in that brand that I remembered. That, therefore, is the key thing. So if we keep looking at, this is a linear process, let me first advertise, and then I know that people will consider me, and that is this, may not be true in the way the category is working. There may be other cycles that are happening. So for a lot of us, we look at the buying circle no longer as a circle or a straight line, but we look at it as a series of interaction points. The starting point could be anywhere. The starting point need not be at the beginning. So that's the second change. The third change is that we have, you know, this age-old saying, which is also true in today's world, that, you know, I spend a lot of money on marketing. Some of it is wasted. Half of it is wasted. I don't know which half. We've all heard that saying, right? And beyond the point, it is very difficult to put a number on what has been the conversion rate of the money I spend on marketing to my sales. You can't do that because at the end of the day, again, the data is not joint, right? Nobody can say, I've seen this today and therefore I've gone and bought and therefore the 100 rupees I spent today is translating into 200. A lot of it is assumption. But in today's world, you do have measurement metrics and data, mathematical modeling that allows us to get very close to attribution. And all of you would be knowing what attribution is, but just to sort of get back, attribution means sometimes I've spent money on a digital panel, a digital platform, and I've spent money on print, I've spent money on OH, and attribution allows you to model and to come closest to, okay, the 100 rupees I've spent on it, which of this has really contributed more? And there are series of data that we use to do that modeling. All of you would have done it. Some of you would have done it at some level, some less. So that's really what is again changing, because today, marketing metrics allow us, because of data, to have a better handle of what we are spending, where we are spending, on whom we are spending, and how we are spending. So that's the third change that's happening. In all of this, therefore, if I look at the changing media landscape, consumer behavior, buying behavior, the availability of data for measurement, we therefore see that in the world of marketing, where I'm including agency partners, because I am from an agency as well, and there are other partners in the room, and we've always worked together as two forces that are colliding to bring about, you know, a great piece of communication or brand engagement that helps convert the brand and delivers, creates loyalists, right? So what is happening is, because of these shifts and these forces, there's always a question on, what do I do as a marketer? Who is my partner today? Is my partner, and I'm now coming only to marketing, is my partner a mainstream agency? Do I need a separate social and digital agency? Sometimes, why is my social work looking so much like my mainstream work? Is it just an adaptation? Why am I even paying a social agency? Sometimes, why is the social work looking so different? It looks nothing compared to what is happening in my mainstream work. And these are important questions, because truly, this is where the evolution is happening. And sometimes there is no wrong or right answer. But from experience, the one thing that really, really works is, it doesn't matter if you've got 5 partners on the table or 1 partner on the table. Finally, it has to be one end-to-end solution where everybody is aligned on what should be that one focus that leads to the kind of objectives that we want to achieve. If you have multiple partners, the onus is on the marketer to bring it all together. If you have one partner that can do everything, then of course the onus is on that partner along with the marketer. So therefore, what is important is to start not with the marketing objective, but with the growth objective. And here we are increasingly at VML, and of course I'm sure other agencies are doing it, we are pushing clients and businesses to tell us, what is your business problem? Because when you talk about business problems and follow up with marketing objectives, then you realize that we have a better handle on what is the solution that should come in for that marketing objective. That leads to the growth objective. Otherwise, your sales teams will keep telling you, you spend so much on marketing, I'm not getting sales, I don't know what's happening. And your question to the sales team will be, I'm doing so much now. You know, I hardly did anything before. I did 3 TVCs, it was okay. I do platform marketing, I do influencer marketing, I've got digital, and yet you don't seem to be, you know, converting at the rate that you should. Because what has happened is, with all of this digital evolution, our work or our teams have become even more siloed. And it is very important, all of you in this room who are marketers, who are CMOs, to really be that one person with your team, to be the glue that holds the thinking and that holds the strategy together. Because without that, it'll be increasingly much more siloed. So that's one of the first things. The second one, so a unified objective and unified strategy. I'll not get into whether you should have one agency partner of many. That's a one-to-one discussion that I will have with all of you. The second one is to always start with people first and therefore the culture. And all of our teams are today undergoing that whole thing about what is the skill set that I need to be relevant tomorrow in my job. And the job does not have to be in the current organization, but in the industry itself. So the culture of performance is very, very important. And the culture of collaboration is very, very important. So today, marketing is not just about our team or foreign agency. It is not just about our agency. It is about what is the ecosystem that I'm creating around me. Ecosystem can be an influencer I work with, a platform partner I work with. It could be a chef that I work with if it's a food brand. It could be a teacher that I work with if it's something to do with learning. And all of these partners come together. So today's best partnership are these agile teams that come together for a common purpose. And this team, of course, there's a core team that's always permanent, but around it, to have that confidence to invite others in, as a marketer, as an agency, and to create this agility. And what stops this from happening often is, oh my God, if my client today invites 3 other partners, what's going to happen to my money? What's going to happen to my fee, my media? It's a natural fallout. And as marketers, to encourage this, to encourage the ecosystem development, it is very important to have trust in your partners and to provide the assurance that an agile team and partners around the table does not mean we don't trust you, you're not doing enough, we'll then, remove part of your money and give it to someone else. It is about being that most inspiring force to say that everyone around the table is a trusted partner, everyone's roles are very, very secured, the swim lanes are very, very clear, but we need all of you around the room to come together and deliver to that. So the role of a marketing lead and team has become much more inspirational than it has before. Because without getting this in together and providing that trust and confidence to partners, it will always be this whole lack of confidence and insecurity which will get in the way of good output. That's the second one, the culture. So we spoke about marketing objectives, business objectives. We spoke about culture. The third one, and I must say, I've got Professor Sabyasachi here. Sabyasachi, please put up your hand. So I am very connected with the world of academics. I always wanted to be a teacher. My mother thought, I should do an MBA. In those days, it was new founding. So I loved my mother more than myself, I think, because I gave up my dreams. And I did my MBA and got into this world. But almost every weekend, I'm teaching in some institute. And Sabyasachi and I have done many sessions together. It is very important for us to nurture the next level of industry, next gen. If we don't work with institutes to work together on what is the kind of skill sets that is required, where is the world moving tomorrow? Where are we going with Gen AI? Where are we going with MarTech? That disconnect between new talent, whether it is matching skill sets, will always be there. And therefore, I too believe that there's no other time or no better time than today for the industry to really work very closely with academics to bring the two together. So that's the third thing. Sabyasachi, I hope you like it. Totally. Okay. Therefore, now if I sum this up together, there are a couple of things that are really working very well to work on this evolution that we are talking about, right? The marketing evolution. And I'll leave you with a few thoughts. The first one, marketers have been known for their gut feel. And some of the best marketers are the ones that have gone against research and said, okay, here's the research, but this is what I feel, this is what I will do. And we've got fantastic examples of what, maybe the world zigged and a marketer zagged and the result was transformational, right? In today's world, however, because there is so much data available, I think both agencies and marketers are becoming very reliant on data and almost getting this whole data warped world of, if I don't use the data-led decision, maybe I'll be questioned in the system, or maybe my own judgment is not good enough. And my own learning has been, data should inform, absolutely. Data should inform, but data should not dictate our decisions. That trust and confidence in ourselves as marketers, and therefore the larger fraternity, is very, very important. Because otherwise, that similar data is being used by literally everyone in the market, so all decisions will be more or less the same. And therefore, use it to inform and not to dictate is very, very critical. The second one I already touched on before, do trust your partners, everyone you work with. A lot of partners are called vendors, that's fine. Whether it's a vendor or a partner, please have a lot of trust, because everyone is going through the same journey. And if there's that mutual respect and love, as we work together, I think the world is a great playing ground for what's happening today. The third one is MarTech. The power of marketing is in storytelling, and nothing has changed, believe me. Finally, a great brand works because of great storytelling. The difference is that today, with the use of MarTech, storytelling can be delivered, can be expressed, and can reach the right people you want to reach at the right time. And those people can also engage back with the same storytelling. So using the power of MarTech to enhance storytelling, using the power of Gen AI and a people stack to enhance what we do, to create efficiencies, is a great way to go about marketing today. And the last one is, of course, as marketers, there's a lot of magic we create. Don't think magic has gone out of the door. It is very much there with all the logic. As we work together, one of the things that has always driven me is that, you know, every morning when I wake up, you sign up for this industry, not just for the money. It's not like the industry is the greatest paymaster compared to some other industries. Everyone in this room here, including me, are here today also because of our love for marketing and our passion for marketing. And every morning when I wake up, I just feel, you know, if I can do something today, in a small way contribute to leave someone feeling a little better about life, my job is done. And that's what brands do for people. So always as marketers, let us together just create a place where someone somewhere in the world in our brand is a little better than what they felt yesterday. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up loudly, please. Kolkata, show some energy in the house. Babita Barua, it is. Thank you so much, ma'am. And you mentioned that you are daughter of Northeast. I believe you are daughter of India, given the kind of body of work that you have. And trust me, this is not sugar-coated biscuit. This is just verbal mishti doi from my end for you. Thank you so much. Good morning, and it's a pleasure having you over here. Thank you. Give it up for her, please, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, we're all set to get going with the first panel discussion of the day, but then it's only fair that I give my fellow friends over there some time to set up the panel on stage. We're going to be having a very interesting panel discussion. How many of you are feeling the energy and vibe over here? Kolkata Roshogolla, Kolkata Mishti. Let's have some fun over here. You know, everybody, they have their favorites, right? Some people love the Roshogolla more. Some people love the Mishti Doi more. So let's kind of bifurcate and figure out which is the Roshogolla gang. Please raise your hands. Who loves Roshogolla more? Roshogolla has just very few, yeah. Gure Roshogolla, okay. I'm myself a Kolkata boy. I love it. If I'm given the option of both, then, you know, I can just keep on hogging that. All right, so show me the Mishti Doi gang over here. Which is the Mishti Doi gang? All right. So whoever it is, whatever they want, of course, you can tell Team AdGully, apart from all the marketing knowledge and everything that you get at this event, you get some interesting Roshogollas and Mishti Dois as well over here. How was the session with Babita ma'am? I think it was very insightful and entertaining. And she mentioned some really interesting, realistic, real-life references, which I believe is the key when it comes to understanding a lot of things. मजा आया सब लोग को? मैं ठीक से कर रहा हूँ काम? क्या लग रहा है आप लोग को? अगर मैं ठीक से कर रहा हूँ काम तो आप लोग एक बार हाथ उठा दीजिए so that मुझे भी समझ आए. And I'm a Kolkata boy, okay? I also, it's like Kolkata is my Matri Bhumi and Mumbai is my Kormo Bhumi. But I'm always very happy to be a part of this city whenever I get an opportunity because of work, family reasons, weddings and all that. Normally I'm not very interested in all that, but whenever I get to attend, I'm very happy. I just need an excuse to come to this city. There's a beautiful flavor. It's called City of Joy for a reason, and it absolutely gives me joy the very moment that I land in this city. Thank you so much. You all have been a great audience, and we're all set to be having the panel discussion right now. And I believe the chairs are sorted. Thank you. All right, so without any further delay, we can have those informal chats in between. And trust me, I speak a lot, so you got to bear it throughout the day. I'm there right till the very end, till the awards happen. I'm doing a session with Priyanka Sarkar and Nusrat Jahan in the middle as well. So there as well, I'm going to be talking a lot. Priyanka especially is a friend, so of course I'm going to be going all out over there. So please bear with me, and I assure you that it's going to be fun. Bored nahi hoge aap log, itna main bata sakta hu aapko. That is my personal guarantee to you. Thank you. So the topic right now is powering startup ecosystem, the East Side story. The topic for the panel discussion right now is powering startup ecosystem, the East Side story. I'll quickly give you all a reference. I'll be calling our moderator first, and then I'll be calling the speakers for this session. And I have a quick request for everybody once again, those who joined late, please kindly keep your phones in silent mode. We genuinely do not want to distract any of our speakers or our respected moderator. So please kindly apne phones ko silent mode mein rakhiye. Apna their phone kindly apna silent mode rakhun. This is the language, advantage that I get. If I would have gone in any other city, regional language nahi bol pata main. But since I am a bong, so I can say that. So the topic I'll repeat once again for you all is powering startup ecosystem, the East Side story. And we have the timer on display over here. So since we are running a little late, I'll request everybody to kindly stick to the timer because we don't want to kind of get delayed even more. So without further waste of time, our session is going to be chaired by Devarshi Chakravorty, who's the VP Business Communication and Planning, Interactive Avenues, and he'll be joined on stage. Please give it up for him. He's been there since morning. Sir, thank you so much. Lovely to see you. And he's going to be joined on stage by Dhriti Chatterjee, founder and director, DC Vision VR. I hope I got it right. It's DC Vision, right? Thank you so much. In case I got it wrong, you could have beaten me outside, not here, since I have the show to carry. All right. We also have Ramashish Bhomik, who's partner from Ovenly Baked. Yummy food. I saw the promo. Yummy. I'm looking forward to it. We have Saurav Kothari, co-founder from Kisa. I believe it is right, Kisa? You have Saurav Kothari from... Give a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the early morning. Show some energy. If you want, I can show you how to clap. You do like this. Come on, give it up. Yes, thank you. We also have Sujata Chatterjee, who's the founder and MD of Twirl.store. We have Sujata Chatterjee, ma'am, as well. Looking all wonderful, all smiles. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Good morning. All right, so the stage is set. The panel is ready. Let's get going. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah, it is. Well, thank you so much for the very energetic introduction and a great keynote start from Ms. Barua. So we are here for the very exciting powering startup ecosystem, the East Side story. So today we shift, right? We shift the spotlight from the bustling south and the west of the country, where we, startup and that region is always synonymous. But today, East, when I was being asked to chair this session, there's a lot of activities that is already happening, and that was an eye-opener for me myself. Today, to have this session, we promise a very deep dive into what's happening in the East, with all of you being part of that journey. And we will also have a session, understanding of what's the opportunity for this region, what is the kind of challenges that we still have in this region, and therefore how we can really overcome as a partner. So to really open up this discussion, there are two very interesting facts that I've come across recently, and those facts are a kind of, anomaly to each other. The fact number one is this entire economic review has stated that, Bengal, though we are talking about the entire eastern region, but Bengal is a very strong primary hub of the eastern region, that the GSDP is about 7.65%, which is much more than a national average of 7.32. And Bengal and East in general is almost contributing as the sixth largest GDP in terms of economy for the country. On the other hand, the interesting stat that has come up from the Department of Promotion of Industry and International Trade, which is now start recognizing startups at a national level, they are saying that the eastern region currently contributes to about 1.35% of the total startups that's there in the country, right? Which is about close to about 120,000. So there is a dichotomy as being a sixth largest in terms of GDP contribution, but from the startup ecosystem, it's kind of over. So it would be really, quite interesting to hear from each one of you that do you see this as a challenge, or like we was discussing, or that it has actually changing. So let's start from you. That in the times to come, do you see this 1% to actually touch 10%, very soon? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Firstly, a very good morning. So like Devarshi, we were discussing, I think this is definitely changing. The startup ecosystem in Kolkata and in East is very aggressively growing, and I think more than a challenge, it's an opportunity, since it's not a very matured market, so to say, for the startup ecosystem, but there are a lot of enablers that is coming in, both locally and nationally, which actually enable the startup ecosystem to grow. So I think that's my 2 cents on this.
Yes, I'm completely agreed to Saurav that I would also say that this is an opportunity over challenge. Of course, there are some challenges and we have to address over time, but opportunities are more in the eastern market right now. The market is wide open. People are respecting startup and they are recognizing startups. And I mean, in near future, I think that if we create the right ecosystem, then the startups will be much more benefited in different ways. So I find it as an opportunity even for my second company, which is a startup. So definitely I would say that yes.
It's on. Good morning, everyone. So 5 to 6 years back, when people used to ask for jobs in Kolkata, they would still say, no, I would prefer a Mumbai or a Delhi because there's not much opportunity here. And we could not even imagine having a startup in Kolkata even 5-6 years back. But now the systems, the processes have changed by huge margin. I do have 2 startups, one 5 years old and one 1.5 years old. So I think I do not face so much challenges in terms of partnerships, in terms of employment, in terms of opportunities. So yes, I think definitely the things have changed by a huge margin and it's definitely going to change more. So let's see what's in store for us.
Yeah, love the energy and the optimism on there, ma'am.
Yeah. I think it's also a bit about perception. I think, we tend to have this perception that maybe Kolkata or East India does not have enough startups, but I don't think the story can always be told in terms of numbers. Sometimes it's quality over quantity. Right. It doesn't help to start up, 100 companies, but are they actually meaningful? Are they doing meaningful work? Are they really contributing? More importantly, are they sustaining beyond the, say, that 3-year, 4-year difficult period? So I think, Kolkata has always produced great businesses, great companies, whether you call them startups, whether you call them, great organizations, and it continues to do so. So I see a very positive market, and I'm glad we are all part of that, business ecosystem that is actually doing meaningful work. So whether it contributes to the 1% or the 6%, that's just numbers.
All right, so maybe that 1% will jump to 10% in next 6 months. Maybe 5 years is too much of a stretch. Taking a step back, right, while we are of course, we are talking about the East and the energy and the enthusiasm around the startup ecosystem. But as an ecosystem as a whole, I mean, as a country, we all anyway grapple with a lot of challenges. How we turn that into opportunities also depends on how we are passionate about it. And it covers around early stage funding. It's about a war of talent, right? Limited opportunity in terms of market, acceleration programs. I'm sure each one of you have faced certain challenges, and I think it would be really great to hear from you the challenge and how each one of you turned into opportunity to where each of you are here today, right? Maybe we can start from you, Sujata.
Thank you so much. So, in the Eastern region, or particularly say in Kolkata or West Bengal, there is a tendency of, hanging on to what we're comfortable with, what we like, the past. And we are that by nature. And, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But sometimes when you're, a startup or starting something new, that could provide a challenge. For example, in the kind of work that I do, just to set the context, 12 Store actually converts waste to wonder. We collect unwanted material and upcycle or reuse that to create a new range of products. This is a very unique concept, and it's hardly done in India or in the world at large. Now, when I started 12 from Kolkata 7 years back, everyone told me that, if you want to do something so radically different, you have to do it in a place where they can accept it. So maybe it would be best if you could go to maybe a New York or a London, but at least if not that, go to a Mumbai or a Bangalore. But to do it from Kolkata, where people would not be so willing to, accept something so radically different, may be a great risk. But, I'm proud to say that I'm glad we took that risk, and I'm glad we were able to explain what we were doing to the people of Kolkata and turn that into an opportunity. But yes, I do see that, that could be a challenge, that maybe that the education and the conversion of the customers could be a problem if they continue to hold on to those old mindsets.
So at the very beginning, what I said was 5-6 years back, there was a tendency of, we actually saw people willing to go to other parts of the country or maybe even beyond countries and not stay in Kolkata. So that has been one of our major challenges. I would not say I've overcome it completely, but I have come across stages of it for sure. What I feel is that if you give your people the right opportunity and the right culture, they're absolutely going to stay with you. And we have seen that in initial days, we used to face those challenges. But now, first and foremost, what I think is majorly important to do in your company, whatever it is, a small startup, a big startup, you need to define your culture properly. We generally what we do is in our initial days, we used to hire people and then set the culture and then try to align them with our culture. But I think it's very important to define our own culture first and then find people who aligns with that kind of a culture. And I think then people will definitely people are going to stay with you. So that has been one of our major challenges. And one more thing is that people do talk about money, salaries, etc. And I think that's a big motivator for sure. Let's not deny that fact. So I think one reality is that people are not going to, in this generation, people are not going to stay with you forever, for 60 years. That has been a thing of past, wherein our dads used to work 30, 40 years in the same company. So right now, the average, maybe they stay 2-3 years. So we need to identify people who are going to stay with you for longer and definitely pay them more. I think this is a very blunt statement, but I think you need to pay more, even more than the market standards to let them be with you. And I think it's going to be really important for any startup, whether it's an agency that I have or it's a food FMCG company that I have. But people are the most important tools that you have, or maybe the war chest. It's not money, it's not your marketing, it's the people that you are going to take along with you. So it's very important for them to take care of them and make them stay with you. So I think, yeah, that's the kind of challenges we have overcome right now, and it's a long way to go. So let's see what happens.
very heartening to hear that, that you're focusing on culture, because the perception outside of a startup ecosystem is that you go in there and you can make up for all the losses that a traditional agency or a company can provide, right? But good, I think that's a very important point. Coming to you, Saurav, that again, one challenge that you faced and how you have turned that into opportunity operating from East.
So actually, I completely agree with Ramoshish that the biggest challenge is like for an organization to grow or to scale, you need the right set of people in your organization. That is like the most important thing. So I think there are two folds to it. One is acquiring the right set of people and retaining them. So for acquiring, again, like Ramoshish mentioned, that 5 years ago, people didn't want to move back to Kolkata. We kind of had a brain drain kind of a situation where people were actually moving out of Kolkata to other metro cities for better opportunities. So what we did in our acquisition strategy is, firstly, we started sourcing the right people, in the sense that firstly we used AI to create job descriptions and like identify the keywords through which we can find the right set of people. And then we actually targeted people who are actually from the eastern part of the country and have moved out. So they have an added incentive of actually moving back, maybe closer to the family, or also the cost of living here is quite low compared to other metro cities. So that was an added incentive to get the right set of people. And about retaining the right set of employees, of course, culture is an extremely important part. Another thing that we do focus on is the development of the talent that we have in-house. Like, how do we grow them? How do we ensure that they are learning the most updated skill sets, they are updating themselves, and they are updating their profiles so that they can contribute to the organization. And that actually keeps them motivated also if they are learning and growing within the organization. So that I felt is a very important factor to actually retain employees.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dhriti?
Yes, so when I have founded the second company that I have, Decision VR, since the inception time, I was completely clear in my mind that, the biggest challenge that I'm going to face is this product is not a should have product. This is a could have product. It's a luxury product. At least the thought process of people are like this, that why VR? We have different other ways of marketing our products and services. Why we need VR? Why this recent technology? We are not aware about this part. So since the beginning, as I was completely aware about that, so I have started making people aware about not only our product, about the technology. Okay, so it has become a part and partial of my marketing process, that awareing audience is a very key process that I have followed for last 5 years relentlessly. And today when I, get pull calls, incoming inquiries about virtual reality services and products, it gives me immense pleasure. Like last financial year, 40% of our revenue we have generated from Kolkata, Eastern market. So that clearly, identify that how this market has opened up and complete, making people aware about this technology, that strategy worked. So that is, I think, the biggest challenge, and we are still overcoming it. Thank you.
So it's great to hear that all the panelists have brought a very unique challenge and how they're overcoming it, right from the belief in the consumers to culture to talent nurture to understanding the process, right? This moves to the next segment, that when we talk about East itself has certain inherent attributes to itself, right? And culture actually sits on top, right? And we like to believe that it continues to sit on top. And followed by that, there is a strong youth market, right? Education still has some, a lot of, synergy in the primary education, the senior, the +2, the colleges, etc. And the third is that, in your case, there's a lot of digital adoption from the East that's also taking place. We from the agency ecosystem, we are also seeing numbers that contribution to Amazon or a Flipkart or the quick commerce, East is really putting up that. So considering these attributes that are inherent part of East, right? What are some of your plans as a startup ecosystem to harness these attributes to further progress? Yeah, happy to hear that as well.
Thank you. So I think, we're blessed that in the East, people actually see beyond shiny things. We have such a rich culture. We have such a rich, heritage of literature and history. We appreciate stories. We appreciate, the true causes. And as I said, in a lot of other parts of India or across the world, people do get attracted to maybe a big brand name or, the most shiny or the most expensive piece here. Here we get, attracted to something that, touches our soul. That's the, consumer mindset of the East. We have to do things that touch people. So I think, keeping that in mind, the way to, reach out to customers in the East is to have an amazing story and to keep repeating that story and make it relevant for them. Just like ma'am was saying before in the keynote address, if you can make someone feel better, someone feel happy, there's nothing like it. For example, we making, sustainable products. We're saying that through that, and because it's handmade by rural women, you're helping not just environment, but society as well. You're doing your bit for the world. Now, just by, aligning with us, supporting us, if they feel they're able to do a little bit more for the earth, for their culture, for their state, their country, that's a, feel-good feeling. So these are simple things that you can actually tap into and reach out and, have access to a very large population of the youth because they connect with these things. And as you rightly said, we have a great youth base also here who care about social causes, who care about, sustainability, environment causes, who care about stories and things like that. So let us, utilize all that and, reach out to them in the more innovative ways rather than going after the, the biggest or the most expensive way.
Sujata ma'am rightly said that people here are very emotional, and I also feel that compared to the other parts of India. So the important crux of the crux of this discussion is that people, since they are very emotional, I think they root for people, or they root for startups, they root for founder-led brands, right? They understand their story, they have their empathy towards us as well. So we have felt that very deeply as well. Now coming to the BAU part, if I talk about the youth and the penetration of digital. So earlier we were a user of Amazon, Myntra, we still are, yeah. But the kind of penetration that quick commerce has right now. So we generally tend to buy from the website or maybe Amazon, Myntra, and then we quickly shift towards quick commerce in our second, third, fourth purchase. I think brands need to, for any kind of brands, whether it's a quick commerce or anything which delivers to the consumer quickly at their fingertip, it's very important for brands to be there. We as an FMCG brand are looking forward to be in quick commerce very soon. So I think that's very important to understand the consumer psyche here, is that they discover the brand and then they want it at their fingertip very quickly. So I think that's how you will beat the national bigger brands as well, because otherwise it's very difficult to fight those national brands, those giants in the shelf space that they compete with. It's very difficult for a small startup like us to compete with them. Now, the only way is to reach the youth, and that I think that's very easy right now. Earlier it was to be very difficult, but right now it's very easy. You have quick commerce, you have your digital advertising as well. Secondly, what I feel about the emotional part is that we need to connect with those emotional part as soon as possible, right? So in our advertisement, so I have an advertisement agency as well called Adbuff. So therein we handle brands as well like ours. So we have an FMCG brand. So what we do, what we have seen recently is that people are looking for not too salesy advertisement. Like, this is my product, I have 5 different features, I have 20% discount. People are not looking for that actually. People are actually looking for founder-led discussions when a founder himself or herself is coming in the advertisement and talking about our product, how it is made, what are the challenges that we faced, like in a factory or whatever. The workers are there, the laborers are there, whatever the entire system is there. And I think consumers are very much relating to those kind of advertisements, and they want to see more reality than fake claims like I have done this, I have done that. So I think that's a opportunity here, and we should all look towards it to optimize it or utilize it as much as possible.
In fact, whenever we do any kind of consumer segmentation for youth, one of the archetypes that keep is label readers, right? So they first want to read how authentic is the brand, and then they decide whether they want to really go after it. Yeah. So again, the thing that inherent attributes of East and how you have already mastered the game, or you're still in the process of mastering some of it.
So talking about the youth population, the Gen Z, so the population has reached over 100 million in the last few years, and they are actually the torchbearers of all the consumer brands now.
Right.
Like some Gen Z is a very different generation from the prior generations, I would say. They are, of course, they are very conscious of the social and societal changes. They have a sense of individuality. Then they are somebody who is very tech savvy and are early adopters.
Sure.
So we at Kissa Apparels also, our product design, product ideation is all done by keeping the Gen Z at the center of the table. We think of Gen Z, what they like, and then that is what we try to create, and that actually flies through with all other generations as well. So they are actually driving all the consumer behaviors now. And they are a generation who actually doesn't look at saving money. If they have money, they'll spend it. So it's a very interesting generation, and that is whom we actually target. And about the e-commerce or digital penetration, thanks to Mr. Ambani, in the last 10 years, the internet penetration from a mere 14% has reached to around 54% now. So almost everybody is on internet, and the biggest beneficiary is the e-commerce industry, both quick commerce and e-commerce industry. And again, we at Kissa Apparels are at the heart of e-commerce. Like, our sales engine is e-commerce, and like ma'am mentioned earlier, that now the funnel has completely changed.
Yes.
People are discovering brands and products on an e-commerce platform, and then they are going to a D2C website or going to a retail store and actually making that purchase. So definitely e-commerce is at the heart of our planning.
Absolutely. And for you, ethnic wear for a Gen Z is a challenge in itself, right?
Yeah, so we actually call ourselves the new age men's ethnic wear.
All right, all right. Yeah, Driti.
Yes, so I think for any startup, understanding the market is a no-brainer. Unlike the other part of the country, Eastern market is always connected with emotions, human emotion. So, I mean, rapport making is a no-brainer for any marketer or any entrepreneur, startups. But how you are making the rapport? If your product is addressing to a certain age criteria, if we are talking about Gen Z, as Saurav has mentioned, then we have to understand their behavior, that where they spend their maximum time, where they usually been to. I mean, they are spending their maximum time in social media. So digital marketing is the best way to tap this kind of people. Now, not only you are targeting the media, I mean, you are targeting the digital media, and maybe you are doing different kind of activities like ad, you are, making them aware about, don't make them aware about your product features. Try to help them that how that particular product or service or, that particular industry can help them. Because no one is interested what you have done, and no one is interested that how your product, how great your product is. People are interested that how they can, we can help them. Keeping that in mind, if you are solving any problem of them, like if I talk about her product. So Twirl is a product that it's a sustainable product. They're creating clothes, making clothes out of sustainable things, recycling the things. Now, if they are having their e-commerce store, what is the one pain point that my product can address? That the online virtual trial. That is the pain point that every time if we are trialing any of the e-commerce dresses, I mean any fashion product on e-commerce platform, we don't have the privilege of trialing that, or I mean from the portal, right, for you as well. What my product is doing, we are helping the Gen Z or anyone who is choosing a particular dress, they can trial that particular dress on that e-commerce platform as well. So we are bridging the gap and helping them, supporting them, solving their problem. So if you understand their mind, that why they are hesitating, why they are getting out of the site, no, give them an opportunity. The chances of, getting the product, return is getting much lower. So understanding the customer behavior, tapping the right field, and touching their emotion. These are the three major things. I think it plays a major role in Eastern market, because without emotion, whatever you do, people are not going to respond here. So making a long time rapport with all your, in case of B2C business, you cannot make rapport with everyone. But for B2B business, definitely you have to keep a long time rapport with your customers as well. So, yeah.
So it seems that, East is the melting pot to inject some emotion into technology, right? I think that's what we are aiming at. We have got about 3 odd minutes left. So while we're brimming with confidence, we are brimming with a lot of, potential for the East, etc. So which, but we, as people who are driving force behind our startups, there would be still some aspirations, some change that you wish to see, right, in the East, so that we have our own, if I may say, a Siliguri Valley in the near future. So what could be that one change or one, vision that you have and you believe that this region can bring for you to advance in whatever you're already doing?
This, I think, this is something I always have a wish, and not specific to the startup system, but I think in general that we must support each other. The only way we can make East grow and, have these dreams come true is if we are willing to support each other as, business entrepreneurs, support each other as normal customers. If I need to buy something, he should be my first choice, he should be my first choice. If I need technology, I should reach out to her first. If we can have this, mindset amongst us, I think that will generate a lot of new business and opportunities.
Absolutely, well said.
So yeah, I think our mindset aligns hugely from the very starting of the discussion. So I think, yes, collaboration and supporting each other is the need of the hour, because we need to understand that fighting with each other is not the solution, right? We need to increase the pie so that everyone gets a piece of it, and the more we do that, the pie gets to go bigger and bigger. And I think it's beneficial for everyone in this industry, whatever industry they are. So that's my vision for Kolkata.
So more about growing the pie than,
growing the pie, right.
Scribbling the same pie. That's what you meant. All right. Saurav?
So, of course, supporting is definitely, I agree with that. And another thing that I would like to see is more risk-taking. Like something like Sujata said, she's taken a very ambitious, bold vision of achieving something. Dhriti here as doing something in VR, being in Kolkata. So taking such more risky, bold moves would actually enable the entire ecosystem.
Absolutely.
So I'm always been optimistic regarding Eastern market. It's been 15 years into business in this particular market. Both the things I want to, sum up with all the points that they have mentioned. The first thing is, supporting each other, getting into collaboration over competition. Competition, it's not good, and it's not worth as well. So collaboration is always accepted, and guts. For any startup who are going to be entrepreneur, maybe today they are solopreneur, but over the time they will form their team and they will start their own, entrepreneurial journey. So you have to take risk. Risk-taking ability is something that no one can change it for you, and no one can take those decisions on behalf of you. And over that, I would say that if you have the right team, at the right place, at the right time. If you are mixing with right people on right time, that is also makes a huge difference. So all these things together in Eastern market, I'm really optimistic that, anyone can create magic. Thank you.
And maybe one additional point that Adgali and Bijoya should have these sessions more often, right? For all of us to meet. All right, but great to have all of you here, some lovely points being made, and I'm sure the delegates and the audience will take back something from this session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe in the spirit of Kolkata, and I truly believe that Kolkata ke spirit mein aur jaan hai. Aur zor se taali bajaiye, please, for this wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Truly an interesting one. And I think some very interesting points mentioned towards the end, where they spoke about collaboration, and at the same time, I believe it was about being courageous, being bold, being outrageous, and you need to have those risk-taking ability to actually get going and get stronger in the process. So thank you so much. Kudos to all our speakers for taking out time from their respective busy schedules to be with us over here. And right now, we're all set to get going with the next panel as well. Our speakers are here. And just a quick request to everybody once again, since we are running a little delayed, I'll request everybody, our speakers, to kindly follow the monitor that's placed over here. The timing will be displayed, so I'll request everybody to kindly stick to the timeline so that we can get things going smoothly. Thank you so much. And I believe we are ready. We are still getting ready. So I want to understand one thing. I know a lot of people have put in, I know it's a marketing conclave and summit, and people are talking about corporates, but I believe everybody likes to get dressed and decked up in their own sweet way, because that is very important in every way, right? It's like, kehte hain na, first impression is the last impression, right? So how you dress up, how you actually come in a decked up manner is something that counts. So how many of you actually are there who take a lot of time to get ready? ये भी एक marketing quiz ही है, इसके बारे में भी हम लोग बनाएंगे. And who are the people who get ready in less than 10 minutes? जो लोग 10 minutes से कम time में ready हो जाते हैं, हाथ उठाइए. Oh, ma'am over here. Wow, I'm very happy to know that. कौन कहते हैं यार ladies ज़्यादा time लगाते हैं? Of course, you see these people. Let's learn from them. Ma'am over here as well. Get ready in less than 10 minutes. I myself need to learn. I take 20-25 minutes. Mirror एक बार चालू किया, देखता ही रहता हूँ, मजा आता है. Sir, less than 10 minutes? अरे वाह. Now tell me who are the ones who take time more than 10 minutes? Sir, आप कितना time average?
About half an hour.
About half an hour. Very well justified. I also need. I think the men sometimes they are a little more nervous. Women in general are more confident, right? That's why they know that 10 minutes is good enough. Men का मतलब मर्दों का जो है वो confidence थोड़ा कम होता है. Like me, for example, I'm very underconfident as a personality, which is why I need more time. I believe Sir is not. He's definitely very confident, which is why he's reached great heights. But thank you so much. I believe we'll keep these informal chits and chats going in. ये सब plan नहीं है script में. मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं सच में. Everything is informal and impromptu. But I believe we are ready with the next panel. Are we ready, Sir? Sorted? Huh? Okay, good enough. So, informal discussions in between, another very intense panel coming for all of you. The topic for the moment is powering startup ecosystem. I believe, sorry, this one is done. The topic for the moment is importance of consumer-centric approach. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's importance of consumer-centric approach. I'll request our honorable moderator, Shilpi Jaiswal Sen, PR and branding consultant, to kindly come on stage and join us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. You're looking wonderful. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. I want some shout-outs over here. Kolkata, show some energy in the house. Thank you. Yeah. No problem. All right, so she'll be joined on stage, and I'll be introducing our speakers. We have Arif Hussain, Chief Growth Officer of Shantina Detergents. Give it up for sir, please, all of you over here. मैं दिखा सकता हूँ ताली कैसे बजाते हैं. Let's get the wave going, and later we'll have the Mexican wave going in as well. I'll show everybody how to do that. We have Manisha Kapoor, CEO and Secretary General, Advertising Standards Council of India, ASCI. Give it up for Manisha, ma'am, please, as well, ladies and gentlemen. Or zor se, please. When I was told that Kolkata में energy और बढ़ गया, but मुझे energy लग नहीं रहा है. और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हो आप लोग, please? May I please request all of you there at the back? Louder! Can the bass get louder? Thank you. I'll request Professor Dr. Shujoy Biswas, Director and CEO, Techno India University, to kindly join us on stage. Give it up for Shujoy, sir, please. Welcome, sir. We have Shubhro Sarkar, who's the head of brand marketing, Ambuja Neotia as well. Give it up for Shubhro, sir, as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, so much of knowledge to be taken from this session. We have Sumit Sureka, VP from Lux Industries. Give it up for sir, please, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have Yatnesh Pandey, Vice President Marketing from Greenply Industries. Zor se taali, please, for Yatnesh, sir. And I'll request everybody, the timer is over there on display. Once the session is done, I'll request all of you to kindly stand over here. We'll have a photo opportunity going over there. And then, of course, you all know what to do. The stage is set. The second panel is ready. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Namaskar, Kolkata. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Let me say the topic that we're going to discuss today is as symbiotic as having a panel discussion and an audience. If there's a panel discussion and no audience, there's no point of doing it. The fundamental principle that drives any business forward is to have a customer, consumer-centric approach. We all know, following the panel that went ahead of us and paved the way, that the customer is the crux of any business solution. And to have a happy and a satisfied customer is what brand loyalty is all about. We have a lengthy discussion today, but I'll try and keep it to a lot of fun incidents. The brand advertising guru, David Ogilvy, said, "The consumer is not a moron. She is your wife." Professor Sujoy Biswas, are you married?
Surely so.
So may we have another mic for sir, please? So you agree with me that your wife, and all wives generally, are the sharpest, smartest, wittiest people that you have. And putting the flag bearer of all wives ahead, that is how your consumers would be.
I don't have any option.
Please tell us, who is the modern consumer today? One that is adept with technology, one that is always on, on the fingertips for digital, continuously moving from psychological point of view. Who is our modern consumer?
Good afternoon to all of you. Let us see some good morning. একটু সবাই কথা বলুন না, কোনো এনার্জি নেই, এত বড় crowd. Good morning to all of you. So Shilpi has started in a very nice way. I said that add to it, very cliche, but customer is the king. He's the king that we all serve. So the modern customer, he knows everything under the sun. First he used to know because Google was there. Now ChatGPT is there. Ask anything to write and you will write with all the details. There may be hallucinated documents. There may be hallucinated details, but it would be there. Something will be there. It would never say that it cannot do. So the modern customer is very smart. He knows everything. Like our chief minister says, Nasha to Bhasha. So the modern customers knows from artificial intelligence to agriculture, anything under the sun. So he's a person, or he is an individual or a group, very difficult to satisfy. Very difficult to satisfy if you do not stick to the basics of the product that you are serving. May it be for the students, if we consider the students as a customer for the university or the colleges, or maybe for any product under the sun. So, and you have to build your brand in such a way that the customer comes towards the brand. That's the reason that the brands just makes a huge money only for the brand respect. In fact, a normal college and a Techno India college teaches the same stuff, but the brand is so high that we get phones from the IAS, the IPS, the IFS, and all the ministers, and also so that his words can get. So this is very important. And to serve it year after year, consistently. And consistency is the key. And we have to keep on building so we get repeat customers. So that is something that I'd like to start off with.
Very, very well elucidated. Thank you, Professor Biswas. If you all know that we have the maximum number of apparel sales during Durga Puja, but you know who makes the most money? People who do alterations. Everybody has to do a mini alteration. If I was to open an alteration business, I would have to call it something really cool. So maybe something like Taylor Swift, you know. Coming back, Shubhro, everything in today's world has to be tailor-made for the customer. We have to have bespoke strategies. You can't have a one-size-fits-all when it comes to the customer. So can you tell us, with Ambuja's experience and your personal experience as a marketing professional, what are the strategies and what first is tailoring a solution for your consumer? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. In fact, you know, if you have to really tailor-made and resonate with the customer, the foremost important thing or the first starting point is basically listening, right? Like, once you listen, and then only probably you can get a, respond to it. At Ambuja Keynote, I think this listening, or the word listen, is actually, we have taken very literally as well as strategically. So each letter in this word listen basically signifies the various steps and approaches that the entire customer relationship management process we follow. So if I look at, we are continuously trying to figure out what customer are feeling. For that, we are doing various kind of focus group interviews. We are listening to cloud telephonies. We are listening to social media. We are listening to various kinds of feedback that we are getting. Now the next step is, of course, interpreting it, very insightfully. Because today, the customers are giving all kinds of suggestions. There was a suggestion who said, from a customer who had an opinion about where the location of the swimming pool will be. Already it was constructed, and they felt, no, the swimming pool should have been the other side of the complex. And somebody said, the swimming pool should be in the rooftop with a view of the moon. Somebody said, the hibiscus garden should not be here. It should have been only the frangipanis over here. So I think today's consumers have become so evolved, as Dr. Biswas was mentioning, and he's so aware.
Very opinionated.
Very opinionated. We sometimes, joke that, if we leave it to the customer, from the architecture design to the legalities, they can do it everything. So I think interpreting what customer is saying and then actioning it is very important, because otherwise probably we'll end up with a mix of a product which will be I would say a mix of resort and a sci-fi set. So I think interpretation is very important that we look at, and then comes strategizing solutions based on this interpretation. Tailoring those solutions and with a lot of personalization. Of course, Mr. Biswas again mentioned AI. I think AI has been a great tool for us to personalize a lot of conversation, a lot of understanding looking at whatever the preference and the needs and the expectation of the customers are, and accordingly, both in terms of throwing the communication, both in terms of designing the product has been happening. Then, of course, it comes the nurturing of the relationship. I mean, today, if you are not nurturing, if you are not being transparent with your communication, if you are able to anticipate what the customers are needing, and then, probably proactively giving a lot of information for them, I think you are not able to create that trust. So I think you do all those things, in order to earn that trust, because as we say that, customers at the center of the business is no longer a strategy. It's a necessity, and that's what we are continuously trying to achieve. We are investing heavily on technology. We are investing heavily on manpower training to align that one specific aspect of this importance of customer-centric. It's no longer a very superficial, surface level kind of a thing in terms of customer service, but a very deeply embedded cultural norms that we are looking at.
All right. Thank you. That was very insightful. I have a small story to tell you all, which my dad told me a long time ago. There was a little girl, and they had to cross over a bridge over a river. And her dad said, something untoward might happen. The wind was really high. Do hold my hand. So she's like, yeah, I can hold your hand, but it's more important that you hold my hand. He was like, what is the difference?
if I'm holding your hand or you're holding my hand. She's saying bad. If something untoward were to happen, and there would be a chance that I may let go of your hand. But I know that as my father, if you are holding my hand, no matter what, you will never let go. You will always protect me. So this comes to a very important point which Shubhra just mentioned, which is trust. Today, a trust is not just, binding, it's a bond. If I consume a product, if I'm buying a product, the first thing that I'm doing is not giving you my money. I'm giving you my trust, my dedication, my value for you. I would like Arif to kindly touch upon trust and brand building. And I'd also like a little bit from Yatnesh and Sumit, because you all are brands that work very, very closely with the trust that people give you from both consumers. Thank you.
So trust, with something comes in mind and people expect that the person who is sitting in front of me is trustworthy. And when it's come to deliver, no one knows how to deliver it.
Everybody ghosts you and disappears. That's what the trending word is, ghosting.
Okay. So trust, I would like to emphasize, my more than 20-year experience was in FMCG and essential categories, especially daily household chores categories. So if you see, and I always watch the brands who exist globally, more than 200-year-old brand, just like Colgate, Estee Lauder, Snickers, any brand you will find. They were from the time when there is no internet, no aeroplane, no logistic, no gyan, nothing was there. After 200 years, they still exist, and they are the most trustworthy brands which exist globally. So what they do, how they do, if they have that consumer centricity, what that changes them. So what I feel and what I have learned, that core remain the same. After 200 years, Colgate is going to deliver the strong teeth. Estee Lauder is going to highlight the feature of females. Sneaker is going to hungry kya or whatever is it, that going to feed you. They are not going to teach anything nonsense to you. They are the simplest and the most trusted brand globally. The reason that I understand when it's come to, the earlier panel was discussing what important for the East India, what is required to make it to the pan-India or maybe the globally. So my learning and my just point of view in this matter is that when it's come to the trust, the competence and character, these are the two things. Always consider in your day-to-day business planning, business designing, or defining any strategy while you are finding the opportunities, you are exploiting the opportunities, or you are doing the consumer insighting. And for that competency, the framework goes like this: the trust, competencies, and the category entry points. So you have to find out those category entry points. After finding out those category entry points, you have to work on consumer insighting. When you find out one consumer insight, either you are sitting in Kolkata or sitting in Bombay and Bangalore, anywhere globally, the fundamental need of consumer remain the same. Rest you can update and upgrade. So for trust, you have to believe in competency and character. Character means how your brand behave with the consumer, how it connect, how it gel, how it love, how it react. And for trust, simple mathematical calculation is benefit minus cost. Whatever you are purchasing, whatever you are buying. And the willingness of purchase always come from the trustiness of the brand. Whatever the brand, whatever the category, either we are selling cement, I am selling detergent, they are selling ply, I think they are selling inner garments, and you are selling education. Not selling education, but in...
And I'm branding everything.
Yeah, correct.
And we also have Manisha, who kind of controls everything from
Correct.
the advertising
Correct.
council.
Can I just put a simple word, what is said? What is said is very important. I see things are golden which are never spoken. So he never spoke of the stuff, that the quality of the product is important.
That builds the brand.
No, that Arif is
So
proving himself. He's from Delhi, and the brand that he represents is Safed. Can you see the color of his shirt?
Thank you.
Going back to Bombay, so Yatnesh joins us from Bombay. Yatnesh, plywood, the thing you think of termite, you think of a lot of things that come up also because of that. And Green Ply is a brand that we've been hearing ever since, I'm not going to tell you my age, but for a long time now. So this is a very competitive segment. We have a very big brand from Calcutta here as well, and we're proud of them. But what do you think is the trust factor that builds Green Ply and their customers together?
Okay, if I have to take the trust as a core, so trust is the how true the brand remain to its core. It's not only just the product experience, it's the overall the exposure of the brand, how the brands expose themselves toward the consumer. And nowadays it's not so easy to maintain the trust because the social media, every day you have to build your trust and by the evening you have to protect your trust. And consumers are sometimes ready to pardon you also, but you have to remain true to your things. So we try to make the best of the product. We are into the 30 years into this category, but the heritage, best of the product experience also sometimes brings the issues. But consumers are ready to pardon you. They are ready to give you the same trust if you are true to your.
Very well said. Thank you. Sumit, Calcuttans have a long-term relationship with Lux. Lux has been representing us nationally also as one of those key brands that take us abroad as well as here. You all have done very well from an economic point of view. What is the glue that sticks your customers to you?
Thank you, Shilpi. Good morning to everyone. I am representing Lux here, and it's a big responsibility on my head every day whenever I enter my office where I'm representing Lux to my management and the world outside. So here comes the story about Lux, why it has become Lux over the period of time. We are not a new brand. We have been around for more than 50 years now. And trust, as rightly pointed out by most of my friends here in the panel, it's a very fragile thing. So you don't only have to build it, but also have to protect it. If you look at the fundamental logo of Lux, we haven't changed that for decades now. Why haven't we done that? There is creative designer with us. We have agencies. If we wish to do it, we can do it any point of time, any given point of time, right? But we refrain from doing it because it takes time to build this, to build the recognition with the brand. For example, if you have to be an all-India brand, we are not only in the East, we are one of the largest innerwear brand in India today.
Congratulations. That's great to hear.
So we are riding on this trust factor and we have done it very successfully. We have our strategies where, of course, the customer is in the center. For us, the customer is not only the end consumer, but also the channel partners who are associated with us for many, many decades now. Almost more than 70–80% of the dealers and distributors have been with us for more than 20 years now. So we have built trust with them as well. So building a trust down the channel is not only with the consumer, but also with all your stakeholders, even the shareholders, the distributors, dealers, your agents, everybody in the funnel, in the channel needs to trust you with what you are saying, what you're doing. Everybody's watching you at every point of time. In business, trust is everything. Believe me, I mean, you cannot go out in this world and say that, trust me. It is something which people must see you and must believe you.
Prove it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sumit, continuing on with you for, the way we market our products in offline and online channels, as well as the importance of trust. I would like our audience to give me a show of hands. Who all, I read a recent report which says that the Tatas were the most trusted brand in India. If you agree, please raise your hands up. Okay, a lot of people. How about international brand like Amazon? Do you all think Amazon is a trustworthy brand? Not really. A lot of people have returns, I think, so that is why. Recently, Apple has moved on to their trillion, business revenue model. So, do you think Apple is one brand that everybody sought after? Okay, we still have 4. Good, great. So also when it comes to channel partners and marketing your product, end of the day, I've made a phenomenal product. But if I can't market it around my customers, then I'm no one. Can you give us a regional-centric approach vis-a-vis a national-centric approach? Is it any different today, like it used to be earlier? Or you think that now we have channels dedicated that work for every market and every segment?
So there are two different thought schools around this particular point. And it depends what works for that particular brand. There is no right or wrong. For example, if you look at one of the biggest software beverages company, Coca-Cola, they are more focused on regional branding. For example, they have Daljit Dosanjh as their brand ambassador when it comes to Punjab, and it would be a different local artist when it comes to a different part of India. But for us, in our Lux Venus brand, we have roped in Salman Khan as our national brand ambassador.
Yeah, we love your brand ambassador.
So we believe in this one national, one strategy where we want to be very consistent with our brand, and we want to have a face which people recognize even in the rural areas, in the remotest part of the country. So we would...
I worked with Hyundai, and they've had Shah Rukh Khan forever, from the beginning. So I resonate that point with you, absolutely. One person over the decades.
Over the decades and for elongated period of time and across the country. And that is one strategy which I have stuck to with my management all throughout, and I have refrained from, roping in different brands. But when I would like to discuss here again, Shilpi, about a typical scenario with the South Indian markets. So when it comes to South Indian market, when we have done our studies, it kind of becomes a little difficult to penetrate that market based on these selections. So sometimes you would have to tweak your strategy when you are trying to enter the South market. Then probably is the time when you would want to rope in a local face which is more recognizable there. Again, South is a very, very complex scenario. We would want to put it up for a discussion later on. But, it all depends on what strategy you would want to take for your marketing communication.
For that very balanced approach. Manisha, you've come all the way. Thank you for joining us today. I read a 2024 marketing trends report which said that 88% of marketers, that's a huge number, ladies and gentlemen, believe AI adoption is critical to staying competitive and meeting customer expectations. It's all been AI. So earlier, it was additional incentives. Now it's artificial intelligence. What, according to you, is the importance of AI in driving customers today? And since you're from the Advertising Council of India, I would like to, if you all don't know, there is a new regulation that has come up regarding the declaration of your advertisements. So, Manisha, could you please touch up on that so that people know what it is? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yes, AI, I think, is very critical. I'm sure almost everyone sitting in this room, whether we know it or not, actually have interacted with AI or have been at least, subject to marketing messages which have used AI. And so I think there is no doubt that AI will continue to only grow, and not just grow incrementally but exponentially. I think we, perhaps those of us who are not working in that field may not even be able to imagine, let's say even the 3 months or 6 months down the line, how integral, in how many ways it may be a part of, our everyday lives. So I think from a marketing perspective, and I think particularly from a creative point of view, there are a lot of questions on AI. Will it replace creativity? With generative AI, I think very central to advertising and marketing. And my take on this is as follows, that I think generative AI will definitely replace the average work, and the average will go up. But I don't think it can compete with top work. So, if you are at the top of your game, if you are, let's say, a wonderful copywriter, if you are, a brilliant visualizer, I think you will be ahead of AI. But if you are an average writer or whatever, I think AI may very soon replace your job.
Basically, there is no room for mediocrity in today's times.
I mean, in the sense that AI will become the new average or norm,
Shilpi, I'd like to add some stuff. I completely agree with her. You know that in order to retain the customer, what is very important is the innovation part. Now, innovation consists of two stuff. That's one is the intelligent quotient, and the other is the emotional quotient. So the IQ part can be taken a lot by the AI stuff, but the emotional quotient cannot be taken
Very
fair.
true, very
So
true.
that amount of human intervention is always going to be there.
Originality always rules, ladies and gentlemen. Manisha, can you also tell us about, the new legislation, not legislation, but the new,
Sure, yeah, it's,
that you have
I
set
think
up?
it's been something that has been a topic of a lot of discussion. I don't know how many of you are aware of this new
I think please
self-declaration.
explain it to everybody because LinkedIn is on fire on this.
Yeah, so self-declaration is something which is a new requirement introduced by the Supreme Court, and now, I mean, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is implementing that requirement, where any new ad that you release after the 18th of June must be accompanied by a self-declaration certificate. If you are releasing a TV ad, then you have to upload it on the Broadcast Seva portal. If you are releasing a print or a digital ad, it has to be uploaded on the Press Seva portal. So these are portals that the government has created. I would urge all of you to pay very careful attention to this development because you don't want to launch a new campaign on the 20th of June, go and then have media refuse to carry it. So please be very aware. I also want to clarify that this is not a requirement which has been given for existing ads. So if you already have an ad which is running somewhere, then there is no need to upload it to get a self-declaration certificate. But any new campaigns, you must. Also, some of you would have caught in the news that many industry bodies, so Indian Society of Advertisers, the AAAs of I, are kind of in conversation with the ministry and will also be, likely to kind of appeal to the Supreme Court to, intervene in this matter and to be heard in this matter. So it is something which I think is going to affect all our lives very soon. Hopefully there will be a resolution to it as well. But yeah, for right now, I think it's very important to stay alert in terms of the developments on this particular matter.
Thank you, Manisha. We have a lot of marketing officers here today, so maybe you go back to your agency and explain that to them. Coming to, a quote that Steve Jobs always used to say, you've got to start with the customer experience and work back towards the technology, not the other way around. Compared to changing and upcoming trends, buzzwords like Netflix and chill, we're forgetting that Netflix has become such a huge brand with just online marketing. So I'd like to start with you, Shubhro. What are the changing trends that brands and marketers can expect? And I'll take this question round to all my panelists. Quick 2 minutes, please.
I think the trends that we are already seeing, I don't think it's no longer a trend, it's a reality that the extent of personalization which is taking place. I think the extent in which this technology is being used to customize not only content but also create content and also reaching out and amplify those content in a personalized manner is something which is going deeper and deeper. And I think that's where the consumer are also able to resonate with the brands, resonate with the services. And going forward, I see this going to be even taking a higher leap. And I would say that the personalization through technology will be the most important factor.
Thank you. Very well said. Arif, if you may please add something.
So the media and the format, I think most of the people are sitting from the media houses. I met some people earlier in the morning also, and we were discussing about the same questions. The format will change, the content will change. But as a marketer or business house, what we need to keep constant watch on this is reach, efficacy, and effectiveness. Whatever the message and the communication you are doing, keep always in your mind how much reach I am getting, what is the efficiency of that reach, and how that reach is effective for my business design or my strategy.
Yatnesh, please. Changing trends, upcoming trends. Tell us what we can expect in 2024, 2025.
Okay, so I think there is a one glass door movement for me when I came on board with the Greenply just after the COVID. And there was a one research was there, what is the new product has to develop so that the consumer can use for their home interior. Guys, can you guess it? What's the consumer wants after the COVID for the home interior?
Come again?
So what the consumer want to do in the home interior post the COVID?
I think add a home office.
That's the all the marketer and the product side, we all has thought it. We thought that there is a work from home culture has started. We should come out with the one product which has a more soundproof, which is a more flexible, so that people can make it the work from home thing. But to our surprise, and what Subro also mentioned about the listening to the consumer wants the most of their home. They want to develop the bar, they want to develop the religious place. And what are the product we were developing it, we thought is what? So that's the changing trend of
That's an amazing insight, thank you.
Okay. So now if I have to see the consumer side, there is a change into the demographic values. The in parallels to the my category, there is in last 1 decade, there is a 20% shift in terms of the home buyer. If there was an average age above 40 years, now is there somewhere close to 35 years for the home buyer, the first time home buyer thing. The second is the change into the consumer consumption. I just quoted the example how the consumer want to change there in terms of the product they are using it. The third is the communication. Yesterday I was having a long planning debate with one of my communication agency, and they were trying to quote all the successful campaign, and then there was one big campaign, Ask Green Ply. Any kind of the need, Ask Green Ply. And they had shown us the number of the calls landed to our call center. And guys, when we see the call centers today's workload, it is not even the 110. Because this is the changing trend of the communication. In all your table, there is a QR scan of the agendas are there. So the change of the communications are there. So if as a brand, if I'm not able to see the change into the consumption, if I'm not able to see the change into the demographic value, change into the communication, I won't be able to help.
Very true.
The last part, as a marketer, as an agency, there is a change into the competition also. The earlier, the capital was the denominator of the competition. The Walmart has win to the Target because they have the more muscle, they have the more capital. The General Motor is able to win to the Ford, they have the more. But today it is not. Whatever the Green Ply, we have the so much capital, we have a so much expansion, but we cannot win the competition if we don't have the speed of the response, if we don't have the speed and economics of the time. So now the competition denominator has changed from the capital to the speed of the response. The brand has to be the nimble, they have to be the agile, they have to respond. Xiaomi has able to make the electric car, but Apple is not able to develop the electric car. So that's the another change into the competition side is happening.
Thank you, Yatnesh. Sumit, after prehistoric ages, you know, there is one thing that always continues in human life is that to wear undergarments. So whatever trend it is, your trend remains. My mother's phone, if I, you know, so how AI is generated, if you check into my Instagram, you'll find fitness and you'll find a little bit of, you know, quotes and stuff. When I check my mother's phone, it's always astrology and she'll always get Salwar Kameez, you know, points. So one of the astrological funny incidents, I remember watching a video where someone asked this astrologer as to, I think I've been in a stage of marriage where we're not having enough intimacy. So what do I do? So they gave a totka. They said, take your husbands and your undergarments and tie it, and then maybe just put it in a corner and pray, and you'll have the intimacy back. So apart from all the craziness, we will never outgrow, or our children will never outgrow wearing undergarments all our lives as long as we live, whatever trend comes. So how do you think you're above the trend in that matter? And in case there is a change in terms of, you know, I remember watching on Shark Tank a lot of improvements even in that segment. What do you think is one marketing and one trend for Lux that always remains?
That's a very important point made here, that for a brand or for a category like ours in innerwear, it is very difficult to change. What we cannot change is the style and the material and the way undergarments are perceived and they are used. But apart from that, everything else we can control and change, right? We can control and change the way we communicate about product. We can control and change the way we position our product, the way we package our product. And also at the same time, the example of Shark Tanks brings to my mind about the guy from Bummer. So I have met him personally as well, and these guys are doing pretty well. They have had a couple of rounds of investments for the brand, and they are trying to innovate in terms of, not in terms of how it is perceived, but in terms of the material. The material that these guys are using is much more advanced and futuristic, you know, so they promise a lot more comfort, and they are basically positioned at Zen Z, which is more inclined towards buying more expensive products. So they are very well positioned as far as their particular brand is concerned, and I really appreciate what these guys are doing. As far as a brand like Lux is concerned, we have to be more consistent because we are trying to meet the demands of the masses here. So we produce in tons and we sell in tons, right? So while the experiments can always happen, but when it comes to the masses, we have to be very, very cautious in terms of where we are fiddling with. You know, any minutest of changes, I mean, you guys will be surprised, an inch of difference in the length of a vest can you know, make our channel partners return our products. That's the kind of inelasticity that we are working around with. So we have to be very, very specific as far as our production facilities are concerned, and that is where we have championed ourselves. You know, these are intrinsic strategies that we have built over the period of time. And we would want to stick to that, while change is the only constant, but we can change everything else, but not how the underwears are made and worn.
Thank you, Sumit. After all, customers and consumers are not statistics. We are people. We consume everything. Manisha, I'm coming to the last bit for you with depleting attention span for us, where your stories have to be 10 seconds, your reels have to be 90. How does one create a brand campaign that is so quick to attract attention that my depleting attention span gets your focus? Very tough question, but some points.
Yeah, I think the question is tough, the answer is easy, but the implementation is perhaps the toughest of them all. And I think the answer is creativity, right? So whether it's a serious topic, whether it is a fun topic, whether it is, because all of these can attract our attention. But I think the key thing is, how do you create that immediate connect with your consumers? So it is about knowing your consumers, I think not only through research and formal methods, but intuitively, about and really understanding what is the role that your brand plays in their lives, and being true to that. I think a lot of companies I also see now trying to kind of attach themselves with purposes and causes, and I just feel that, again, unless that is a genuine connection, it just seems like dhania on pizza. I mean, so it has to be something which, goes with what you are doing intuitively and intrinsically as a company.
Are you vegetarian?
Sorry?
Are you vegetarian?
Not entirely,
so
but
we have a very nice kosher mangsho pizza. You must try it in Calcutta.
I'm sure. See, that's great. I think that probably works. But I think the idea is that especially when it comes to purpose, etc., which is one of the the hooks that are being used, that I think it has to be more in depth. It has to be something which is more reflective of your product and your company ideology, at least the brand and product ideology. But yes, I think, again, coming back to your original question, I think it's creativity, right? I mean, why are so many influencers today popular? Yes. Because they have that connect, they have that creativity, they are able to kind of find the pulse of the consumer.
Also on influencers today.
Yeah, and I think the whole idea, again, is that you know your consumers from an intuitive perspective, and not only what you have read in impersonal, let's say, research reports. So, how well do you know your consumers, I think, is a foundation
Thank you, Manisha.
Shilpi, I would want to add to that.
Yes,
while creativity remains one part of it, I think while every agency, everybody working on it wants to be creative, and to their extent, they are always portraying themselves to be very creative. Now, when it comes to any individual, you never know what is going to be creative for you and what is going to be creatively acceptable for me. Yes. I think the key is simplicity. Now, the problem is everybody wants to push in everything in that 90 seconds, But that is something which one should always refrain from. But the management also, again, at the same time, would want to have the most bucks for their money. So they would want to communicate as much as they can in that particular 30-40 seconds. But the key is simplicity, you just keep it simple and you get the attention.
Got that. I have a very literary person with me who would end this conversation with something very interesting. But before I end, I have to say that there was a very short story that I'm going to tell you. I'm a storyteller, ladies and gentlemen. I love telling you stories. So you must have heard it. There was this man sitting in a restaurant in a cafe in Paris, and Picasso was sitting across him, and he said, can you please do a brief sketch of me? He said, okay. And then he scratched his head, and he took around 3 minutes to make the sketch. So he gave it, and the person really liked it. And he said, wow, what a beautiful sketch. So Picasso said, yeah, now you have to pay me $1 million for it. He said, $1 million? You just took 5 minutes to do it. He said, I took 5 minutes to do it because I've made myself experienced enough in the last 30 years to do that job in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel today are those experienced people who have worked through the way to be able to do a job that quickly, that swiftly. So thank you very much. Shujoyda, last closing 56 seconds to you.
I find 52 seconds. Okay, so বাংলা একটা কথা বলি এই গুগল আর চ্যাট জিপিটির যুগে আমার মনে হয় যারা বসে আছে they find they keep bok bok করে যাচ্ছে we know an entire thing under the star. I find my friend Sudeshna আর হাই তুলছে আমি বুঝতে পারলাম যে she is bored enough. At the same time it's very important যে যারা বলেছে they are hands on into it. So আমরা যদি 1% কি 2% আমরা যা শুনলাম ফিরে নিয়ে যেতে পারি then our job is done. শিল্পী শুরু করার আগেই বলেছে সুজয়দা তুমি তো প্রফেসর তাই জন্য তোমাকে দিয়ে শুরু করব তোমাকে দিয়েই শেষ করব আমার মনে হয়েছিল প্রশ্নটা আসতে পারে সো আই জটেড ডাউন সাম পয়েন্টস যে যদি ফেরার সময় 20টা পয়েন্ট বলি যদি দুটোও মনে রাখতে পারে মেবি যে জেনারেল যে পাবলিক আছে তাদের মনে হবে কিছু তো শুনে গেলাম and the points are like that. For a customer-centric approach, you have enhanced customer satisfaction, increased loyalty, positive word of mouth, improved customer retention, higher revenues, competitive advantage, better marketing advantage, increased agility, and others. At the same time, the thing that is very important is the mind. I keep on saying thoughts, actions, habits, character, destiny. You have to read the customer's thoughts so that it's translated to actions, character, habit, and destiny. To have your destiny, the company's destiny, you should have that. And there is no problem in getting the customer satisfaction. It says, and I quote, a Gallup survey agency in US says that 63% of the people are not delivering what they're getting, 24% of the people are actively, and 13% are delivering only what they are getting. So if you just can exceed the customer's expectation, there is no competition. And success is evident. I'll end it with the poem on Don't Quit poem. And the last paragraph, as Shilpi was saying, it says, and I quote, success is failure turned inside out. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of clouds of doubt. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of clouds of doubt. And you never know how close you are. You never know how close you are. You may be near, but it seems so far. So stick to the fight when you're hardest hit. So stick to the fight when you're hardest hit. When things seem worse, when things seem worse that you should not quit. When things seem worse that you should not quit. When things seem worse that you should not quit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to my esteemed panel. Give it up for Yatnesh, please. For Sumit, for Manisha, for Shubro, for Arif, and of course, Professor Biswas. This is Shilpi Jaiswal Sen. Thank you very much for your time today.
You know, तालियों की गूंज जो है और थोड़ा जोर से बजाना चाहिए. I truly believe, and I'll request everybody to kindly wait. We'll have a photo opportunity as well. We have a photo opportunity. Can we get a photo opportunity with all of them together? And आप लोग ताली बजाते रहिए, please. I think some great level of passion and compassion shown in this conversation. So much to learn from. Wonderful insights indeed. What? Thank you so much. Thank you so much as well. Oh, din ban gaya mera. Thank you. Thank you so much. You left something? This? Ji. Pleasure. Wow. You know, ये था panel discussion, but there was so much of fire in the conversation, है कि नहीं? Fireside chat हम लोग इसको बोलेंगे नहीं, but there was always so much of fire. This conversation was actually full of fire, full of passion, and like I said, you know, the topics are only going to get interesting day by day, hour by hour, and of course, when we come forward with the future sessions, it's only going to get exciting and enhancing. So I'll request everybody to kindly settle down. We're all set to get going with the next panel discussion. We have a panel discussion after this. So I'll request everybody to kindly settle down as they get the chairs and everything sorted for all of us. Just give me a heads up जब ये सब ready हो जाए. हाँ, एक और chair. Alright, ये जो topic था, it was about consumer-centric approach, right? Anybody wants to share any insight about something new that they learned from this panel discussion? You know, I've been talking and I will be talking right till the very end of the day, but if anybody wants to speak and actually share what they learned नए तरीके से about consumer approach, they can share. Anybody wants to speak something? So many learned individuals over here. किसी को कुछ बोलना नहीं, सिर्फ सुनना है. Okay, we'll take it that way. No worries. Thank you so much. I'll request people to kindly settle down so that we can move forward with the next panel. I'll request people to kindly take their seats. And I believe we are ready with the next panel. So I'll request everybody to kindly take their seats, please, and settle down. And keep your phones in silent mode. I'll request everybody to kindly settle down and keep your phones in silent mode so that we can move forward with the next panel discussion. And so the topic that we are going to be discussing right now is the great festive opportunity, refreshing the marketing narrative. I'll repeat the topic of panel discussion for you all once again. It's the great festive opportunity, refreshing the marketing narrative. I'll be introducing our respected moderator for the session. Our respected moderator is Promita Shaha, Vice President from Karukrit. Give it up for Promita Shaha, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she takes over the stage. Yes, please, ma'am. और जोर से मुझे तालियों की गुन सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. Please, let's make some more noise. Kolkata, the city of joys. Please spread some joy. Thank you. We have our honorable speakers, and I'll introduce them. We have Arindam Biswas, VP Brand and Strategic Partnership from SVF. Give it up for Mr. Arindam Biswas, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali, and make some hoots and whistles as well, please. We don't mind that. Welcome. We have Parneet Purewal, Senior Manager, Consumer Activation, ITC Foods Division. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Perfect? Arey wah. Thank you so much. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise. Our speakers are coming here to, kind of share their knowledge and insights for all the people over here who have come to join us. We have Shovik Misra, co-founder, director, SOS Ideas. Give it up for Mr. Shovik Misra, please, ladies and gentlemen. मुझे ताली सुनाई नहीं दे रही है, so what I'll want is कि everybody, let's start clapping from here and we'll make a Mexican wave. We go like this. So let's start from here, please. Let's start clapping, please. Let me show you all how to clap. Let the clap continue, please, please, please. Let's continue the Mexican wave. People over there at the back, please clap. I'll request everybody to kindly have the Mexican wave going in. Mexican wave लगता है सबको पहले से सिखाना पड़ेगा. These people are very, I'm pretty sure you must have enjoyed all those cricket matches in the stadium. सबको पता है Mexican wave. वहाँ पे मुझे पीछे थोड़ा सिखाना पड़ेगा, but then it's going to be fun. We have Shubhodip Roy as well, who's the National Head of Sales, GT at Dabur. Give it up for Mr. Shubhodip Roy, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, a lot better. Thank you. All right, so the panel is ready. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing this entire day today, because I think Calcutta needs to have much more of these conversations. Though in Bengal we tend to talk a lot more, and as we are branded, like the Adda community, but strangely we do not have a lot of marketing Adda sessions here in Kolkata, where the entire community comes together. Thanks for all the energy that our anchor, Shubhajit, has brought into the event, because the panel that is today here sitting is actually talking about the high energy levels that exist in every festival that is conducted in East India. We are aware of Durga Puja. Yes, it's revelry time. I think it's that one time of the year where none of us are in our houses. No one's cooking. No one's bothered about waking up early the next day morning because we go back home early morning after starting our day at 12 noon. But so is Rath Yatra. Many of us would be going there to seek blessings from Lord Jagannath. So is Rongali Bihu, where millions of people dressed in the traditional Assamese attire are in these huge Bihu tolis participating in different kinds of dances, the cultural evenings. So it's the community participating everywhere. Given this mindset of the consumers, where we are more ready to participate, more ready to listen, more ready to absorb whatever is given towards us, we have a phenomenal panel here where we have a very rounded picture of how marketeers make use of this situation. From a client's perspective, from a marketeer's perspective, we have Parneet. We have her representing ITC, where so many brands of ITC are visible during all these occasions. We have Shubhadeep from Dabur India, where a huge portfolio of brands are handled by Shubhadeep's team. But then the question is, what to do with Dabur honey versus what to do with Chyawanprash? That's a question which I'll come to him later on. But most importantly, we have a representation from a creative agency where I guess all the discussions start. Right after the market research, the consumer insight, then a team like SOS would come in and weave a campaign together to finally top it up with a huge content platform reach as represented by Hoi Choi SVF by Arindam here. So let me start with maybe an interesting anecdote which maybe Parneet can give us. That Parneet, if you have to literally give a storytelling experience of one of your brands, maybe Ashirwad, and what drove you to that campaign that you would have recently done during Bihu or last year, where most of us would have seen that huge activation in Bagbajar. If you could start with that.
Hi, good afternoon, Kolkata. Just a little bit of a background to me. I represent ITC Foods, which is based out of Bangalore. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai, and my origins are Punjab, North. So, coming with all of this, I thought festival, Diwali se bada kya ho sakta hai? That was the mindset that, typically people in probably that side of the country would have. And when we wanted to participate in Durga Puja, I think around 7 years back, so we've been constantly participating in Durga Puja, be it at Jodhpur Pandal or the Bagh Bazaar Pandal that she was talking about. We thought, Diwali is the most colorful festival that I know, so how do I look at Durga Puja? And then I just Googled, as you rightly pointed out outside, I Googled what is Durga Puja all about. And then on the face of it, I thought it is a lot like Ganesh Chaturthi that is celebrated in the in the western part of the country where I belong. But there is a drastic difference. When I actually came to Calcutta, I literally saw the entire city outside. There was pandal hopping. That is the first thing that I learned about Durga Puja, which I was not aware of. And hence, it was really, really important for us to identify the right agency who understands the core of what Calcutta is, what people here think of Durga Puja, and what Durga Puja really means to them. It is actually an emotion which we realize. So there's a beautiful journey that we have taken along with the brand Ashirwad and Durga Puja, and which has slowly also gone to the other brands that we have, be it Bingo or the Ashirwad Swasti Milk. So earlier when we used to do Durga Puja campaigns for Ashirwad, it was very simple. Acha, there are a couple of engagement activities happening and stuff like that. But slowly, when we realized the core of the festival, we started integrating the ideas much, much better. So it's very simple example. So the brand talks about Eta Marma. The background to that is, the atta, Ashirwad atta has the right amount of fiber that keeps the energy levels high for the mother to not only do the daily chores at home, but also keep time for herself. So we started with this campaign, which is around Dhunuchi dance during Durga Puja, wherein we did a relay of roughly 13.5 to 14 hours. All as a brand we did was just created a platform, and women across Kolkata came and participated. So our investments were very few, but the entire campaign was run by women of Calcutta. So that was the starting point for us to understand, the actual essence of Durga Puja. And the campaign that Pramita was talking about, that was last year, that was executed last year. What we actually did is we created a pandal within the Jodhpur, within the Bagh Bazaar pandal, wherein Durga Ma Pratima was replaced by the women of Calcutta. So they came ahead and saw themselves as the Durga Ma, and it received a lot of appreciation. Obviously, there were these finer nuances that we had captured, be it the Dhunuchi dance or the Alpona that is done right outside the pandal. So all those things have got us a lot of learning. So that is a couple of examples on what we've done for Ashirwad.
Shubhadeep, you have this huge responsibility of managing a huge portfolio of brands. Products which speak very differently to their consumer. I mean, if I am a woman, a mom, I will see honey differently. I will see Dabur Red differently. I will see Chyawanprash definitely differently. Being in Calcutta for the past 6-7 years now, I have seen how festival marketing for Dabur has undergone a change, where earlier there would be a lot of incidences of just visibility, but now, and fortunately Karukrit has been a part of that journey as well, where Dabur is now also talking about innovation through visibility tools. So my question to you is that, do you see festivals, and again, not only Durga Puja, but Bihu as well as Rath, as more occasions of a brand building opportunity rather than only sales? I mean, of course, there are brands where the category is such where it's extremely, the need of the hour is to have very sales focused campaigns. But how I see ITC and Dabur taking it up is more opportunities for brand building. So what is your point of view and how has it evolved?
Yeah, thanks Pramita, and thanks to all the panelists, and thanks everyone for giving the opportunity. So I think Pramita, you are right. So we have a diverse portfolio, right? And we are into multi-categories, from home and personal care to healthcare to food and beverages, and we have market leader brands, we have challenger brands across. Now I think the challenge that we face, being national brands in most of the categories we are present across the country, is that how do we marry both the national messaging, the core messaging of the brand, as well as take the regional insights into account, and how do we adapt to the thing, keeping the core of the brand similar without touching the core of the brand. So I think that is some challenge that we face. However, when it comes to innovations, I think we understood that plain vanilla visibility drives, etc., during occasions, during any of the festivals, be it Ratha Yatra, Rojo, Bali Yatra, Durga Puja, Ganga Sagar, Bihu, Hornbill. So a lot of occasions across East exist, and we do participate across these occasions. Reason is very simple. We want to connect with the regional and the local consumers. We want to build brand love. We want to build trust with the local consumers. And that is why we feel that while there is a national campaign that is going on, we connect with the consumers across the country, but it is very, very critical for us to, also engage, and we need to connect with the local consumer through different routes. And the routes today are not limited to only outdoor or only a digital. I think it's a combination of routes that we apply. So when a national campaign is going on a particular brand, we do marry it with different kind of regional initiatives across festivals that you talked about. Be it presence in the puja pandals, through visibility elements, amplifying it on the digital platforms, doing a influencer campaign, and at the same time doing a print burst, and at the same time doing a sampling across consumers. So it's a combination of these things. Just to give you an example, for example, honey, right? You talked about honey. So honey, we had a campaign running for weight management campaign that was going on, right? Last year, when the Durga Puja campaign, we were also thinking on the regional things. So that time we thought, how do we marry the core of the Durga Puja festival, which was having sweets, lot of fun, good food, etc. So we can't take that away, right? And at the same time, we have to talk about weight management as well, which is the brand core messaging. How do we marry that? So we called, something called a Bhalo Mishti campaign, right? Which is good for health Mishti, right? So we tied up with a local famous sweet shop. I won't name that, right? And we also did a lot of amplification on digital media. While the regional campaign on TV, etc. was on, we had a print burst. We also participated across the top puja pandals with that messaging again through visibility elements. And there was on-ground activation on those sweet shops across Calcutta, in fact across Bengal, on the Bhalo Mishti drive. So I think it's a combination of these things that we work on, and there is an insights team that we have in-house. Then of course we have partners in the city, so we look forward to working with the regional agencies who really give us good insights. And of course we have an in-house team who we brainstorm with in order to understand what are the kind of things that will work in a particular geography. So that is how we decide on how to take the campaign forward. But again, the challenge that we face again and again, I'm telling you, very important, because most of these brands, be it a Chyawanprash, be it a honey, be it a Vatika, be it a Amla, be it a Dabur Red Paste, are national brands. There is a core national message communication that has to go, and therefore that can't be tampered with. How do we adapt that to a regional occasion? That is where we face the challenge, and that is why I think it is very critical. So we do the planning, in a certain manner, to do that. So I think that's how we crack these regional things. And of course, innovation, I think plain vanilla, because there is a lot of clutter across, right? So we have to break that clutter. We have done a lot of innovative outdoors with our regional partners of late, be it on RTP. There was a RTP 3D kind of an anamorphic creation at one of the top puja pandals. Or for example, there was a tunnel of Odonil when one enters the pandal. It was in Mudiali, I believe, or I think somewhere in South Kolkata, wherein when one enters the pandal, so he will have that fragrance of Odonil air freshener. So that's an experience, right? And I think we called it something in Bengali like Shugandhe Bhora, I think thing. So I think those things are very, very nuanced, very, very regionalized that we bring on table as far as the innovations are concerned.
So with great insights and intentions of capitalizing on those insights, you need great creative agencies to put your communication together. So Shobhik, you have been operating here for a very long time, and I'm sure brands look up to you to render their insights into very relevant communication messages. What is your point of view? I think something that you used while we were just discussing outside, that there is something called brand insights, category insights, and then there is something called festival insights. So can you give us, the audience, few examples of what kind of campaigns you have, SOS has created during festival time?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello to all the panelists and you. So I've been in the advertising field for about 25 years, and I have seen how Durga Puja advertising or festive advertising in general has evolved over time. Some of the brands I've noticed have been very good at that, in identifying the right insights and giving the creative a certain form which really appeals to the audience. So brands like Anandobajar Potrika, I would say, they have something called Puja Barshiki. I don't know if you're aware of it. Puja Barshikis are thick annuals that come out just before the pujas. And for the last 30 years or so, they have been doing very distinctive Puja Barshiki campaigns, you know, which kind of usher in Durga Puja for Bengalis, a lot of Bengalis. So, so we've been involved in projects like that. Also, you know, identifying the right kind of stories which really appeal to the TG, the Bengali audience or the Eastern region audience. That is also very important. And what are the things that would really help a brand associate with this whole festive cause? I would recall, you know, brands like Asian Paints who created a property called Sharad Samman. So again, whenever there is Durga Puja, you think of Asian Paints and Sharad Samman. So these are long-term properties these brands have created over, say, 25 years or so. Similarly, we once did for Century Ply a property called Heroes, where we were kind of rewarding people who are behind the scenes, like the carpenters, the electricians, and people like that. So, and that has been continuing for the last 10 years or so. So identifying the right stories, creating the right regional connect, that is I think the key thing. Another thing is a lot of brands, including Dabur, with whom we've been involved for quite some time, ITC as well, probably they're kind of realizing that the national advertising that has been created is not exactly resonating with, say, the southern markets or the eastern markets. So, like starting from Dabur Honey to various other brands, we have tried to, you know, make it region specific, you know, how to really appeal to the current market. So we've, so understanding the regional insights, the regional mindset of the people, I think is the key to creating stories, creating communication that really resonates with the audience and makes the brand relevant, you know, during the festive times. I think that's the most important thing.
Yes, I would love to share two examples of insights, if I may. Sure. So just like Durga Puja is very close to our heart, there's Rath Yatra as well that, you know, we participate over the years. So for Ashirwad Atta, we've been, you know, doing this campaign there for last 5-6 years, and we realized the biggest insight to the festival is there are, you know, roughly 10 to 15 lakh people who come to Rath Yatra. And the biggest reason for them to be there is, you know, they want to touch the Rath, they want to touch the rope, they want to pull the rope. And a lot of times, people are unable to do that, and especially women, because of so much crowd, they're pushed behind. So we built on that insight, and we actually created an Ashirwad Machan, which is a 2-story building. We had these advanced telescopes placed on the first floor. Women could come there and look at the Rath Yatra and the idols from the telescope. We also used technology in form of, you know, VR classes, wherein they could see the Rath Yatra through these VR classes and also get a feel of pulling the rope. So this was one insight that was built for an Atta category. The very different insight for a salt category. Again, for Ashirwad salt, what we realized is Orissa and Puri specifically is extremely hot and humid during Rath Yatra. So what can we do to quench everybody's thirst there? So what we did there was a very simple activity. We made Nimbu Pani using Ashirwad salt and, you know, served it to 1 lakh plus people. So just two very different examples of how we build on the festival insights to, you know, reach out to the objective and deliver the message that we want to.
Yeah, I think as, you know, all of us, I think what we are trying to say is festivals have certain very critical nuances, and brands which can catch on to those nuances versus a very mass kind of communication are the ones which I guess stays with the target audience. With all campaigns, of course, a very typical KPI is reach. And we have Arindam here representing one of the biggest platforms today that brands have, either through Hoichoi or SVF, where again you are managing a lot of talent who can be the spokesperson of these very well-devised campaigns. So Arindam, your few examples where you have helped brands to give a regional how should I say, a spokesperson or a regional celebrity completely integrating the campaign, giving the regional look and feel?
Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this. See, for us, obviously the festive period is the prime period. We release our most prized content at that point of time, be it Durga Puja, Eid, or a Poila Boishakh. One of the recent campaigns I can share is the entire Sprite campaign that happened last year with leveraging the content as a platform. And the Sprite campaign typically talked about one particular face that we have roped in who drove the message. There was a meet and greet session. There was a QR code session. You know, at that festive period, any Sprite bottle you buy, you scan, you get a Hoi Choi subscription free for 1 day. So it's basically combining the entertainment and insights and, you know, engaging consumers to the point is that if you have to consume something, entertainment is a part of it. For us, it's extremely important that we provide the right set of combinations to a brand, whoever is coming to us for a solution. We are primarily a content platform. You know, our core KRA has been to create content, be it in films, television, OTT platform, Hoi Choi. We are doing around about 22 web series in a year. How to leverage it is, we being an SWOT platform right now, there are no ads. So one of the key KPIs is that we'll run and bombard ads. We don't have ads. And but one of the solutions that we provide is that how brands can come and associate with the content that we are doing and leverage it. The same kind of communication, be it an association of a Eken Babu or be it an association for an Ishrajit film. Our core strength is that if you have a problem and if you want reach, we are reaching out to a paying 20 million customers or a paying 280 million Bengali people in the world. If you have that particular insight and the kind of content we create during Pujo is very festive centric. So it's extremely important for us to pick up the right face that drives that particular messaging, pick up the right content and bring forward a brand or give the brand a provision or an opportunity to come and associate so that the messaging across the platform, whatever you want to message across the platform is extremely smooth. I can give you an example of Bingo. Last year we did a campaign with Hoi Choi as a platform where we created a small mini series around Bingo Tere Mere. For Sprite we created a comedy show, bringing up the right faces, the right communications, and obviously as a platform our only judgment is how many people we have reached. So I think that's how we combine our reach and platform and you know, help brands ride on to that.
Shobik, you were mentioning a point where, and I think, again, we have a great combination between Parneet and Shubhodeep, where their work offices, one is based in Calcutta and one who is, you know, outside Bengal. So when clients come to you from different spaces, somebody who might be here for the past 80 years and they come to you with a brief, versus somebody headquartered in Bombay and they come to you with a brief. Are there different approaches taken by you as a creative director while, you know, weaving the narratives or the storytelling?
Are there different approaches? You know, the truth is we try to do what is going to work for the brand and the consumer. So different clients, regional versus you know, national clients might have a different perspective to the festivals, but the solution has to be correct. So we try to work out our solutions from that point of view. So what we feel at times is, you know, people who are not from this region, they often have a very stereotypical look at Durga Puja. You know, you would remember, you know, hoardings with the Trinayan of the Devi just plastered on it and the brand name. You know, it's often as super simplistic as that. I mean, that doesn't appeal to anyone. If you can tell, like I was saying, compelling stories, then only the brand can actually find a place in the consumer's heart. Now, for the festivals, one important thing is to respect the tradition, have celebrate the family moments, the culture, the tradition, that part. But times are changing, all the traditions that we know are going through a change. New, people are breaking the status quo in many areas. So if those aspects can be reflected in your stories, like for example, Arif was here a little while ago from Safed. Last year we did a film for Safed where we were showing women who are breaking stereotypes, like in Durga Puja, like women purohits, women puja organizers, women decorators, So women who are taking that new step. So we try to showcase, or rather tell these kind of stories, and it got a great response from the audience. So that's the mistake that national clients often make, is just take a Durga Puja element and associate the brand with it. That's not enough, There has to be a second layer to it, a third layer to it, to really make impactful communication which works in this season. That's what I feel.
But I think here, if I bring in our experience to the table, because we have been pretty much out of home / on-ground experts for the past 93 years, settled in this region. And yes, we as an agency also, we have been evolving rather than offering just standardized solutions maybe which were offered 30 years ago. So when you talked about, women taking a leap is one of the insights here. One of the campaigns that we had done for Lakme, where we realized that when a Pratima Unmochon happens, right? When a pujo is inaugurated, it's usually done by a celebrity or somebody who is more popularly known in the face of politics, sports, entertainment. It's a huge, huge privilege. Today is my pujo's opening. It's a grand affair. So what we proposed is that, and Lakme is an out-and-out beauty brand. So we weaved around an on-ground event, curated an event where precursor to that, we had a beauty contest. Fine, there are many beauty contests at this point in time. But what was different here, that these young girls who would win the beauty contest, and we had not kept a single winner or 3 winners. They were named as Lakme Apurupa Shashti, Lakme Apurupa Shaptami. Like that, there were 5 winners, Lakme Apurupa Dashami. And these winners had the opportunity to do the Pratima Unmachan in a very prestigious pandal of Mudiali. So it hit the TG because, we were thinking that maybe for a Gen Z, the 18 to 21-year-olds, which is the marketing TG, would it matter to them? Maybe to me it matters a lot. I'm born and brought up here, and I have never unveiled a goddess. And it was a hugely successful campaign, depending on the registrations we received, the footfall that was there. So during this time, on-ground swells up compared to the other times of the year, where we have thousands of articles where the traditional versus digital debate. Thousands of articles. Still, even now, somebody would be authoring that article somewhere. But from a brand's perspective, Shubhodeep, Parneet, when you are doing the media planning, do you also see that during, whether it's Hornbill, whether it's Rojo, whether it's Rath, Bihu, the on-ground part somehow takes a slightly more significant role compared to the other parts of the year, compared to, let's say, a social media or a digital platform?
Yeah, in a way, yes. I think it is more relevant also during those localized festivals like a Hornbill that you talked about, or even a Bihu for that matter. I think it makes more sense that we, ramp up our on-ground presence and campaigns that time. But again, as I mentioned, it cannot be a standalone approach, right? That you have on-ground and you don't amplify it. So it should not be appearing as a silo campaign, right? Wherein I think, as I mentioned, there has to be a brand strategy, which is a national strategy, national priority at a given kind of period. And any campaign that we do on the ground or a regional campaign, that has to be in sync with that. And if it has to be in sync with that, then only on ground or only digital might not bring us the kind of results that we would want. So of course, while these localized festivals, even a Rath Yatra for that matter, or a Rojo or a Bali Yatra in Odisha, these do require a lot of on-ground activations, right? And we, for example, we also, it's not only about the power brands that we talked about, there are a lot of NPDs, which is the new brands that we launched along the year. These also require a lot of trials and sampling, etc. So the on-ground activations do provide a platform for these kind of sampling activations, visibility, etc. But I think today it is, it is very, very critical for us to amplify that through a digital platform as well. And to use a lot of, again, a regional celeb or a local micro-influencer for that matter to, amplify that kind of presence that we are actually investing behind on ground. So that's why we do a combination of these things rather than a, standalone on-ground kind of event only. That's how we think about our campaigns.
Maybe last question, because we don't have much time, but Parneet, how are I was going to come to this, because influencers, keeping up, of course, celebrities will always be celebrities, but today micro-influencers have huge traction on social media. So I am assuming that just like other brands are putting all these channels together to create an impactful platform, what role do these micro-influencers play, especially in categories like an atta or a salt, where at the end of the day it's the mothers, right? And micro-influencers play a very different role when it comes to fashion, when it comes to food, but when it comes to home categories, where a mother might not end up buying atta because an influencer is talking about it. So for categories or under the mother brand Ashirwad, for a festival context, do you use micro-influencers to amplify your campaign?
We certainly do that. Just, a little bit from the previous question as well. So we feel consumers are trying to seek new experiences. And, when you are able to hit the right chord, that experience stays with them, and it stays with them for long. Like, we've had people come back to us in a Durga Puja and Rath Yatra that, last year you did that, why are you not repeating it again this year? So we have those memories. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Now, coming to micro-influencers, what really happens is, at Rath Yatra or Durga Puja, we're not really talking about, you should have Ashirwad atta. We're talking about things like, we understand your culture and we want to celebrate it with you. So that is the kind of conversation we are trying to have. And through these micro-influencers, it helps us, reach out to a larger audience. Physically, on ground, we will only be able to reach maybe 10,000, 15,000, or at max 1 lakh people. But through the help of these folks, we will be able to reach a multiplier of maybe 10x or 20x. So that's why these people make a lot of difference for us.
Anything on micro-influencers or in the...
I feel that micro-influencers is a thing, and it's the next big thing. There's no better way to reach out to your right set of audiences than via micro-influencers. When I say micro-influencers, it can be across food category, it can be across gardening, it can be across sports. The way we see micro-influencers is a little different. If I take a step back and, in newspapers as a category, you will see a main edition getting published in Calcutta. There's a similar edition that gets published in Siliguri, probably in Hooghly. For us, that particular publication which is getting published in Hooghly and Siliguri is a little different. It has cultural insights. For us, micro-influencers is that. A celebrity will have a following, but those followings are from across the world. A micro-influencer, even if it is 10K, it has a following across its community. So if you have to really spread a message out there, micro-influencers are the next big thing. Depends on what kind of a content. That's where, Shovikda comes into places. What content can you say via these micro-influencers? How are you saying it? And also what importantly plays a role in these micro-influencers is that they are local. They speak the local language. They are not speaking English. They're not speaking something that probably 10 other people won't relate to. So hyper-local, local is the next big thing. And if you're talking about hyper-local, you cannot deny micro-influencers when you're trying to communicate. You can let go of celebrity-led campaigns, but you cannot let go of a micro-influencer-led campaign. So in our ecosystem, is that very important.
Thank you, everyone. I think we've just managed to keep time. So summary, I think all of us are speaking about the same thing, that insights, festival insights, consumer-driven insights during these festival times, because East is big. And it is not only East, we have a vibrant Northeast as well. In just a few days, it's going to be Roth. Another few days, Maashchin, and the stories just continue to go on year after year. Thank you, Shubhadeep, Shobik, Parneet, Orindam, for sharing your insights, and look forward to many more discussions today evening. Thank you, AdGully. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give a huge shout out to this wonderful panel out here. Zor se taali bajaiye, and when I say zor se taali, I mean it in the true sense of the term. So everybody, let's have a Mexican wave going in. Yahan se taali shuru karte hain, let's send it over here. So come on, give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let the Mexican wave continue. Right, fantastic. I'll request everybody to kindly be on stage. We'll have a group photo opportunity. Thank you so much. कोलकाता स्टाइल में बोलूं तो एकदम मिष्टी रसगुल्ला था कि नहीं ये सेशन? था कि नहीं मिष्टी रसगुल्ला या मिष्टी दोई? क्या लगा आप लोग को? Anybody wants to say anything? किसी को कुछ बोलना नहीं है, सिर्फ नॉलेज लेना है, शेयर नहीं करना है वहाँ पे. But thank you so much, all of you over here. I'll request the team to kindly clear the stage. We have a very, very interesting virtual session right now from a man who's truly, truly, in the true sense of the term, a stalwart, an expert, a visionary, a legend in the true sense of the term. ये जो है, ये I believe agenda में किसी को दिखेगा नहीं, ये वाला session. It's more of a surprise factor, but I truly believe this is one of those most insightful sessions that's going to be enriching you in a way that you never expected in the past. Thank you so much. एक बार इनके लिए भी जोर से ताली बजा दीजिए, please. They're all working very hard to move the chairs in and out for all of us. Let's give them a huge round of applause as well. Thank you. All right, so are we ready with the technology part of it? So, ladies and gentlemen, interesting fireside chat. Some log ne suna, amra shobai shunechi, amra shobai experience korechi. Now, it's time for a very, very interesting keynote. And trust me, when I say this, legend with a capital L. That is the man, that is the legacy that this man has created. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about Shashi Sinha, who is the CEO, IPG Media Brands India. Huge round of applause, please, for him. We'll be having him virtually, and he'll be talking about marketing renaissance, charting the future in evolving media landscape. Let's give a huge round of applause for Shashi Sinha, sir, as he joins us over here. Shashi, sir, is here. Zor se, he can see all of you. He'll be, I believe, मैं personally upset हो जाऊंगा आप लोग जोर से ताली नहीं बजाओगे. He's a legend of a man. सर मुस्कुरा रहे हैं वहाँ पे, एटलीस्ट एक बार एक उनके ये ब्यूटीफुल स्माइल के लिए ताली बजा दीजिए जोर से. थैंक यू सो मच सर, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू सी यू.
Thank you very much. So firstly, a big apology to Vijaya and everyone who's in the audience. This is my favorite city. I just couldn't be there for some reasons which have held me back. Really, I'll make up because I really love Calcutta. For those who know me, know that I really enjoy coming to Calcutta. So when Vijaya spoke to me, she said, you must speak on marketing renaissance, charting the future and evolving media landscape. And I must say, I heard the tail end of the previous session with the CMOs, and they're delighted to see the confidence the CMOs face. You know, they're all talking with confidence. They know what the future is, and they're going that way. You know, so they obviously have sorted out all the issues they have in terms of you know. So I think it's a great part to be there. But from where I come, I think this is a very tough time for marketers, CMOs particularly. They're really in a tough situation, and there are many reasons, but I'll call out two broad trends. One, of course, the field I come from, which is the field of media. You'll find there's so much proliferation of media. There is so much fragmentation. There are new media coming up. People spoke about social media, and I'll dwell on it a little bit more. And also the other P which the marketers use, which is distribution. there's a dramatic change there, especially for CPG marketers. I spotted quite a few CPG marketers on the panel earlier. So be it, Kirana stores moved into hyperlocal, moving into, there were large format stores, and now e-com and quick commerce. So it's very difficult. So the classical model which we were taught of by marketeers, when you got taught in colleges or we practiced for a long, long time, the model of awareness, consideration, and conversion is gone for a toss. It's not that funnel, the funnel which works in one way. The funnel works across. So if I was there, I would have drawn it out for you that there is awareness happening, conversion happening, consideration happening, all jumbled up. So it's really, really tough time, and we really don't know, and it's very difficult to figure out what works and what doesn't. I want to give an analogy from what has happened. I mean, the whole nation was hooked on to the elections, and there are two large fronts. There was the NDA front and the India Alliance, and you saw that, I'm not going by the results, that's one thing, but there were two, there was a huge amount of paid media. So they used paid media, a lot of positive stories. Obviously, the positive because the whole election commission approved. And there's also a fair degree of social media, including influencers, whether they were micro or well-known influencers, but and there was tremendous amount of social media. And there was, if you see a broad trend, there was positive stories on what each party will promise and what each party will deliver. It was on the front in terms of paid media, but on the social media, there was some positivity, but there's a lot of negativity and a lot of what the other guys are doing wrong or will do wrong. And finally, whatever the results, without doing value judgment, it was a win or loss. But you saw the results, and it's very difficult to measure. And this is something, there can't be an advertising campaign bigger than this. It's covering the whole nation. They, 90 crore voters, all of them, half of them voted. So, it's very difficult to decide if any marketer was looking at this, if the CMOs in both the fronts, if they were to take a call, what worked, what didn't, if they do a post-campaign evaluation of this, it's very difficult to figure out. I think next to impossible there. I think all measurement techniques have gone for a toss because you cannot do, you cannot just see this interplay. And any campaign, I assure you, any campaign which a brand marketer works will be far, far smaller and will be far lesser than what we witnessed in the last 60, 70 days from March to end of May. So the point I'm trying to make is that life is but tough, and you can only go by a conviction. I love the conviction of some of the other panelists there, that you build in a performance loop and you say, listen, I will track, but the hypothesis I put in the table, the time has come for not looking at a perfect solution or looking at perfect data, but to move on, and say, listen, look in small measures and get on there. The next chapter is, everyone talks about digital, how digital is done very well, and digital is going to be, the mainstay. But, and data is a big thing. And everyone talks about data and how data is doing there, especially first-party data. You go anywhere. I was at a Google function yesterday, and everyone talks about first-party data and how it's going. Not going to be too simple. Privacy is going to be an issue. Managing the data is going to be an issue. Collecting the data is going to be an issue. There are many, many roadblocks there. You have to take, in a way, authorization for people to respond to you, and there will be complications. So that's a great area to be in. But I believe genuinely mass media is not going to go away. Mass media is here to stay, especially for CPG. You see, the backbone of mass media in this country has been CPG players. CPG have always, even today CPG, when I say CPG, also food brands, almost 40 to 50% of this of the ADEX in the country comes from CPG. And then for use data, yes, they will use what they want to use, but it's going to be a derived result of data. Whatever their first party get, finally data is collected by the end, whether it's the Amazon or the whoever the delivery is, Instamart, Swiggy, Instamart, whatever. But it's very difficult for it to link back. So my submission is, finally, CPG players who constitute bulk of the spends in India will continue using mass media. They have to learn better to live with uncertainty. As many as marketing studies you do and marketing mix models you do, it'll be difficult to figure out the role of what micro-influencers played, as the previous panel was referring to, or what paid media played, as was talked about the election results. It's very, very difficult. So, you will finally have to be intuitive, and you will need some surrogate measures to see where we are going. Shifting gear, since I also represent the TV rating body, and well, it's a misnomer, it's no longer a TV rating body, though it's seen as a TV rating body. I want to call out a few things which we are doing, which will give you a bit of a snapshot. So one of the things is today I genuinely believe there's huge potential in looking at segments, slicing and dicing the market. Unilever talks about it, winning in many Indias. They've done that successfully over the last 7, 8, 10 years. I think there's a great opportunity, and we ourselves, as partners to CMOs, what could we do better to ensure that they get a better fix on what's happening with the market? So we are starting an initiative. There are many small things we are doing, but if we are successful, hopefully in 2024 by the end of the year, we will do, we will get there somewhere. So for example, today on the TV data, we do free plus pay, we segregate, but it's not really used because it's not segregated, it is not weighted. So hopefully we are ready with the weighting process, which allows the segregation. And once we launch, we're just finding the date because we want to do it at a time where there's minimal disturbance to the market. So whether it's July or whether it's December, so that the market season doesn't get affected, because ratings are in a way currency. So what we're going to do is have a weighted free and pay. That free and pay will give you, because it's appropriate to say that free audiences of a particular kind, pay audiences of another kind have different segments, different products will be used for different segments. So I think that will help you target better. Then we have a situation where once we do this successfully, maybe 3 to 6 months after that, we will get breaking up pay further into cable and DTH. Our initial track of what we do, because we do a baseline, which we not put out on the market, but we've seen the data, that there is a difference in consumption patterns on profile and demographics and everything else between cable homes and DTH homes. So that's the other thing. So I think all this is ready. It's just a matter of implementation, because BARC is a stakeholder body. So you need every stakeholder's alignment and getting them going. So this is the next step we are doing. What I'm most excited about is we are, hopefully by September, October, we will launch a premium channel. So the premium channel is, premium rating, so premium homes. So what we're going to do is maybe 5,000 homes to start with. The definition of premium we are still working on. Maybe, and just maybe, I don't want to be quoted in a public forum, but maybe we may use ISIC there to test. ISIC is a new classification which we are moving in. There's some debate of whether it is the right classification. Can we migrate back to it or not? But advertisers want it, CMOs want it. So we are debating, at least we are debating whether at least the premium panel should be on ISIC, because it allows segmentation, and CSCS is very wide. So how do we ensure that there is a fine segment which is available? I mean, today Goldman Sachs talks about 40 million, 60 million homes which are premium. So can we capture them? And if you see cable connected TV penetration is the same number, 35 to 40 million. So there's an overlap between these homes. Can we capture their media habits and their viewing behavior? And once we are successful in launching a premium panel, it is suffice it to say that we measure both linear and digital consumption. Digital means connected TV consumption. So we're able to measure that. So that's the second big thing which we are doing. I'm most excited by that because it has many aspects bundled into it. Like I said, hopefully ISEC, CTV plus linear TV consumption. Within CTV, there's digital, how live sports behaves. So for example, the question people ask us that, a World Cup on same company is broadcast on Star Sports and also on Hotstar, which gets better viewership. We don't know. So this is a good way of doing it. So I think that's a very big move we are making. And finally, as you know, I keep saying all the time, I never get a recent opportunity to plug that, BARC is measuring for the last, I think, 6-7 years. We have a panel, I think it's a 12,000 sample panel where we measure TV and digital. So within our TV panel, we also have, people with smartphone, an app on the smartphones. We are measuring what they're watching on smartphone. So it's very broad measurement because digital requires a huge base and very interesting trends. So while it's not currency just now, but intuitively, and the point I was making is that, what measurement shows is what chances are most CMOs sitting in the room will intuitively believe it. For example, reach of digital is very high, but time spent is less, because attention spans are low, people want to move on. While on television, if you're doing appointment viewing, you're watching with a family. high. So I hope and pray the stakeholder body, which is BARC, comprises BARC, at some point in time in the future, decides to do cross-currency measurement, and we are doing it. It allows us to put it out into the market and share some of these data, even if not as a currency, but even as some nuggets, as some something to share onto some broad guidelines. And so this is a kind of early, the first time I've spoken about it, but I think this will be a broad guideline. I mean, it's very early, very top line trends which I've seen, but I'm sure that we'll probably go into details there. So these are some of the snippets. So I want to conclude by saying, Vijay, I spent 15, 20 minutes. So the problem is I have so much to speak that I end up speaking a lot more. That my sense is that, that these are evolving times and it'll keep changing. It'll keep becoming, we feel difficult. But I really love the optimism in the young people. And, it was reflected in the CMOs on the panel there. They're probably representative of the enthusiasm in the youth. I think the trick is to look for broad metrics for ratification, whether it's measurement or whether it's performance. But after that, your intuition will work, because chances are the 2-3 examples I gave to you are in a way saying that, beyond a point, intuition works well. You look for broad trends, you guys are smart enough, you understand what's it all about, and then build on that. Don't look for hard metric, don't get into a paralysis analysis mode. In this changing world, in the dynamic world, you need to be nimble. And being, and that's why I gave the election example. We don't know what worked, what didn't work for each of the parties. So with that short speech, Vijay said, so 15 minutes over. So thank you very much. And I really apologize for not being there. Next time, I'll be definitely there. Thank you very much.
Sir, we feel your presence entirely and thank you so much. एक अलग दिन होना चाहिए शशि सिन्हा डे, because we can keep hearing on and on 15-20 minutes enough होता नहीं है for the. एक बार जोर से ताली बजाइए please for sir. He's still taken the time out virtually to be with us over here. I'll request Bijoya ma'am to kindly come up on stage and share some words for the legendary man himself, Shashi sir. Give it up for Bijoya ma'am once again, please.
Legendary, yeah? Like I'm
Sir,
like one of you.
I believe that you're totally legendary, and ma'am truly believes that as well.
Shashi sir, thank you so much. I think we are very, very enriched listening from you. How I wish you were with us in person. But definitely, whatever you've shared, those are nuggets of information. And typically, Kolkata is more of a traditional market. So the information that you shared, I think it will be of use to all of us here, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So
Thank
kind
you.
of you.
My apologies once again. Thanks a lot,
you, sir.
Vijay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's show some energy, please. अभी भी बहुत लंबा दिन है. Let's show some energy. ताली बजा सकते हैं हम लोग, please, और जोर से. Yes, thank you so much. Give it up for Shashi sir as well. And right now, I'm pretty sure there is something which is going to get you all excited, because उसके बाद energy और level बढ़ जाएगा. I'm of course talking of lunch. So please enjoy your lunch. We are breaking for lunch right now. We'll be back shortly with the second half of this wonderful, wonderful day. Till then, enjoy your delicacies, all the mishti doi and sweets. Please अच्छे से खाइए, enjoy कीजिए, because we want that excitement level to go up and up in the next half. Thank you so much. I'll see you all in the second half very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome back to the second half of the Segmento Presents CMOs Charcha 2024 Kolkata chapter, powered by The Telegraph, growth partner Mob Avenue, technology partner Hybrid, radio partner 91.9 Friends FM, gold partners Joy and Tribes, communication partner Teamology, outdoor partner Karukrit, in association with Public Relations Society of India, lanyard partner Exploger, gifting partners Ovenly Baked and Plum. The event is, of course, managed by Storm. And trade media partners, the PR Post, AdGully Middle East, and AdGully Asia. I hope you all are very excited post-lunch. All the energies that were kind of dropping down before lunch, I hope that has recovered. Recover hua ki nahi? Did you all enjoy the Roshogullas and the Mishti Dois and the Gulab Jamuns and everything? किया आप लोगों ने enjoy? सर वहाँ पे हाथ उठा रहे. सर के लिए 3-4 और लेके आओ. और किसी को चाहिए? We can get them in house for you. I personally want them to be packed for me. Enough? अरे सर क्या बात करो? रात तक रुकना है, वापस बुलाएंगे फिर. But looking forward to seeing all you wonderful people out here, all excited. Thank you so much. And it's, I know, difficult post-lunch. थोड़ा बहुत थकान हो जाता है. The shoulders tend to drop down. But trust me when I say this, the fireside chat that we have right now, it will not let you drop down your shoulders because it's actually very, very fascinating, intriguing, intense, and a lot more. So without wasting further time, let me introduce the topic for the fireside chat, all of you. It's crafting compelling brand narratives amid massive shifts in the consumer landscape. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's crafting compelling brand narratives amid massive shifts in the consumer landscape. This session is going to be moderated by Boria Majumdar, who's a journalist, acclaimed author and founder of Rev Sports. Give it up for Mr. Boria Majumdar, please, ladies and gentlemen. Aur zor se tali, please. I think it deserves every bit of it, so aur zor se thoda tali baja dijiye, please. Thank you. And he'll be joined on stage by Professor Dr. Mahul Brahma, Dean and Professor, NSHM Media and Design School, Kolkata, and Visiting Research Fellow, Bath Business School, UK. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen, for this special fireside chat. A very interesting topic. The first one, post-lunch. Let's show some energy in the house, Kolkata. Lalit Great Eastern it is. Let's make it fun. Over to you.
Good afternoon. You know, the most difficult thing about a session after lunch is people are not interested at all. And I know it. I've done 1 million plus one of these things. The worst session that you can possibly give somebody is, you know, come and do it at 2 o'clock because the lunch will continue till 2:30. The organizers will come and say, you know, can we hold it for 15 minutes because the moderator is not there? Can you step in? So we are all aware of that. Now I can see some smiles because what I'm starting to say is, he's still telling you the truth. This is also a brand narrative. I'm trying to create one. Good afternoon. Mahul is a fantastic speaker. So let's try and get some real interesting, compelling questions out. And I want to make this interactive because this was supposed to be a 4-member panel. It has now been reduced to 2. So while we can keep going on monologues, and believe me, as both academics, we can keep going on for 3 hours. The point is not for you to fiddle with your mobile phones. If you start doing that, I know, and he does, that we've lost you. So the moment that happens, I'm going to open this up for questions. And clearly, it will be evident to us if you've heard us or not, because the question will be related to what we're talking about. So for the next half an hour, bear with us. Mahul, brand narrative, consumer behavior. Simple 4 words that will define this whole half an hour, right? Your new book, Bharat, and you've done fantastic work on luxury and luxury brands. Now, luxury as the word, till some years back, was considered the domain of the elite. That, okay, you will have a certain class, you know, section of society, income group, economic viability, etc., and only then can you aspire. Now, the middle class aspires to luxury. For example, a phone. An iPhone, which was considered a luxury brand, even everybody, even a relatively, somebody who earns 40, 50,000 rupees a month will want to buy it. So how has this landscape changed? And is the luxury brand or the luxury segment at all relevant, or things have become much more porous?
You know, Boria starts with a bouncer, so, you know.
So thank you. It's an honor to be sharing stage with such an eminent personality like Boria, a long-time friend of mine. Thank you, Adgully, for this session, and thank you, dear audience, for being here. So, as far as the middle class is concerned, so I've also written about it numerous times. It is the middle class which drives the luxury brands. So there's a category called masstige, which is mass plus prestige, where, you go to a Louis Vuitton store, you'll see small purses, chains, sunglasses, and those are the ones which sell the most, which keep the coffers running than the big ticket items. Historically, that has been the case, and that is still the case now, with the middle class going stronger and stronger with a higher purchasing value. So it is the middle class that is actually running the show for all the big brands, including, Balenciaga or LV or Cartier. It is those scarves, those purses, those keychains, those sunglasses that actually make the money. It's the masses that run luxury.
But has it changed over time? Have you seen any kind of change in consumer behavior, or is it still a continuous pattern?
It still continues very strong. There is no change. There is no change at all.
So this will escalate with the middle class becoming more and more powerful in the country with more spending power?
Absolutely. So there have been certain changes in terms of the demographics of the consumer class. So if you see today, the Gen Z or now the Gen Alpha, who are the post-2010 born, primarily the Gen Z, who are basically pushing not only the middle class consumption, but also the elite consumption, wherein there are certain aspects which have become very important to them. So when it was the millennials or even the baby boomers, the things that used to matter and the things which matter to the Gen Z have changed a lot. First of all, when you buy a luxury good, which is say 3 lakh, 4 lakh, you go there, you are served with a fantastic coffee or a glass of champagne, somebody's engaging with you, telling you stories and of the craftsmanship, of the history of the brand, and then you engage and you buy. It's an experiential thing. But with the Gen Z and definitely with the Gen Alpha, and they are people with money now, okay, and that has changed. So they are very comfortable buying, Louis Vuitton on their mobile, Cartier watches in their mobile, 7-8 lakhs, doesn't matter. So the perspective of the luxury brands also need to change and inculcate technology, AI as an integral part of their storytelling. Because they have to grab the attention of these people, which is of primary importance, and that is the focus. That has to be the focus. Another aspect with the Gen Z is the purpose. Earlier, these luxury brands never used to bother about purposes. The Maharajas used to boast about things made of the tiger skin and all that. But today, the Gen Z is very, very concerned whether you are pro fighting climate change, whether you are have taken purpose as an integral part of your brand story rather than a tokenism for sale, whether diversity is there, whether you are conscious about the climate, whether you are not using leather and using substitutes, whether your sourcing is pure. So brands have suddenly woken up and they're all trying to engage towards this pro-green and pro-sustainable environment and showcasing that to their consumers, which was never the case. This is also crocodile leather. So people of my generation, they like things which are not sustainable to some extent.
What Mahul spoke about, at the start of the question was a bit of continuity. Now let me give our example. My co-founder of our company, RevSport, Shormishta, is also here. So let me give you that example. We run a media company. We run a media company which is a digital-first media company, RevSports. I'm sure a lot of you follow us. A lot of you have watched our content. Now, when we started RevSports in 2021 December, and by the way, I had a fairly decent career in sports media, though people don't still associate me with academia. That is still the primary love. But sports media, I'd done Times of India, I'd done Economic Times, I still write every Sunday. I'd done India Today for a long time. So, you know, it was something that was getting, as far as I'm concerned, from the brand narrative, consumer behavior perspective, getting boring. There was no challenge. I was leading the journalistic scape. Most of the exclusives are mine. Okay, you do this, you do this. Then what more? Because and I also see discrimination. So let me combine this in the next couple of minutes with your permission. So what I was seeing in the sports media landscape is this. A sports journalist goes and does a story. He is covering an event. Take the Olympics. Neeraj Chopra has won gold. The sports journalist is there to document that story. And the 9 p.m. editor will call and say, hello, he has won gold. Get him for my show. You don't need to bother. And that's a common practice. The consumer will want that interview ASAP. That's consumer. The brand wants that interview, but wants it for that prime time show. For the largest, sport is not part of the ecosystem of news. It is still a silo. That's why there will be a sports bulletin at 7:30, a sports bulletin at 8 o'clock, but a news bulletin at 9.
Right.
The problem is, next morning when you read your paper, Neeraj Chopra wins gold is your 8th column banner headline in every paper. So it's mainstream news. Right. So why are you putting it as sports news? Why are you putting the sports journalist in one bracket and saying, oh, you know what? You don't belong to mainstream. Mainstream is something different. And I have seen this discrimination for far too long. And that was a continuous fight. That's why we decided to launch Rev Sports. Point number 2. Now tell me something. A ridiculously boring World Cup is going on at the moment in the United States. Half the matches are not attended, and India-Pakistan is the only match that is a sellout. And by the way, even my daughter can sell an India-Pakistan match. ICC doesn't need to. My daughter is 10 years old. So you are not even able to sell an India-Ireland game. So not all India matches are sold out. Yet, 50 Indian journalists are there. 50. United States and Caribbean. Most expensive. How many of these journalists will be there for the Paralympics, tell me? Today, Chandu Champion is getting released. How many of you have heard of Murlikant Petkar? Put your hands up. How many of you have heard of Murlikant Petkar? 1. 2. Murlikant 3. Murlikant Petkar, 1965 war hero, 9 bullet wounds, 1972 goes on to win a Paralympic gold for India. This is one of the most educated audiences that you will get. 3 out of 150 people have heard of Murlikant Petkar. How many of you have heard of Virat Kohli? 150 hands will go up. How is this brand narrative created? Tell me. Who is at the root of this brand narrative? We the media. We, the media, have created this narrative whereby a T20 World Cup with 20 teams, out of which 10 are rubbish like Uganda, etc., becomes way more important than a 200-country Paralympic Games, which has it at its root sensitivity, equality, and several other key themes. Who is responsible? How does consumer behavior change? Unless we are at the root of this change and push that change. And we are actually fighting, Mahul, against a tremendously impactful social media where we are all tried, and I've gone through a social media trial
That is exactly the question that I would like to ask you. You know, this trial by social media and this wonderful book, which is a bestseller by Bodia called Banned, it feels so proud, you know, to see somebody fighting the fight and winning it. So, you know, if you can just tell us a little bit about this fight and the book.
This is not about the book today, so I'll connect it with our theme. So 2 years back, I was labeled, 2.5 years now, labeled public enemy number 1 based on a series of lies peddled by a national cricketer. Now, 2 things here. Consumer behavior says that a national cricketer playing for the Indian team can't speak lies. Whatever he's saying is gospel. It's a given. An Indian cricketer means he's God, he sits on a pedestal. That he's an absolute joker and speaks a bunch of lies is not going to be heard. However much you try and say that. He is peddling a series of lies. Not one, but many. You can't say it, because if you do, your parentage will be questioned. Mine was, my wife was called a prostitute, my dead father was called a bastard, my mother was called a prostitute, etc., days on end on social media. Consumer behavior. Consumer behavior, because cricket or national cricket is a brand narrative. However much you try and upset that apple cart of that brand narrative by saying that, look, this is the truth, you can't. Because in India, we have put them on this pedestal and have started worshipping them, and nobody, whoever you are, however much you are speaking the truth, can change that. The thing was, should this book happen or not happen? Will there be another set of trolls after my 2-year ban was over? Should we try and do it or not do it? Should we challenge this established paradigm and change consumer behavior or not change consumer behavior? That was the key challenge. And you know what? Change is the only dynamic, change is the only constant in human life. It is dynamic. We did the book, and as Mahul said, today it's an overwhelming success. So what I want to say here is, brand narratives and consumer behavior can be changed provided your content is honest, your content is truthful, and your content has metal. Absolutely. This audience is listening to us today because what we are saying here is making sense to them. If the two of us were talking nonsense, none of you would.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a follow-up. You know, when you teach at universities like Bath, and by the way, you've chosen Bath very good, because one of the best places to go and have a summer holiday, especially with weather like Kolkata. But writing a story like the Indian story of luxury, and we all say that, you know, India is a sleeping giant, we are waking up, the world is looking at India, soft power. How do you see the Indian consumer class being treated globally? Are we now being taken seriously? Our tastes, is it distinctive? Will the world cater to the Indian market and prepare its products based on that? How are you seeing that?
See, as far as the luxury story is concerned, India in 1920 was the biggest consumer of Rolls-Royce globally, 25%. You know, and Louis Vuitton, both. So the kings used to have Louis Vuitton for their golf, their pen, their spices, their everything. So 32, 35 customized cases would be prepared with which they'll travel. So there's a long history with branded luxury as far as the India is concerned. So India has always been a very, very important market since the inception of the Cartiers of the world. And you know the story of the Maharaja of Patiala who did the Cartier necklace. So imagine the 235-carat centerpiece with 2,000 DBS diamonds, everything branded. And of course, the story of the Maharaja that converted the Rolls-Royce into a garbage collector, you know, took 6 of the Rolls-Royces and converted them to a garbage collector, gifted to the municipality, just because he was not treated well in the London boutique. So India has always been a consumer and a very important consumer. But with the rise of the middle class, which has happened in the past maybe 60, 70 years, we have seen that now the luxury brands are taking note of India because of not only the big ticket purchases, which were the other earlier cases, they are now taking note for the mass, the volume, the sheer volume of buy. So they're customizing their products. Say Lado is doing a Ganesha or a Lakshmi in porcelain, which was never thought of earlier. You know, LV is customizing, Bulgari is customizing for India, for Diwali, for Dhanteras. It was unimaginable. But so they are looking at Bharat at a very, very different perspective.
Let me tell you a story here. And I love this part, I mean the customization part. So when I think of a Neeraj Chopra, and one of our greatest athletes of all time, according to me, the greatest Indian athlete ever. Now Neeraj today endorses an Omega. Neeraj endorses, I think, a BMW or one of those luxury car brands. And Neeraj endorses every possible brand like this. Neeraj Chopra, after winning the Tokyo Gold, we were in the Olympic press conference, and a couple of BBC journalists asked him a question. Neeraj just looked at me and said, "Aapko to samajh aa gaya hoga, translate kariye to." And it was that incredible moment where India was speaking out in the world that English is the single biggest instrument of class oppression. I don't need to speak English to be a hero. I am the greatest javelin thrower in the world. You respect that. I don't need to cater to your standards. I'll give you another Neeraj Chopra story. Neeraj Chopra, in a conclave, so he was wearing a Balmain t-shirt, and I was wearing a jacket. And he comes to me and says, "Sir, Dubai Mall. I said, "Yeah." He said, 80% discount. I said, "Neeraj, yaar, you Olympic champion ho tum." He said, "Yeah, but wahin se kharida na apne." So the humility of the man, whatever luxury brand he can endorse, will always be there and will be the defining marker that he's talking about.
Absolutely.
That you have to now come to us and cater to our consumer behavior, our needs,
our
according
customs,
to our terms.
our tradition, absolutely, our culture. And that is the way forward for them, and they're very, very sure of it. There is no doubt in the mind. Earlier, there was a common Asia strategy. And now they have a separate India strategy. There's the Bharat strategy. So that's the beauty of it. That's how the landscape, the narrative, what we are talking about is changing, and that is a fact and something that, they're changing their strategies for.
Let me take you to social media because you asked me that question. How relevant is it? Because at one level, all of us take social media seriously, a lot of people told me, why did you not sort of switch off? Because I run a digital media company, so I can't. According to you, does brand narrative depend that much on social media because it impacts consumer behavior?
See, it does. It does. Because people today, the span of attention is so low that earlier when we were journalists at some point, we used to go to the bottom of the story and not take the story in face value. Ask an industry expert, ask the other person, whether this person, what he is claiming to be, is correct or not. You don't find it today. It's taken. So if journalism has become that lazy, and I feel so bad because I am head of a media school, I'm training journalists. If journalism has become so lazy, audience naturally are completely taken away with a wrong headline, a wrong claim. They don't bother checking it, even Googling it.
Let me on this note tell you, ladies and gentlemen, something very important. If your country has to ever become a multi-sporting country, and all of us crave for that, right? Because after every Olympic Games, we all shout from the rooftop, 130 crore people, 1 medal, 2 medals, 3 medals, 5 medals. This is the biggest mistake you make. You know why? Because again, we feed you this headline, like he said,
right.
Because it's a great social media headline to impact consumer behavior, 130 crore Indians and 2 medals. Out of the 130 crore Indians that you're talking about, 129.5 crore Indians don't even have the basic facilities of sport. So the people who are having the basic facilities of sport is far less than a small European country. So it is not the right headline at all to tell your people that, oh, you know what, we will need to win X number of medals at an Olympic Games. Can never happen. It is our job to put the real story out. Second, and I will tell you one story of a girl from Odisha, what India is all about. And that is what defines why should we not celebrate this girl. My last story, because our time is up and we'll open it up for questions for about 10 minutes or so.
Sure.
I'll take one more with him and open it up. So there's a girl called Hupi Majhi. And she is a girl from Odisha, from a village in Keonjhor. Hupi plays rugby for India and is the captain of the Indian women's rugby team. Till 10 months back, if somebody came and told me Indian women play rugby, and that too at the Asian Games, I would have said, what are you talking about? India did play at the Asian Games. Hupi played rugby from a pretty young age. One time, a photograph of hers in shorts was published in the local newspaper. Her father from the village got hold of that newspaper and was told that your daughter plays rugby, so she'll never get married. Her father caught hold of her, literally thrashed her, and said, how dare you, because of you, your siblings won't get married. So you are actually a disgrace. This is the narrative, huh? This is the consumer narrative in that part of the world. Hoopy said, fair enough. She thought that if I go to study in the Kalinga Institute of Sports Sciences in Bhubaneswar, nobody would know that, I'm here, so my parents would never leave the village, so I can continue practicing rugby. She did. What she did not know is when she got selected to play for India, a profile was published in a leading newspaper, and her father got to know again. And this time round, he locked her up in her house and said, from today, no rugby, and beat her up badly. Just that day, the government of Odisha announced a 10 lakh rupee award for anybody who played for the Indian team from that state. Hoopy went up to her father and said, listen, I will not play rugby from tomorrow. I will give up on all sport, but there is a 10 lakh rupee reward that has been given to me. Kindly take it. And believe me, Mahul, her father was shocked. Her father was literally shocked and said, in 4 generations, our family has not earned half of the 10 lakhs. And you're talking about 10 lakh rupees. Are you serious? And next day, the money hit her account. And once it did, her father literally caught hold of Hoopy and paraded her round the village and said, from today, every girl in this village will play rugby. There are 4 girls from that village who are part of the Indian team today. Consumer behavior, how it changes, how we as brands, as a media brand, can change this. One story gets a clap. Now imagine if 200 different media outlets push this story for all of us to millions of people. Will you follow the Olympic Games? Will you follow the Paralympic Games? Will there be a revolution in this country? Will we look beyond cricket? Will we become a multi-sporting country? Let's open it up for questions.
Absolutely.
Anyone? Both of us? Yeah, I mean, just fire away. This is a freewheeling conversation. Anybody who has a question on luxury, on brand, on sport, on consumer behavior, feel free to ask. We've got 10 minutes. Yes.
There's a question there, please.
Yes, sir.
Can somebody give him the mic,
microphone
please?
Yeah,
microphone there, sir.
আমি বাংলাতেই বলছি।
হ্যাঁ, বলুন।
যেহেতু মঞ্চটা একটা সমন্বয়ের জায়গা, মানে কোঅর্ডিনেট করছেন আর কি আপনারা, মিডিয়া এম শব্দটার মধ্যে দেখুন কতটা ব্যাপকতা রয়েছে। মিডিয়া, এদিকে সিএমও, চিফ মার্কেটিং অফিসার্স, মার্কেটিং আসছে, এখানে মিডিয়া আসছে। তো আমি বিশেষত বড়িয়াবাবুকে বলবো যে আমার নাম দীপেন্দু চৌধুরী, আমিও ছোটোখাটো একজন এখন ফ্রিল্যান্সার আর কি দীর্ঘদিন পরে। তো আপনার কি মনে হচ্ছে যে যেহেতু দুটো পার্ট রয়েছে, প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া আমরা দেখছি মুদ্রণ মাধ্যম একটা চ্যালেঞ্জের মধ্যে এসে পড়েছে, সামাজিক মাধ্যমের যে গতিশীলতা আর কি, পিডিএফ ফরম্যাট, তো প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া কি ডিউ টু মার্কেটিং আগামী দিনে আরও সমস্যার মধ্যে পড়বে? আপনার কি মনে হয়?
10 বছর আগে যখন আপনি এই প্রশ্নটা করেছিলেন, একই প্রশ্ন করেছিলেন যে প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া কি অবলুপ্ত হয়ে যাবে, প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া কি থাকবে, ডিজিটাল কি এসে কনজিউম করে শেষ করে দেবে। আজও আপনি একই প্রশ্ন করছেন, তার মানে কি প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া অবলুপ্ত হয়ে যায়নি। একটা জিনিস মাথায় রাখবেন দীপেন্দুবাবু, একটা জিনিস ইজ কনস্ট্যান্ট, অ্যান্ড দ্যাট ইজ কোয়ালিটি। আপনি আমায় কোয়ালিটি কন্টেন্ট দিন, ইফ আই গিভ ইউ কোয়ালিটি কন্টেন্ট, ইফ হি রাইটস এ বুক দ্যাট ইজ কোয়ালিটি, নোবডি এভার can take your place. Trust me, আজকে যেরকম ক্লাসিক্যাল মিউজিক আছে, বলিউড গান আছে, বাংলা গান আছে, ক্লাসিক্যাল আর্ট সিনেমা আছে, সব রকম আছে। ক্রিকেটে 3 রকম, T20 টেস্ট ম্যাচ ক্রিকেট এবং 50 ওভার রয়েছে। আপনার জায়গা থাকবে, টেস্ট ম্যাচের ক্লায়েন্টেল থাকবে, কনজিউমার থাকবে, দেশ এবং পৃথিবী প্রচুর বড়, আপনার নিষ্ঠা আপনাকে খুঁজে নিতে হবে। তাই আপনি যদি এই নেগেটিভ মননে চলে যান, ও আমি প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ায় তাই জন্য আমি ডিজিটালের সাথে পেরে উঠবো না, তাহলে হবে না। আপনাকে মনে করতে হবে ও ডিজিটাল করছে তাহলে আমি প্রিন্ট, মাহুল অ্যাড করতে পারে, ওটা এখনো আমাদের মধ্যে অনেকে পড়েন। হাত তুলতে বলুন, হাউ মেনি অফ ইউ রিড আ নিউজ পেপার? প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া অবলুপ্ত হবে নাকি? উত্তর পেয়ে গেছেন।
না, আমি আরেকটা প্রশ্ন কিন্তু রাখতে চাইছি, 1 মিনিট। সেটা হচ্ছে
আমি আপনার আগের প্রশ্নটাতে একটু অ্যাড করতে চাই। আমি প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ারই সাংবাদিক, আই ওয়াজ এ সিনিয়র এডিটর উইথ নিউ ইয়র্ক টাইমস, টাইমস অফ ইন্ডিয়া। সো এই যে প্রশ্নটা বড়িয়া খুব ঠিক বললো যে এইটা আগামী 10 বছর বাদেও কেউ করবে। তো এইটা একটা ডিজিটাল আসার পরে এইটা একটা কন্টিনিউয়াস ওয়ার্ড, যে প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া থাকবে কি থাকবে না। কিন্তু একটা জিনিস জেনে রাখবেন, এই যে ছাপা অক্ষরের যে ভ্যালিউ, যে আমি দিয়েই চেঞ্জ করে ফেলতে পারলাম না এবং এটা থেকে যাবে, আমাকে হয়তো কালকে একটা করিজেন্ডাম ইস্যু করতে হতে পারে, কিন্তু যেটা ছেপে গেছে সেটা আমার বই হোক আর খবরের কাগজেই হোক, এটার যে অনেস্টি, এটার যে একুইটি, এটার যে ইন্টিগ্রিটি, এটা ডিজিটাল কোনো দিন রিপ্লেস করতে পারবে না।
আমি কন্টেন্টের জায়গা থেকে আসছি না আর কি, আমি আরেকটা প্রশ্ন বলছি এটাতে রিলেটেড। যেহেতু আমিও প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ার থেকেই এসছি, হ্যাঁ, 84 থেকে, সেই অর্থে তো আপনারা একটু খোঁজ নিয়ে দেখবেন, আপনারা গবেষক মানুষ, হকারদের ক্ষেত্রে যে সমস্যাটা এসছে, আগে যেভাবে হকারদের কাছ থেকে পত্রিকাটা পাওয়া যেত, হকাররা কিন্তু এখন সেইভাবে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না, হকার অ্যাভেলেবল নয়। আমি সংবাদপত্রের লোকজনদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করেও দেখেছি আর কি। যেহেতু আমি 3টে মিডিয়াতেই ছিলাম বা আছি, সেই অর্থে প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া দিয়ে শুরু করে ইলেকট্রনিক মিডিয়া এবং সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া, তো সেক্ষেত্রে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে সত্যি করেই হকাররা সকালের দিকে ওই 2 ঘন্টা কাগজটা দিয়ে তারপরে তারা অন্য কাজে চলে যাচ্ছে এবং অন্য কাজে অনেক বেশি তারা অর্থ পাচ্ছে, আয় করছে। এইটা প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ার মধ্যে, প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ার ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু একটা বড় সমস্যা। আমি মার্কেটিং শব্দটা ওই জন্যই বলে ব্যবহার করেছিলাম, সর্বক্ষেত্রেই মার্কেটিং আর কি। যদিও বিজ্ঞাপনটা প্রথম সারির কাগজগুলোতে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি বেড়েছে তুলনায়, আবার নিউজের কন্টেন্টটাও অনেক অনেক ভালো হচ্ছে আগের তুলনায়, এবং হয়তো আরও ভালো হচ্ছে, কারণ ফলো আপ স্টোরিটাই বেশি করতে হবে আলটিমেটলি প্রিন্ট মিডিয়াকে, সেই অর্থে আর কি।
ওকে, লেটস আনসার দ্যাট। তুমি আগে বলো, আমি বলছি।
দেখুন, সব কিছুই একটা লজিস্টিক্স। আপনি কাগজে কাজ করেছেন, আপনি জানেন যে এডিশনটা একটা সময়ের পরে যদি বেরোয় তাহলে হকার কাগজ তুলতে পারবে না এবং আমার পাঠকের কাছে কাগজ যাবে না। সো আপনি খুব ঠিক বলেছেন যে এই হকারের কাগজ তোলা এবং কাগজ, এটার একটা নিশ্চয়ই একটা খুব ক্রিটিক্যাল রোল আছে। কারণ আমি যে মাস্টারপিসটা বানাচ্ছি সেটা যদি কালকে আমার রিডার না পড়তে পারে, কোনো লাভ নেই। কিন্তু একটা জিনিস আপনাকে বুঝতে হবে, দিন পাল্টাচ্ছে, সময় পাল্টাচ্ছে এবং মানুষ যেভাবে পাল্টাচ্ছে সেইটাকে মেনে নিতে হবে। যেরকম মিডিয়া কনভার্জেন্স, যেটা বড়িয়াও স্বীকার, আপনি বললেন আপনি 3টে জায়গাতেই কাজ করেন। এখন তো সকালে যে প্রিন্ট মিডিয়াতে কাজ করে, সে সকালে একটা টুইটার করে, তারপরে টিভিতে আসে, তারপরে ডিজিটালের জন্য কপি বানায়, তারপরে খবরের কাগজের জন্য লিখে, যেটা পরের দিন ছাপে। এটা তো নিয়ম।
আমি ওকে এটা অ্যাড করি। প্রথম কথা, আমি উত্তর কলকাতায় থাকি, এখনও আমার পাড়ায় এবং মাঝে মাঝে বাজার যাই, এখন সব দিন যেতে পারি না। আমাদের পাড়ায়, আমি বিবেকানন্দ রোড বিধান সরণির মোড়ে থাকি, তার আশেপাশে এখনও অন্তত 10টা খবরের কাগজের হকার সকালবেলায় কাগজ বিতরণ করে, এবং আমার সেটা রিচুয়াল। ওইখান থেকে কাগজ না আমার বাড়িতে আসলে আমার ঠিক ঘুম কাটবে না। সো এটা আমাদের ট্রেডিশন, এবং এটা এখনও কিছু মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে এটা আছে। মানিকতলা বাজারে গিয়ে ফ্রেশ মাছ কিনবো, বাড়ির বউ যতই বকুক না কেন কয়েকদিন কচুরি খাবো, খবরের কাগজটা পড়বো, তবে এটা ইটস পার্ট অফ আওয়ার ডিএনএ, রাইট? অ্যান্ড ইট উইল নট চেঞ্জ। নাম্বার 2, আপনি যখন ক্রিকেট রিপোর্টিং করেন, যখন টেলিভিশন ছিল না, যখন রিয়েল টাইম ছিল না, আপনি কি করতেন? খেলাটা বর্ণনা করতেন, ডিসক্রাইব করতেন একভাবে, বলটা এইভাবে হলো। আজকে আপনি আর সেটা করেন না। আমি যদি আপনাকে বলি বলটা ডান দিকে এতটা ইনসুইং করলো, কি বলছে? কালকে 10টা ক্রিকেট এক্সপার্ট টেলিভিশনে ওটাকে ডিকনস্ট্রাক্ট করে শেষ করে দিয়েছে, নতুন কি বলছে। সো আপনাকে ইভলভ করতে হয়েছে, আমাকে ইভলভ করতে হয়েছে, হকারকে ইভলভ করতে হবে, ওই ইকোনমি অফ দ্য প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া মার্কেটিংটাকেও ইভলভ করতে হবে, তবেই থাকতে পারবেন। এবং এটা শুধু প্রিন্ট মিডিয়ার ক্ষেত্রে না, এটা সব ক্ষেত্রে প্রযোজ্য। আমরা যখন ডিজিটাল কোম্পানি চালাই, আমায় তো ভাবতে হয় যে আমায় তো বেচতে হবে এটা। মার্কেটে তো 200টা কোম্পানি আছে, আজকে আমার কাছে 15টা ব্র্যান্ড আছে কেন? কিভাবে আমরা ভায়াবল করে তুলতে পেরেছি? ব্র্যান্ডস লাইক টাটা স্টিল, ব্র্যান্ডস লাইক কোকাকোলা, তারা একটা নতুন কোম্পানিতে অ্যাডভার্টাইজ করছে কেন? কন্টেন্টের কোয়ালিটির জন্য, পাঠকের কাছে পৌঁছতে পারছেন বলে। সেইটা আপনার চ্যালেঞ্জ। কোয়ালিটি যদি আপনি দিতে পারেন, মার্কেটের সাথে ঠিক করে ইভলভ করতে পারেন,
ব্র্যান্ড ন্যারেটিভ চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে একদম। ভুল ব্র্যান্ড ন্যারেটিভ দিয়ে শুরু হলেও সেটা চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে। আর আপনারা
We have been told we can take two final questions, so let's take one here, three. Amit, Shormishtha, and here, 3 questions. 3.
হ্যাঁ, অমিত।
Yes, Amit. There, yeah.
Thank you, Boryada. Thanks, Mohilda. A quick question. How do you think brands can leverage sports personalities to push their outreach or market to the millennials? Anyway, millennials are the most captive audience for brands in the Indian market. So what more can they do to entice the millennials?
It's a question coming from someone who does it beautifully himself.
Yeah.
Amit, as wearing his hat as British Deputy High Commission head of this vertical, has done this wonderfully well for years, so he doesn't need me to answer this. Having said that, the British Deputy High Commissioner himself, Andrew, has become a brand now, because he goes and watches an IWL game, an Indian Women's League game, and has become an advocate for women's football. And he goes and watches an East Bengal club, goes and watches every possible football match. So this is an age-old thing. You know why? Because a sports star brings with it a certain degree of credibility. Because what is sport? Let's decode this. What is sport? It's about fair play, it's about ethics, it's about morality, it's about integrity and certain values. So when you associate that, Tendulkar, why is Tendulkar good for a mutual fund thing? Because always we felt Tendulkar is a safe investment. With Tendulkar batting, I feel safe. Yes. So as a brand, as a bank, or as a mutual fund, I will go and want to invest in a Dhoni or a Tendulkar. That's how brands create these narratives. A Ranveer Singh has this maverick personality. Give him a Pepsi, you know, the new Pepsi ad, this whole maverick persona. That's what brands use. And a sports star or a film star, because he or she is always in the public glare, in the public limelight, will create debate, will help narrative, will allow you to fashion a story around that person, will always lend itself to great storytelling by people like us.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, and then we'll close with Shormishtha.
I'm Professor Shobhasachi from Globsin. I have this whole question which, something which all of you are talking about identity. There's something called a brand identity, there's something called an individual identity, and we have all seen that one ambassador goes for multiple brands, and that's where this whole debate comes in, that, you know, does it just, do justice to the brand, to the consumers, all of these things. So, sir, I would like to know your viewpoints on the same.
Fantastic question. The moment, see, you are also aware that if Shah Rukh Khan does an ad for Santro, he doesn't drive that car. You know, Amitabh Bachchan, most probably, because of the hair, he doesn't use a Navratna Tel. And by you, I mean everybody. We all know, you know, the people, the stars who are doing an advertisement for Gutka may not be consuming it themselves. But the point is that why do you think still stars are paid in crores to be brand ambassadors? And this is across all walks of life. Because they sell. Because that aspiration of somebody who is watching the ad or watching the billboard that Akshay Kumar uses a certain brand of TMT bar feels connected. You may not. But there is an allegiance, there is an aspiration, and that still works. And as long aspiration works, that this guy who's an icon, but he is showcasing the brand that I can afford. And that's what clicks. And it clicks across all walks of life.
I'm going to add kore di chot kore. So, you know, it's a very good question. And I actually asked this of Shourabh the other day at Goa Fest. So I said, you know, from my house to Girish Park, there are 271 hoardings, 171 have your face. How is this possible? And why should I identify? You're wearing a t-shirt is you, a watch is you, whatever is you, everything is you. And he said, what about the rest of the 100? Those also should be me. That's a different matter. But the problem is we don't have stars. The moment Bengal has more sellable stars, you will have more. The moment India has, Bengal doesn't have a player or a performer or anyone who can even compete with Ganguly. It's Mamata Banerjee at number 1 maybe as brand, and then Saurabh, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10 is Saurabh and Mamata.
Absolutely.
Who's number 11? Nobody cares. That is the poverty of Bengal is there, that we don't have a star. If we did, you mean to think all these brands would go to Saurabh and today he would have 45 brands despite having been retired 15 years earlier? No. So it's our problem. The moment we create new stars, brand will go towards these new stars.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I completely agree.
Yes.
Mike.
Hey, can you answer?
Okay, so I had a question for Mahul. You mentioned the aspirations of the middle class and how that's changed the brand narrative and how now companies, big companies are catering to that. But, I find it a little surprising that people don't actually talk about working class aspirations. The working class has become immensely aspirational. And I'll just give you a small story. I was locked in my apartment screaming from the balcony. And so who should come and rescue me? The cleaner of the complex. So the boy very bravely jumped in through the window, broke a window, and came and rescued me. And in the process, his phone, which was in his pocket, the screen got crushed. And I should know how aspirational that is, the working classes, because I had to replace the phone, and it was an iPhone, which I had to replace the screen off. Okay. So he will take nothing less than an iPhone. You want to gift your domestic Didi for Pujo, you have to give a proper Android phone. So the working class is very aspirational. We recently had a tie-up with a mobile phone brand, which I'm not naming, and the phones which were given to us as part of the promotion, they are in the range of 7,000-8,000. So I'm estimating that brands do target the working class a lot, and while we don't talk about them as much, they are very much part of that growth and aspiration trajectory. Any comments?
Yeah. See, it is because of the digital penetration. So if you see, it has become a basic need of anybody to have a smartphone where you can watch Instagram Reels or at one point of time TikTok. So that video watching and continuously consuming content has become a necessity. It is no longer a luxury. So phone, when they see that I need a better phone because, my streaming needs to be good. So, just like housing, just like food, an expensive phone, recently, I'm not talking about iPhone to the certain extent, but a necessary decent 15,000-20,000 phone is a bare minimum necessity for everybody, and especially the working class. So that is where the consumption, again, the middle class is the new middle class. If you call the working class the new middle class, they are basically driving the sales. They are basically driving the volume. My chauffeur, there was some pictures he had taken of a game, and I asked him to send it. So he asked me, sir, airdrop kore debo? So I said, fantastic. I also don't know how to do it, but so that's the beauty of it. And they use it not as something that amar kache dami phone ache. This is casual. I have this phone. I'm supposed to have this phone.
It's about a democratization of the whole thing.
Absolutely. Democratization is the right word.
So that's what has happened, and I actually love it. Because the more that happens, the more consumers for people like us who want to do different stuff and different kind of content, and 10 minutes over compared to what 30 minutes we were given. He's given us a red flag, but people have still put their hands up. So clearly, the luncheon break was not a problem. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you very much, dear audience. Thank you so much.
Give a huge round of applause to these wonderful stalwarts. I'll request you both to kindly wait over here on stage. We'll have a group, we'll have a photo of the two of them together. And तालियों की गूंज बजती रहनी चाहिए, please. I think very fascinating discussion indeed. From Manik Tola's fish to Saurav Ganguly, iPhone and whatnot, we discussed almost everything that is valuable and saleable in Kolkata, right? So thank you so much to these wonderful stallwards. Ek bar aur zor se tali please. Eder dujoner jonne amra arek bar jate ekটু bhalo kore tali bajate pari. Thank you so much. Sir, we are actually we can connect offline. The thing is we're running a little delayed, so I have to rush. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words and enlightening session. And he's taking a selfie with the audience, so it's time to kind of raise your hands. Sab log haath uthaye yahan pe, that's how you do it. This selfie is going to go viral on social media. And social media se yaad aaya, social media ka hi zamana hai. There's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Instagram. Thank you. There's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Instagram, and every other social media platform. So, of course, if you're posting the photos and videos of this wonderful event, please do use the hashtag CMO Charcha Kolkata, and you will get all the wonderful pictures out there. All the lovely people that you have met over here today, you're going to be connecting with all of them in the most brilliant way. So, the hashtag is CMO Charcha Kolkata. Thank you so much. On that note, we quickly have a special keynote session right now. And ladies and gentlemen, please give the highest amount of regards, highest amount of appreciation for Mr. Gandharv Sachdeva, who's the country head of India Hybrid. He's going to be talking about AI in digital advertising, building capabilities for a cookie-less era. Come on, I believe you can do a lot better. Come on, give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you for that encouragement. And the stage is all yours.
Sure. Thank you. Can we start? Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Adgali team, Bijoya ma'am, Sudhir sir, to arranging this second chapter of the CMO Charcha that we are here today once again in front of all of you and talking. We've heard about, in the morning, we were talking about a lot of topics like customer centricity and everything, and marketing as well. So let's change it a little bit. Let's talk about AI in digital advertising. We've heard about print media, television, digital, how it's doing, and AI is something that we talk about is going on. And just before I start, a small introduction about me. I'm Gandharv Sachdeva, the country head for Hybrid. I'm not here to sell anything to any one of you, but yes, let's have a discussion and to let you know that what Hybrid is doing as an organization in India for the last 3 years now. Before I start about what Hybrid is, just setting up the stage on the overview of the digital advertising landscape. So we know that the Indian digital advertising is growing, and it's growing far off at 51,000 crores by the end of 2024 that we see. And the largest digital media contributors, I was reading a Dentsu report, and wherein the other reports as well. So we collated all the data and we saw that FMCG and e-commerce are the contributing partners over there. So FMCG is growing at 38% at this point of time. Digital media again surpassed the television media, largest share of 44%. And coming to the other part is the programmatic buying of digital, which is 42%. So when digital started, I would say around 12 years back, there was a lot of clients who were actually going on and talking about just branding, putting their ads by doing a normal CPM buy, going to a direct publisher, putting on their ads. Slowly, the change came, and we saw that, yes, it's programmatic. Internet today can do a lot of retargeting is something wherein we can target the user, what the user is doing at every point of time. So programmatic is something which helps you not to remain at one side of the business, but yes, across the internet plethora where you are today. Cookies. So everyone over here, when we read on the internet and everything, we say that cookies are going, cookies, there's something to be happening with the cookies. So yes, they are becoming obsolete because of the privacy concerns and the browser changes. So I just read it somewhere or heard it that Google Chrome, as of now, has approximately 2% of the users only. But yes, that 2% users are also very important where the privacy concerns and browser changes are happening. Impact, The targeting challenges, so without cookies, the advertisers face difficulties in tracking user behavior, and yes, decreased advertising effectiveness. So they may struggle to measure and track the effectiveness of their campaigns, is something that's been said when cookies go off. Again, there's a rise of non-cookie solution where, yes, we as hybrid come into place. So our non-cookie targeting methods, we do contextual targeting and we do device ID targeting, is something that we're going to talk in the further slides as well. What are the benefits of moving away from cookies? So yes, it's one of the privacy, which is the most important thing. It comes into place. No one is able to track what you're doing and where you are. And yes, improved user experience as well. Hybrid. Okay. So we've spoken about programmatic advertising. We've spoken about AI a little bit and everything. So just to give you a brief about what hybrid is. So hybrid as an organization started in India 3 years back. When we started, we were a very layman team, about, say, 5 people. And today we have around 30 people across pan-India, working with all top brands, top agencies. We've got 3 products with us. One is our platform, which is a DSP, again, a demand-side platform, where, yes, we can do any kind of targeting, whatever a client wants, whatever audience the client wants to reach at the right time, we can do that. Hybe. That's my in-house platform for mobile app promotions. So if you have an app and you want to have app downloads or go to the lower funnel as well, is something that we can do with Hybe. And then Vox contextual marketing suite is something that we're going to talk more in demand over here, because we just spoke about cookies, we spoke about our cookie-less solutions, is something that we're going to talk about. We are across the world in 12 countries: Poland, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Germany, Cyprus, US, Thailand, and Singapore as well. Just to brief, in India, we are present in the North India, the West India, South, and also in East. We have an office in East as well. Why hybrid? Yes, we have our own development stack, ecosystem. We are an AI-driven contextual marketing suite is something. We have our own creative studios. You do not need to go to anyone to get your creatives done. We just need open files. We will make the creatives and run the campaigns for you. We can give innovative solutions. So when we talk about innovative solutions, today in the market, if I go and meet up a client, yes, there are normal 728 by 90, there are roadblocks the client wants, but yes, at the end, the client says we need innovations. So this is where hybrid as a company, my product, Vox Contextual Suite as a product, comes into place, wherein we can give you a lot of innovations. Yes, our solution, Vox. So I've been talking about the contextual suite and everything. I'll go in more depth about it. So what we do as a contextual suite is we do not use your ad units like a 728 by 90 or a 300 by 250. So we have our codes implemented on all the big publishers which are there, and we run them on the editorial articles, basically. So we use the editorial image of the editorial article and run the ad, and we do it contextually. So it's contextual, along with the image article is something, the innovation that you get to see. So people open 10 to 20 tabs in today. 8 seconds is the user that spends on a web page, and 1/5 of the users remember a brand. But yes, when you're with us, is something, the innovation that we're doing. Our suite is based on tech labs. So basically, we do computer vision, Semantica, Smart Score Kit. So when we talk about computer vision and Semantica is something, what our tool is. So we've heard a lot about keyword targeting, contextual targeting. We do one layer above of contextual, which is Semantica. So what we do, say, for example, I would say, let's take up an example of salsa, or say Apple. Apple comes up as a brand to me and says that they want to do a campaign. So what my tool will do is, we will take keywords from the client, we embed it in the system, and then when my AI tool will run the campaign, it will scan the complete article and the image, and then throw the ad on the editorial image of the article, basically. So just to give you a brief, Apple is a fruit, and Apple is a mobile phone. So if a mobile phone company coming to me, and I'm using just a keyword Apple, it can go anywhere on the internet scam. But yes, with us in the Vox Contextual Suite, it will be on the relevant article at the relevant time for the relevant user to use it. Just a small video. Can we have the video? So by the time the video plays, let me just give you some more examples. So we recently did a campaign wherein we did it for in the East market, if I talk about, we work closely with Shalimar Chemicals as one of our brands. And they come up with a lot of their products and everything that they come up. They give the keywords and we choose the East India publishers. We can choose those publishers that you want to be and throw your ad on those relevant articles which are required. Say for example, they've got oil or anything. So we would do it on the food relevant articles is something that we do it, which gives you a much more relevancy and it gives you an engagement. The reason behind is that when it's an editorial article, it's been read and it's been engaged by the user as well. So we look at the engagement wherein when you're reading the article and you play around with the image, there and then when I play your ad is something the engagement comes into place. And our CTRs, the click-through ratios, goes more above, much more above 2% on these particular ad units. Guys.
Are currently
okay. I guess we have the
advertisers
video on.
are facing really challenging times. Users are currently overloaded with the amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads. Are you looking for effective ways to win users' attention? Let Vox help. Our platform is based on contextual targeting across various inventory, using AI-based stack of technologies, computer vision, Semantica 360, and SmartScore. AI helps to analyze mobile apps and recognize 15K plus types of objects in graphics, text, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach including in-image, rich media, custom mobile formats along with standard banners, video, and native ads. Predictive analytics approach behind format allocation maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention. Vox, powered by AI, guided by humans.
So yes, it says Vox powered by AI, guided by humans. So yes, it is. And as we just saw in the video, is something that 15,000 objects is something that we can actually go ahead and look into the image and then do the targeting. So say, for example, as I mentioned about food, I mentioned about oil. So our tool will actually scan the image and see that those relevancy is there. Only then the ad will be shown on that particular ad unit. Why Vox is the tech features comparison. So yes, we can do keyword targeting. We have our own DSP. There's an AI-based content, and yes, our complete contextual suite, which you get, wherein you can do rich media, you can do any kind of advertising with our creative platforms, basically. We do image targeting is something, video analysis. There's a URL and metadata analysis that we do. In-app real-time scoring. So basically, we can do these advertising in-app advertising as well. So we can look at a lot of gaming apps, news apps, and we can throw these ads within the app also. All content recognition and categorization. So basically, we do a content recognition and then we throw the ads. AI-driven, yes, as I spoke about computer vision, Semantica, and the Smart Score kit that we do. 15,000 type of objects is something that we can work on emotions and different situations as well. So when our tool will analyze, it can actually scan the emotion within the image and then throw the ad as well. Semantica, I just spoke about. So as we just spoke about contextual targeting, and I gave you an example about an iPhone. So Semantica, what Semantica would do, so just to be once more clearer for all of you, that we do contextual targeting wherein the keyword targeting happens. So Semantica comes one layer above contextual, wherein we scan the complete article and the image and we throw the ad for you. So that's more relevant, wherein the relevancy comes into place, and yes, into the brand safe environment as well. We have our own brand safety tools, so we ensure that the ads are 99.7% brand safe in the brand safe environment is something. On categories is something, positive text categories. So we can actually choose categories. If you want to just say that you want to advertise not on a particular audience, on a particular demographic, you want particular categories, which is food and drink, is something that we can look into as well. Smart Score Kit, again, the in-app advertising that we spoke about. These are the top SSPs and the top premium publishers that we work with: AppNexus, Unity, Smarto, and premium publishers: TOI, Financial Express, Bold Sky, Car Dekho, Navbharat Times, Har Zindagi, Midday, and many more of the publishers that we are already aligned with in India. Brand safety is one of the most important things that we look at. We ensure that any campaign, any deliveries that happen, they are into the brand safe environment. And we have our team at the back end, wherein even if a client gives us some keywords, that negative keywords that they don't want to run the ad on, we ensure that those particular things are out of the internet ecosystem, and we run it over there. Some case studies. So Everready, we did a campaign with Everready Ultima, wherein we had a CTR of 2%. I spoke about Shalimar Chemicals, 1.76% of CTRs. Bonvita, Badshah, Masala, Cadbury 5-star is something that we're doing campaigns. These are some in-image innovative formats. As you see, the left one, the first one is a stripe with a video. So within the in-image article, you see something which is there on Bold Sky, which is inline. It's a stripe. And then, yes, it's a flip. It's a very engaging, I would say, ad unit, wherein we flip the editorial image for 3 seconds, and we show your ad over there. So these are some regular campaigns that we've been doing with a lot of our clients. My mobile innovative ad units, so it's like a sticker that comes onto place, wherein the full page goes into there. So all these ad units, when we talk about, are at a very engaging and a high CTR ad units is something that we talk about. Banners, normal, video, we can do native advertising as well. And yes, just to brief a little bit, that we not only do all these things, but with our own DSP stack that we have, we can actually do a hyper-local campaigns as well. So when we talk about hyper-local, is something that if anyone would like to target something within a radius of 500 meters to 5 kilometers, the users, we can actually go to that particular level to 500 meters and run a campaign and showcase that where we are and what kind of campaign you want to run. Any launch or say any store launch is coming up. So we do a lot of campaigns with stores. Recently we did a campaign for BMW wherein they had a store launch in New Delhi, and they want to target people within the range of 500 meters to 2 kilometers to get them to the store, along with a demographic and an income target as well. So we did that, and we got that footfall attribution as well to tell them that what was the footfall that came into their stores as well. Our key clients in the east is Shalimar, Senko Gold is something, NSHM, Khimji Jewelers is the one that just recently started advertising with us. West, we've got Reliance, Galderma, Mondelez, DSP, Himalaya in the south, ITC. North, we've got Havells, Versuni, which is the Philips, Everready, Honda, Badshah, Rado. So this is all about hybrid that we do. And yes, we are here in Kolkata for the last 2 years now, and looking to grow our base and looking to work with a lot of clients and agencies sitting over here. Any questions at any point of time, I'm always there. I have my sales manager, Subhashish Mehtra, who's there, based in East India, and we can come over and have a discussion over a cup of coffee or tea as well with you all. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Voice, I believe, mic ke alawa bhi. Oh, ye bhi mic hai, haan. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you so much. I'll request
thank you.
my photographer, if he's here in the room. Do we have a photographer in the room? We'll take a solo photo of yours in the middle.
Why don't you come along?
I will also come as well, sir, with you. Thank you. You've added so much of value to this wonderful, wonderful event. We'll take a solo photo and then मैं भी आ रहा हूँ, please, अगर आप बोल रहे हो तो. And you know, trust me, I truly believe this. Whenever you are in panel discussions, it's not just you who's talking, there are other people as well in the conversation. सबसे मुश्किल काम ये होता है. Keynote में, when you have to speak constantly, ensure you're not missing out on any points. So well done on that, sir. एक और बार जोर से ताली बजाइए, please. Yes. I know I'm kind of like prompting people to clap and clap and clap, but that's how it is. एक इधर भी ले लीजिए,
एक इधर भी ले लीजिए.
क्या बात है. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for coming over here and adding value, and we loved it. All right, quickly we'll get set for our next panel discussion. थोड़ा सा time इन लोग को दूंगा यहाँ पे, and then we're all set to get going. I believe our panel is ready, but the chairs aren't. तो वो लोग जहाँ पे बैठेंगे, अभी मुझे थोड़ा बातचीत करना है सबके साथ. A lot of people have been there since morning. First of all, thank you so much for showing that amount of resilience and patience. Very critical. I understand totally, especially on a weekday. And you've been very cordial. You've been very, like, you know, encouraging with your smiles and everything. You've been there since morning? Huh? What has been the highlight of the event so far?
I think the best one has been you. The kind of energy that you have shown, I don't think we combined would have it. That's for sure.
You know, if there was cloud 9, I'll make cloud 99 because of the way he made me feel. Give it up for him, please. यार दूसरों का तारीफ करना भी मुश्किल काम होता है, and especially if the appreciation is about me, I'm very happy. Thank you so much. You know, I believe we're all set. Panel discussions में किस-किस को अगर कोई problem हो रहा है in terms of language and understanding, is anybody having any difficulty in terms of understanding language वगैरह में किसी को कुछ issue है वगैरह? People over there at the back, I can see you all. आप लोग वहाँ पे छुप नहीं सकते, मुझे सब कोई दिख रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Over there, yes, yes, hi. So अभी panel discussion होगा. Panel discussion एक और interesting चीज़ है, and I'm really sorry. I know there are a lot of questions that are to be asked. Perhaps we are able to fit 1-2 questions, not more than that. But then we are running really late, and time भी delay चल रहा है, तो सब लोग का questions हम लोग नहीं accommodate कर पाएंगे. But of course, you can connect offline with all the wonderful speakers. Quickly moving on, the panel discussion right now. The topic for the moment is the definitive Charcha, the human touch in the digital world. I'll repeat the topic for you all. It's the definitive Charcha, the human touch in the digital world. This session is going to be moderated by the one and only Aditi Mishra, who is the CEO, Lodestar UM. Give it up for Aditi Mishra, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes over here on stage. Zor se taali bajaiye, please. Give it up. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. She'll be joined on stage by Anirban Majumdar, who's the partner, Data and Analytics, PwC. Good afternoon. Give it up for Mr. Anirban as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when I say give it up, we can actually give it up. Like that, yes. Thank you. Thank you. We have the pleasure of having Jalaluddin Mondal, who's the business head, Zee Bangla Cinema, and cluster marketing head, East, Zee Entertainment Prizes. I read Zee Bangla Cinema. Wow. Sir, Zee Bangla Cinema, some role pakka mere liye? Kolkata ka hi ladka hu main. We also have Navarun Sen, who's the president of Centric. Please give it up for sir, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Navarun Sen, President Centric. You know, all stalwarts and experienced people in their fields. I'm the least learned out of all of them. So it's an actual pleasure to share the stage, even if it be for like a minute or two. But then quickly passing it over to you all. Please share your expertise. We are all willing to look forward to it.
Hello, yeah, great. So thank you all for attending this exciting session, and thank you to the entire team to give us an opportunity to talk about this interesting topic, which is the power or the reason why we should have some human touch in the digital world. So just to kick start, I mean, all of you would be aware that we are somewhere between the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution today, where the whole anticipation is that there is going to be a world where digital will perhaps take over, like we were discussing a short while ago, and be able to do a lot of things that human beings do today. And therefore, as marketeers, or as people who think about brands, who think about services, it is important for us to look at this from a lens of where and how much of human intervention is really required. And I hope you are all okay with what I'm speaking. In case you want me to switch to a different language, bit of Hindi, bit of Bangla, do let us know. Because the whole idea of all of us being on the stage is to share our learnings and our experiences, and hopefully you all can look at how that can help you in your worlds and your spaces. So with that, I think I'll move to the first question, and I'm going to ask all the panelists one by one. In terms of getting digital, what exactly is digital in your sphere of work, and how much of human interaction do you have today? What are the elements of being human and being digital which are coming together in your work world today? So if I can start off with you, Nabarun.
Thanks, Aditi, and thanks, Adgali, for putting this together. So actually, if you really look at it, it's like pervades every aspect of our work life today, the digitalization and digitization both. Correct. In terms of data and data points, we are trying to get our digitization going, and digitalization is when we are trying to automate as much of our processes as possible. So today, even like I come from a very old economy, company and a product category like plywood, and you would be amazed at the amount of digitization that we are having to adopt to stay relevant. Right through from our processes, our sales processes, our obviously audit, accounting, and more importantly, this being a CMO forum in terms of our marketing initiatives and activities, the amount of digitization is really enormous, and it is pervading across all our touch points. It's not just about consumer communication. It's not just about how to run our website or our digital campaigns, but even in terms of processes. For example, my dealer network, old economy dealers. But today I have a model where I'm coming up with predictive churn model. Which dealer will fall off my radar. Now I'm using digitalization to take me there. And coming back, and in fact I was for a moment wondering why me for a session like this, that too in the digital space, which is all very young people. I have too many gray hairs to actually contribute. But then there's one point that I'd like to highlight before we really start all of this off is, when I sit through some of the brand and marketing presentations, I get thrown a lot of data, and it's like the bounce rate is so, my click-through rate is X, and all the jargons that is there. And I ask these young Turks, these marketing guys, can you explain to me in simple English or Bangla or Hindi, what does it mean? What's the inference? What's your insight? And given your insight, what are you going to do about it? Yeah. If you can tell me in simple language, then I know what you are talking about makes sense. So just
that's a very nice and I think fun way of putting the power of where the human interpretation of data really comes in. So I'm going to pick up one of the points that you said and move to Jalal. So Jalal, very interestingly, he spoke about the fact that it's a brick and mortar kind of a business. Yeah, and there, where is digital and digitization coming in? So just moving to your space, content as a space, and all of us as human beings, we want to be entertained, we want to see more. That's a space which is really heated up with data and availability of easy content. But how do you see this whole connect? How do you see, let's say, content on television, same content on OTT, and where is that interaction happening? And as a content marketer, how do you look at these two elements coming together? How do we get people into the fold and continue to get them to be with us? What's your take on that?
Okay. Thanks, Aditi. But before that, I just wanted to reflect what Nobarun said.
Sure.
Yeah. In fact, that's the challenge. That's one of a challenge that we all are going through. We just carried away with such certain terminology. The way all the tech monster want us to perceive, more so often than not, this is what is happening. And at the end of the day, if you ask that fundamental questions, that what is the insight? What is that deeper understanding of your consumer mind? Then actually we are struggling. And I mean, in my mind, we're still not able to really address that, how digital marketing, quote unquote, is addressing those fundamental aspects of brand. Because at the end of the day, to me, brand is dealing with the mind of consumer, right? Which is the psychological or the emotional dispositions which is there. And those are fundamental, as Novarun said. I think those are the challenges that we'll have to deal with for more times. It's not going to be easy to answer. Coming back to the point which you said, see, this piece is still evolving, okay? Whether the content is going to be platform agnostic or there are certain content which is going to be more relevant in certain platform, that space is evolving. There are content which is platform agnostic. In fact, we kept on saying in our internal discussion that if the content is good, it's going to be relevant across all the platform. And there are plenty of such cases. But the issue is that those deeper understanding of consumer mind, those are still not really understood it well. More often, we're just going on the surface and we're just making what we are seeing. We're just still not able to see through that 1/4, 3/4 which is there under the water. But in my mind, if content is good, I mean, internally we said that, what consumer connects is the intent. More than your content, it's intent what matters. And somehow or the other way, consumer understand that intent, whether that intent is honest or not. And if he or she is able to connect with that intent, you're going to win. That's what we try to make this entire thing very simple. Yeah.
So absolutely right, Jalal. Like you said, of course, all of us are here to win, to grow, and to sort of get to the next stage. And perhaps digital is one of the ways or one of the levers that we want to use for that. The other interesting thing that you brought alive, I think, and perhaps a lot of us struggle it, not only the gray, but the young people also, in terms of really decoding what so much of data means. What is it leading us to? Where do I read? What is right to read? And that really brings me to you, because Animan, you need to tell us, from your lens, when you talk across sectors, you look at different kind of techniques, where is this data leading all of us to? Are people really struggling with this humongous data being analyzed? And secondly, how do we bring this layer of human ingenuity, human creativity in terms of interpretation of that data? Because unless we can channelize that data into what does it really mean, and to address his point, what do we do? Where am I supposed to take this information? What is it that you are seeing?
Sure. Thank you so much for asking me the question. And it is quite pertinent to my profession also. I'm Anirban Majumdar from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and last 17, 18 years, I've been delving towards the data and analytics as a practice, serving many different clients' need. That's where I actually could sense this particular need. And if I answer this question philosophically, Einstein has created multiple different theorems. And one of the theorem is a special science on the relativity. And that particular theorem talks about how to go for the future, how the time travel can happen. So data is the only fuel or the structure through which we can do the time travel, not physically, but understand what is the persona, what is the perception, what is the formula for future. And that's exactly what I heard from Namarendra's voice. While doing the overall understanding of the overall process and business, how exactly he could read the customer persona and their behavior towards his or overall product for the company, and they act to understand how exactly they can attract them better. That's where the channel prediction comes into play. So data, very honestly, we have been capturing the data for quite a long time. But translating that data into right information is the key. That's why the insight part comes in. And trust me, when we are actually working with multiple clients, everybody is going for the automation, for the speed, for the market presence part. They want to compete with each other. And initially, probably multiple different campaigns. We are talking about marketing campaigns. Multiple campaigns have also been designed, targeting with a certain perception that probably we are going to make this particular return over the investment. But now the boards are very much kind of, skeptic about those kind of thought process. They're looking for, if you're really doing an investment for a marketing campaign, what is the ROI against demography, against the target audience? How to define that? So you need to be much more objective rather than subjective. And that's where data can actually play the role. And this particular data can give you the factual results, what is happening in your trends, what is happening in your past. The pointer which just now Jalal mentioned about the content part, I just want to add one pointer from my side. Yes, the authenticity, the reality, the appeal, the transparency, that is very, very important. These are the key factors to define the brand, connect the individual or the consumer towards your brand and have a long-term relationship. But how to achieve that? Right now, just before this session, we have been seeing that there's a campaign and targeted campaign we talked about. Right now, the campaign is also very contextualized. So if somebody would like to send in a particular campaign, they need to understand the TG, what is the target group of audience they're going to address, what is the purpose, what time they would like to address, whether the audience is nearby, if it's a brick and mortar shop, whether the audience is nearby, if we can catch on to that particular individual and propagate that particular campaign, probably the opt-in rate, which is the campaign opt-in, means they are accepting the campaign and the purpose has been served. That particular part is coming. Every decision points is right now driven to the data part. Content generation engine, right now multiple different AI algorithms are there, automation tools are there, platforms are there to generate the content. But do we ever imagine that what kind of content we'll produce? Multiple neural network engines are right now placed just to identify, understanding the different variability, what content would be good for which state, which genre, which language. Right now people are crafting their storyline not like a test script. They're doing this particular neural network engine to understand what would be my outcome, what will be my acceptance, what is the tagline, what is the over the viewership. Based on that, they understand what are the investment they're going to make. So that is where we are actually heading towards, if I have to answer your question, Aditi.
No, so absolutely, you're right that people are using data and hopefully being able to predict faster and in a better way, in a more speedier way than what would have taken, let's say, teams of people to do it as was done in the past. So that is what is helping marketers become more efficient. It is helping marketers probably become more accurate as well, because you are able to analyze data much faster and correct results are coming in. I think the only question that then comes to all of us is, because it's past data being analyzed always, any kind of a data, whether it's small data, large data, it's always past data. And nothing can really get a machine or any kind of a technology to give you new data, completely different pattern, yeah? So in that kind of a scenario, how much do we want to depend on a machine versus a human being? That, I think, becomes our question. And just to address, I think, what all of us have been thinking about, how does Gen AI really therefore come in the picture? How much do I trust Gen AI? And what should I be looking at doing with Gen AI? So Nabaran, a quick one-liner on what's your view of Gen AI versus people, and where do you think the cusp really lies?
See, Gen AI is not only about predictive, forecasting. It's also about learning new ways to forecast and learning new data. That's Gen AI. It's generative. It doesn't really depend on past data. Well, that's all futuristic, but they have to be rooted and grounded at some level. And for that, you do need the human interpretation and, understanding. You can get lost in data, but you have to sift through it and come up with those few credible, trustworthy communication or proposition that solves the current problem of your customer. See, every customer has some need gap. And if you are able to solve it, then your brand becomes relevant. And to be able to identify, the data will throw up all the options, but then you have to take a decision yourself as to which option would work best for your category. And that is where the human intervention comes in.
Thank you. And Jalal, go ahead.
In fact, just to make it a little oversimplified, if I may allow, whatever you call it, Gen AI or digital marketing or AI or whatever you call it, at the end of the day, it's this technology, right? We got to really understand what would be the role of technology in building brand. That's the fundamental question that any businessman or any marketer need to really understand. It's not going to be easy to answer. You just ask yourself that whatever technology is there across you, what would be the role of that technology to make or build your brand? Technology is an enabler or it's going to be the driver. In my mind, it's an enabler. Right? At the end of the day, to build a brand, you got to really deal with the human mind. And there are hundreds of ways that you can be empowered, okay, to make choices, to make decisions. Technology is one part of that, right? But when you are dealing with human mind, you got to deal with a human way only, right?
No, absolutely.
Those are fundamentals.
All emotions.
Yeah.
How we relate to a brand is all about the emotion we feel for the brand. It's so much beyond the product.
I will tell you, the most talked about marketing concept in last 1 decade is called brand experience. And there is a person called Brackus. He forwarded this concept in 2009, right? And then it got fire like hell. In the era of technology, a concept like brand experience, and then thereafter a concept like brand love, forwarded by one great Indian scholar called Rajiv Batra. These are the concepts which caught fire like hell. You go and Google brand love or the brand experience, you'll see the kind of a impact it has created, right? Digital marketing, we got to understand. Never heard of called TV marketing, never heard of called radio marketing, never heard of called, print marketing, but digital marketing. All of a sudden, we are still struggling. What is the role of digital marketing? Is it a technology? Is it an enabler, or it's a driver of building a brand? Those are the fundamental questions that we need to stick to.
So probably I just add on with the same question and taking his theme. I will just try to coin an example. One of the biggest brand in the beverage sector is Coca-Cola. And when they are actually facing a major market competition against other beverage companies in roughly early 2014 or 13, that kind of time frame. And they have gone for a share a Coke kind of a campaign.
That's right.
And that is what? That is connecting to the individual. So personalization and connecting to the user group or the community of the consumers. And while doing that particular part, they have shared the Coke can and you can customize it. The individual can customize it. It's a huge fame because user-generated content, what right now we do in digital world, that time it is more of a physical interaction. In the local kiosk, lots of queue, they can totally grab the eye, all the newspapers are covering them. So immediately the sale goes up. The sale goes up with the 2 percentage point from overall revenue level, and they are continuously going down. So this is a huge ruckus in the overall system, and everybody wanted to follow that. It was in 2014, I'm talking about. Now, there's a real magic campaign again happening in 2023. The playing bed is different. Playing bed is Gen AI, which we are talking about. What they are using, they are actually asking all the consumer to paint with multiple different Coke symbols or the different artifacts and try to put their own imagination on top of it and post it in the social media. That is also creating a huge ruckus in the entire industry, and again the Coke sale is going up. So the thought process which Jalal is trying to talk about, maybe the human brain thought about the process, the challenge, more authentic, connecting to the user group or the consumer group, make them use their own product and try to create the relevant product for them. That is the agenda, but right now it's been driven by the technology enablement. So that's why the Jalal probably was making the point. It is probably technology-led or human-led, but other one is supporting. So if you put technology as a lead actor, then human is supporting it. So enabling by human, or in the version of Jalal, maybe human-led and technology supported. That's what is happening.
Let me just give one quote. You know, it just, I was hearing him, and one of my favorite philosopher and poet, American poet called Maya Angelou, in case of you have heard of. She said that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never ever forget how you made them feel. That's brand.
So I agree, nice. Just to sort of build on the same author, and interesting you got that example. It's a brand I worked for many years, and that campaign was a campaign which I was really involved in. So good you brought it up, and I think if I was to really sum up, because I see we are sort of running out of time in Maya's words, you know, so the way I think what we are all agreeing is that technology will remain an enabler of what a brand needs to do. And as new technology comes, as new things come in, they will just add to what we want to do. But the decision on what is to be done and why that needs to be done is the decision that a brand or a marketer will make. And to close on Maya's words, you do the best you can do today. And then when you know more, you will do better. So just to rephrase her words. So I think that's where we would like to end today. And I hope you enjoyed the session. But the net takeout is that despite wherever technology goes, despite whatever kind of data, analytics, digital we have, there is always going to be a level of human supremacy to guide that and to decide what is really relevant from all the things that could come up from that technology or that data. Thank you everyone. I think great panelists and lovely discussion. And thanks to all of you. Do you have any questions now, or what's your
We have space
agenda?
for one question. I know I would have loved to take all the questions, but we have space for one question. Sir over there at the back raised his hand sabse pehle, so I'll come to you.
Hi, good afternoon to all the panelists. I think that was a very engaging session. My question specifically is to Navarun. Navarun, as you very rightly and succinctly pointed out, the gray-haired generation, I belong to that generation also, where digital first is an animal most of us had to grapple with. Yours being such a traditional brick-and-mortar company, you did touch upon the subject briefly. How is it that you market to the new age consumers when it comes to digital first as campaigns? Do you people ever think of launching any product range first on digital instead of the traditional showroom-based or national media-based approaches of marketing?
Well, obviously digital is a very large, portfolio in our media. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, you would be the right person to tell us. But digital spends have actually crossed the TV revenues.
So that's an industry, but we haven't really crossed. But please go ahead.
Right. So anyway, obviously a lot of our delivery, particularly, the biggest difference between yesteryears and today is two things. One is digital allows us to address an individual rather than a group. Secondly is the consumer's buying behavior has been changing. And today, consumers don't just want to buy an item because they want to feel good or it's a need that they have. Obviously, they have the need, and that is the reason they buy. But the buying behavior is a partnership where the expectation is that the brand collaborates and works with them as a partner and takes them through the entire brand experience that we're talking about. So therefore, for even traditional companies like ours, suppose for example, let me give you a very specific plywood. You're buying plywood to make your furniture, but the biggest challenge for a customer, and all of you are here, you hardly know anything about plywood because it's not something that you deal with everyday life. So the biggest challenge and the pain point when you are actually purchasing a plywood is to understand what is plywood, and you seek help from others, influencers and friends, as to how to buy your product. So therefore today the digital support and the marketing effort is not about telling how much better my product is, which is obviously one part of it, but also helping the customer, go through that path of the purchase and intervene at each point and assist the, partner with the customer to actually end up making the purchase. And that is where digital helps us. Nothing else would have helped us in the past.
So I'll just add to what Navarun said. So I think two areas where digital specifically comes into play, because the customer journey has changed for all categories, is the first is discoverability. So how do I discover a brand more quickly? How do I quickly get to know that this is there? Because consumers, when they want something, automatically tend to go on search and try to find out. So earlier search used to be the 5 people I know around me. Now it has expanded to include digital. You still talk to 5 people around me. It's not that that has gone away. It's just that there is an added layer which has come in. So it's important for the brand to be discovered in those spaces. And the second place is where I want to know more about a brand. So I know some facts, like you said, plywood is not something you really know details about. I want to understand grain. I want to understand, okay, which one is better, what thickness is right. Those kind of nuances is much easier to go and find online than visit a shop near me, or to find a designer and ask him 20 questions. So that's what has really changed, and we try to leverage that to make sure that the brand gains from those people who are what we call in market.
Right. No, and just to add to, for example, it's not that you provide all the information in one go. You have to move with the customer on his or her journey, and the inputs or the information or the hand-holding is done at appropriate points of time. And this is where digital media helps us to do it.
So probably the reach part and the convenience part, that is coming to the digital, but the main brain, how exactly you make the journey, that comes from the human brain only.
Give it up, moment hai, ye taali baja dijiye please. Ye tha definitive charcha, lekin this was truly the defining charcha post-lunch. Give it up for all of them, please, our wonderful speakers. I'll request them to kindly pose here on stage for a special group photo opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I truly believe in this fact, जब photographer होते हैं सामने, we all smile, but अगर लोग ताली बजाते जो वो smile जो है और ज़्यादा wide हो जाता है, right? So I believe you all can kind of, clap and appreciate a lot more, and you can see the direct effect of it on their faces. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Enlightening indeed. Thank you. Acha, he's not satisfied. He's the man that matters, of course. Later, if we don't get the photographs as per how we want, we only blame the photographer, right? But then we have to take a stand for the photographer. Even he wants to get the right photo, right? So he has all the right to make us wait. Thank you so much. I earlier asked you all to clap for all our wonderful hotel staff over here who were carrying the chairs. Can we please clap for our photographers as well over here? सबके लिए वो लोग फोटो खींच रहे हैं, मैं उनके साथ एक फोटो खींचूंगा इवेंट के बाद में. Thank you. आराम से, there is no rush. ट्रेन अपना नहीं छूट रहा. So we have a keynote session right now. So we have a very interesting keynote session right now. Everybody's, very well accustomed with the world of social media. Sabko pata hai social media kya hai. This is, in fact, the age of social media, where social media is on a rise like never before. And of course, there are different platforms coming in, and one such wonderful platform is Explorer, as we all heard before. Explorer it is. Sir, zor se Explorer bol dijiye ek baar. Shout out. Explorer, yeah, kya baat hai. Wonderful. So, ये जो conversation है अभी, it's gonna be about revolutionizing social media engagement, the Explorer experience. Of course, everybody is like very, very excited always कि यार हमारा social media engagement हम कैसे आगे बढ़ाए. Be it an individual or a brand, we all want our social media engagement to rise high and high, right? So this is exactly the session that you need to attend and pay attention to understand the most of it. Please give it up for Mr. Jwala Kumar, VP Monetization and Strategic Partnerships, Explorer. Unke liye zor se taali, please, everybody over here. Give it up for him, please. Jwala. I want Jwala Mukhi jaisa aag. Angar it is. Come on, give it up. Clap. Mujhe taaliyon ki gun sunai nahi de rahi. Let me just show you how you do it. It's like this. Over there, people at the back. We are not starting this session until and unless you all are clapping. Over there, people at the back, we're generally not starting until and unless you all are clapping. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks, Adgali. I'm really loving the kind of energy that everyone is having in this hall. Before I start this session, I have a few questions which I want to ask from the audience sitting out here. Like, on a daily basis, how many hours you spend on social media, any social media, whether it is Facebook, Instagram, or any other platform? 24. On an average, it is 3 to 4 hours every day, okay? And out of which, what do you get? Likes, comments, at max, share. So what if I tell you that there is a platform, there is an app which gives its users, help them monetizing, giving rewards to all its users being socially active. Yes. Starting with this, it's one of the co-founded by Sonu Sood and Mr. Jitin Bhatia. The name of the app is Explorer. The word derives from urge to explore. So it is world's first travel social media app. When I say travel, it's a broad term. It includes your hikers, bikers, solo travelers, family travelers, spiritual travelers, frequent flyers, and all that. It's the first global travel social media app. It's the first global app gratifying its users for being socially active. These are two gentlemen. They are the founding people for the brand called Explorer. Jitin Bhatia is at very honorary position representing India and South Africa. He lives in South Africa. Sonu Sood, naive to say, is the renowned personality and very down-to-earth person. These are some photo shoot that we had during the launch of the app. It's just 2 years old brand, but we have 10 million plus highly active user base across the globe. Not only in India, but across 75 countries. And it's all organic. Let me repeat it, it's all organic. We have not done any sort of paid promotions to acquire such huge interactive and engaged audience on our platform. So there are some glimpses, there are some PR articles. Now the question is that there are so many plethora of social platforms there in the market. Why Explorer? Naturally, you may ask this, that why Explorer? Now I tell you why Explorer and why one brand should be there. So there are hundreds of brands who are already there on our platform and exploring and creating awareness among the users that we have on our platform. So you can see 10 million plus highly engaging users that we have on our platform. 80% users are hardcore travelers. Now, when the word travel is there, you know, there is substantial cost attached to travel. Whether you go from your home to office or anywhere, your basic necessity is completed, then only probably you go and travel. Roti, kapda, makan hone ke baad hi aadmi travel karta hai, isn't it? Am I right? So there is a substantial cost attached to it. Hence, on this platform, whosoever are there are the potential users, and they have those spending capacity to be there on the platform, and hence brands can leverage them, creating awareness. It's not that you are with any sort of interest scrolling down. People who have that intent of travel are present on this app. Now, 62%, 88% users are from Tier 1 and Tier 2. 62% users are Gen Z and millennials. The spending capacity, now why I am telling you this, there is a research, even a question for you all, that what is the percentage a user is active on any social media app? What is the engagement percentage I'm asking about? It is max to max 4 and 5%. That is the max. On our platform, it is 26%, which is 4x more than the other platforms. Why? Because the intent of the user being on this platform are very high. Hence, we are asking brands to be in our platform, create a business profile, and promote. High traction on the app, 106 plus brands across India, UAE, and South Africa are already leveraging this platform and using it. Top brands are already using it. Now, what are the USPs? This is a very important part of the app. What are the USP? As I said, anyone in this hall can tell me in last 1 year how many places have you been? Random. Any idea? How many posts have you done? How many miles have you traveled from India to abroad, or even within India? Do you remember that? No. On our platform, your travel diary gets created. So let's say over a year's time, you will get to know that how many miles have you traveled, how many cities have you traveled, how many countries, continent you traveled, how many posts, and what kind of posts have you done. It's just on a click. It's purely on AI. This app is driven by AI, based on AI. It picks your lat long and gives you the entire history. So as I said, that it is for community, for like-minded people. So it works like Gmail. I mean, suddenly one day you wake up and say, the bloody is a Gmail bun. You can't do it because bloody, your entire data is there. Similarly, on this app, if you use it for a year and 2 years down the line, you have entire history. You can just, on a click, you can get to know that what kind of content you have posted, how many cities, countries, and content you've been, right? Second is the USP is gamification. So we have certain levels. So there are 6 levels. So let's suppose you are at a 1 level. You'll be able to get some certain reward. So as I said initially, that this is one app gratifying its users for being socially active. What I mean for gamification is that there are certain levels. You can see in the screen too. There are certain levels. Each level decides how frequent traveled you are. Okay, so you are frequently travelers. You will, basis your travel history and frequency, you will be getting those levels, and basis those levels, you will be rewarded. So there are hundreds of brands already active on our platform and giving some certain discounts and rewards. So let's say on level 1, you may get 10% discount on MMT, 20% discount on BMS, Book My Show, 15% discount on boat, or there are so many brands. On 3rd level, you can get higher rewards or some more rewards. Maybe at 1st level, you'll get 10 rewards. 2nd level, you'll get 20 rewards with some maximum percentage of rewards. So these are the USP of our platform. Other than this, we are Google incubated. We are backed by Google. And first time, it's equity-free funding by Google. We have been also awarded by top 10 innovative apps by Google. We are the part of Google Apps Scalar Academy. It's for, as I said, like-minded people. It's a community-based platform. It's valuable and fulfillment content because the users themselves are creating content and putting it there. It's not that somebody is doing from the back end. It's community-focused features. Now, this is also very important. There are two kinds of app. One is horizontally designed. Second one is vertically designed. When I say horizontal, diversified audience with mixed content are kind of these apps, your Instagram and Facebook. Whether in vertically designed apps like your LinkedIn and Reddit for certain communities. So we are also into niche marketing. We are meant, I mean, this app is made for hardcore travelers. Now, just a glimpse of what kind of audience that we have. We are present in 75 plus countries. We have 10 million plus users. 88% users are from tier 1 and tier 2. These are the split. We have 88% users are from Gen Z and millennials and beyond. The gender split is 72 and 28%. Now, these are the top. This gets changes. I mean, this is not fixed. This gets changes because of some season, months, and all that. The travel frequency goes up and down, and basis that this number can be changed. 6 million daily ad impression we can serve. Now, 26%, as I said, that 26% actual users are creating content on our platform, which is 4x higher than the other social media platforms. Every second, one new post is getting created on our app. 24 plus minutes, one single user is spending at least 24 minutes, which is 5 times in a day he's opening the app or she's opening the app and using it. 14 kudos and likes every second we are getting on the app. This number has gone up. This is also explaining that on the app, immersive travelers are there. They have huge spending capacity. They also act as an influencer. Okay, they have disposable income to spend. Hence, the quality of audience on the app are high. We have recently surpassed Snapchat in terms of stickiness. When I say stickiness, the app engagement, the user engagement through app. Most of the apps and most of the brands lack here. On our app, it's absolutely brilliant and fantastic, and that's the reason that we are rapidly growing. In just 2 years' time, organically, we have reached 10 plus million users. Now, the question is that how brands or agencies or other partners can leverage Explorer. We can be a better fit for creating awareness, top of the funnel, mid funnel, and bottom funnel, all three. Creating awareness, consideration, interaction, conversion, and loyalty. There are 3 ways that we can help any brand. So we are asking the brands, though there are, I'll give an example, there are hundreds of brands that have already created their business page. It's free, no charge at all, and it is for B2B, B2C both. Okay, so it's free. You can create your business account. We'll also verify. So there are a lot many, like on X, you get blue tick, verified tick. We also do that. Then there are ad promotion. We have 14 kinds of ad inventory, which can help a brand to promote their names. We also have AI travel bot. So we are also approaching a lot of tourism boards. So we have recently, we are about to onboard South Africa tourism, Switzerland tourism, and so many Indian states tourism on our app, where AI travel bot will help answering all the questions that you have. So if you're asking anything, it will give you the prompt answer, the relevant answer. So basis the brand's guideline will help the user to answer all the queries that they have. Also, we have reward partnership. We have hundreds of brands. They are giving rewards also. So if you want to avail that, can be done. Now, I've heard a lot of speakers talking about influencer marketing. We also have nano and micro influencers. The number is around 4,000. And these influencers are verified influencers, very much on the app, and can also help brand to leverage them, creating awareness and penetrating the market as per their own interest. Now, these are some of the example brands that have already created the page. Now you can see the number of followers that they are having being on our Explorer. There are long list, but only few. Now, these are the ad inventories that we have. This is kind of a roadblock, and followed by display ads, video ads, and banner ads. AI travel bot, whatever question that one is having related to any brand, any product or services, the answer can be there promptly. Now, we also have reward partnership with the brands. These are some of the examples that you can see. One can leverage it. We also act like influencer, okay? As I said that we have 4,000 plus influencers and they can be. So we do a lot of events. We do a lot of meetups. And we can also invite brands to be a part of that and can leverage those events and meetups. These are some key people who have already invested. So few names, FL India, you must be knowing it's one of the prominent company in India. FL India has already invested. It's a recent news. Jaipuria Group, you must be knowing, one of the part of PepsiCo. They have also invested. So these are some of the names, followed by some angel investors. These are the brands that have already exploring our app called Explorer and creating different stories all together on a daily basis. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions, please?
Any questions over here? We can take one question. Otherwise, you're free to connect offline as well. Yeah. I know offline mein you can... Anybody raising hands? Miss kar raha hu main kisi ko? No. I believe...
Thank you.
They have more than one question, so they want to connect offline with you, perhaps. But
Sure.
give it up for him, please. Wonderful gentleman over here talking about Explorer. Wonderful stuff. Can I request our photographer to kindly come over here and take a nice photo of yours? I'll request you to be over there in the middle.
Photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Jwala Kumar, VP Monetization and Strategic Partnerships, Explorer. Jwala hai unka naam. Jwala jaisa hi tha unka session. That is exactly what it is. Thank you so much. Quickly, let's get the panel sorted for the next session. Do we have people coming in? अच्छा gift है sir के लिए. वो stage पे ही दे दो आके. Come. नहीं. We want the photos miss नहीं होने चाहिए. Huh? Nice. Let's clap, guys. I think for this wonderful little girl as well over here, working very hard. Huh? सबको appreciation मिलना चाहिए, सबके लिए ताली बजाना चाहिए. That is what it is. Thank you so much. Well done. All right, let's quickly move on with the next session. I'll request the team over here to kindly get the platform sorted over here. हमारे पास एक और interesting panel discussion है. The topic for the moment is CMO Prime Charcha, the power of agility and adaptability. Exactly, agility and adaptability. That is what these guys are displaying as well. Very fast in their approach, very brisk as well. I want to understand, we are talking about social media, right? Kuch, I think average duration tha of people spending on like I believe on a total of 3 hours and people less than 3 hours. How many people over here use social media for more than 3 hours in a day? Kya karte ho aap log, sir? Reels, shorts? Huh? Let's hear out the views because we want to understand where we are actually heading, right? What do you actually consume the most when it comes to social media?
I work on WhatsApp.
Oh, you work on WhatsApp, okay?
I run an OTT, 14 hours an average a day.
3 घंटा बहुत कम बोल दिया मैंने सर फिर, 14 hours it is. आप लोग क्या देखते हो? Reel shorts कोई नहीं देखते. Everybody is giving some very interesting answers. Reels and shorts ना एक बार चालू होता है खत्म ही नहीं होता ना. It's almost like I need to go to sleep at 12 a.m. and I'm starting at 11:30 and then suddenly boom, it's like 2 a.m. at night, right? 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. for sir as well. But still so much of agility and adaptability. एक बार सर के लिए भी जोर से ताली please. 14 hours of work every day on a regular basis. क्या बात है? Who are the ones who are spending less than 3 hours on social media every day? Can I see some hands? Any hands? The rest of the others? नहीं, there are some people who will not reveal. वो बोलेंगे कि नहीं हम लोग तो नहीं बताएंगे, छुपा के रखेंगे. छुपा के रखेंगे, right? Thank you. I think going well so far. Are you all having fun? सुबह से लेके I see many faces who have been consistent right from morning. एक बार खुद के लिए भी ताली बजा दो, you know? I think it truly means a lot when you show that level of perseverance, dedication, motivation, and I can keep saying so many shuns. That is what it is. Takes a lot of patience to be right there. And abhi bhi bahut time hai. Sham ko we have a special session with Priyanka, Sarkar, and Nusrat. I'm going to be conducting the fireside chats over here. So I hope you can expect both fire as well as agility on the chats. We have an interesting award show as well in the evening, the inaugural season of the Ma Awards. You will see a lot of interesting professionals from the corporate world, a lot of interesting celebrities dropping over here as well. So it's going to be a gala night indeed. Maza aane wala hai. That is what it is, I can promise you, Kolkata. So the topic for the moment right now is CMO Prime Charcha, the power of agility and adaptability. The session is going to be chaired by Swati Nathani, co-founder and CBO, Team Pumpkin. Ek baar Swati ke liye zor se taali ho jaye, please. Huge round of applause for Swati Nathani. Can we please have Swati over here? You know, maza tab aayega jab wo aise yahan se walk kari and sab log tab taali baja rahe ho. Come on, give it up. Yes. How wonderful is that? Thank you. She'll be joined on stage by Anirban Paul Chaudhary, National Marketing Head, Skipper Pipes. I love the name, Skipper Pipes. Give it up for Mr. Anirban, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali. In Kolkata, you can do a lot more. You can do a lot better when it comes to appreciating. They're all your people. Sab Bengalis hi hai, to bajao zor se taali aur Bengalis ke liye. Come on. We have Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Give it up for Mr. Ram, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali. Thank you. It almost feels like that red carpet walk, huh? You know, we are walking and everybody's clapping and cheering. Kya baat hai? We have Mr. Samrat Mukherjee, who's the Vice President of Madison Loop. Give it up for Mr. Samrat, please, ladies and gentlemen. Right there at the back. As he comes, aap log taali bajate raho. Sir, I love your swag. And we also have Umesh Sharma, Head of Marketing, Bazaar Retail Private Limited. Give it up for Mr. Umesh Sharma, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali once again. Well done. You know, जो लोग भी swag से आते हैं ना, मजा आता है देखने में. I like feel like कि session तो अच्छे से करेंगे, but we are so engrossed in our style statement as well. I love it. That's what I love about Kolkata the most. Huh? Everything has a bit of style on its own. Thank you so much. Over to you guys. Looking forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. And while we are here for discussing this amazing topic, which is relevant to each one of us, the power of agility and adaptability, I'd request a little bit from each one of you. I know post-lunch session and all, please be a little more agile and adaptable and not falling asleep on this session. We are having a very, very interesting set of people here. Introducing the topic to you, we are living in a world where platforms, options, opinions change every single day and possibly every single hour. And while on the one side, we are facing challenges on keeping up with the AI mechanism on a daily basis, how to integrate AI into our regular lives. On the other end, there is this new set of consumers which are emerging called Gen Z, who are keeping us on our toes into just understanding whether we are doing enough for keeping our brands relevant. So today, on this esteemed panel that we have Mr. Anirban Paul Chaudhary, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Mr. Samrat Mukherjee, and Mr. Umesh Sharma, who will help us with some great insights on how to navigate in this ever-evolving times. So, I think just to set the context and just to start, I'd like to ask each one of you, could each one of you share what agility and adaptability mean within the context of your industry and your role? Would you want to start?
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you. So, agility and the power of agility and adaptability. When this topic came to me, it resonated immediately because of the fact that in our personal lives, in our corporate lives, in our professional lives, unless we are agile and we adapt, we don't stand a chance to win in this world or perform in this world. So now coming back to what we do in a company, you asked me from a company's point of view. Skipper Limited is a company that is into manufacturing of towers, transmission towers and electrical poles. They are the 10th largest company in the world. We export to around 100 countries. It's a B2B functional company where the scope for marketing is very less. But then Skipper Limited forayed into this B2C space 12, 13 years back with the launch of Skipper Pipes. Now this plumbing division that was launched caters to consumers, customers. Hence, a lot of marketing effort is required to ensure that the brand has a recall or is aware, people are aware of the brand. But they did not do any advertising as such, no campaign as such, for almost 6, 7 years, 10, 8 years, because they wanted to establish the brand first in different markets. Cut to 2023, this brand decided to launch in a grand way, bigger way, for a plumbing company from Calcutta to do a national campaign with two iconic cricketers, MS Dhoni and Chris Gayle, was a big thing, for this company itself. So a lot of processes in terms of manufacturing and in terms of distribution, in terms of the scale of the entire operations of putting this advertising up nationally was all because of the agility of the company to understand nuances, market demands, consumer behavior. And also, we work with a lot of influencers. Our influencers are the plumbers, contractors, engineers. So working with them, understanding their needs, and then being agile enough to launch something and also be prepared to adapt. So the strategy that we had was not always, it was a flex strategy. It changed. We didn't have a flex strategy for the whole year. So the strategy was changing every month, if you ask me. We were changing markets, we were changing the strategy for each market. So agility and adaptability came in the sense that this brand wanted to reach out to a lot of customers with advertising that could be understood by this very difficult set of customers. Thanks.
I think wonderful insights, because an industry like that, and we do work with some B2B industrial players, and I understand that how difficult it is to just reach the right set of target audiences. The entire game changes. The influencers that we usually know, who are the social media influencers, are very different for your industry. They are very different set of people, very difficult to find itself. And kudos to your team on pulling off this feat. Wonderful. But we move to Professor Kakani. What does agility and adaptability mean within the context of your industry and your role?
So, okay, let me start by saying that agility essentially is adapting to the changing needs of the customers, right? So, if we look into the education and management education, you would agree that the change is happening towards more and more working executives taking up MBAs. And in that sense, a simple example could be executive MBA, which was non-existent about, let's say, 10 to 20 years back or a couple of decades back. Today is about 50% of our business. So similarly, I'll give you examples of the way things have got adapted to almost the small things which happen in an MBA program, wherein you have to adapt to minor things like let's say a regular student 2-year MBA copying using AI, ChatGPT, etc. also. So agility, while that is about agility, on the other side, regarding adaptability, I would say it is essentially how do I internally reorganize ourselves to ensure that we meet the needs of the customers. So first and foremost, the way we respond to agility is by spending a lot of time with the customers. Both the young generation, that is my potential audience out there, by having open houses. In fact, even at the time of admission itself, we say parents are welcome, students are welcome, let's have an open house. Similarly, spending a lot of time with the industry to understand their needs in terms of what are the sectors which are going to open up. To give you a very simple example, sports and franchisee clubs was non-existent a decade back, but if you observe today IPL, I'm aware of let's say one Middle East country offering to buy the complete IPL for 1 lakh crore. That was the offer they made to BCCI about 6 months back. So things are changing. So our ability to understand those markets, quickly rewire, ensure that appropriate faculty and other resources are grabbed, and we are able to create a product which meets those needs is where I think I would say we make efforts. There are many other things, but I would also say that in a higher education, it is not an industry wherein you make changes every month or every day. I'll be honest in saying it's an industry wherein the age of a successful university or higher education is about 250 to 300 years, whether it is Oxford or Nalanda or Takshashila or Cambridge, right? In that sense, our changes can take some time, and agility is important and adaptability is important, but it's like you have to make slow and steady improvements. You don't need to be awake and aware every day out there. That's, I think, one crucial difference with some of the other sectors which we are dealing with. That's how.
Great insights, Professor. I think the core takeaway for me in what he said is the fact that interacting with your regular customers is not going anywhere. It has existed from long back, and it exists even today, that the more we converse, the more we talk to them, the more we understand them, and that gives us the power of agility and adaptability. I'll move to Samrat. I think we'll have a lot of co-insights to share. Yes. So please let us know, what does agility and adaptability mean to you?
So thank you, Swati.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Swati, for this question, and good evening, everyone. When we talk about agility and adaptability today, or to make it more simple, as in to being agile is not a new thing, you know. So in marketing or in the process of business, every business has always been agile to be success, you know. And adaptability is also something which is also one cannot ignore. The market tells you as in where to adapt and what to adapt to. So all businesses needs to prepare themselves, built in the processes in how they operate, so that they can keep the pace. So what Professor was just saying, you know, so it may differ from industry to industry. While in education, it may take some time to kind of change, but when it comes to as an agency partner for businesses, we have to be on our toes all the time, you know. So whereas we cannot miss out as in what is changing on the consumer side in their expectation, and accordingly as in how the business needs to kind of react to the same. So that way, as in when it comes to the agency side, as in our side primarily, so I think so we are always in the lookout of the changes that are happening, and I would also like to touch upon one thing very important over here. When we talk about agility and adaptability, it is not always being adapting to the new technologies. So it is much deeper than that. Technology will be available for everyone, but then identifying the change that are happening at the consumer side and the available technology that are there needs to kind of align to deliver the best.
No, absolutely, Samrat. I think I echo whatever Samrat said, because as an agency, a lot of times we get to hear that, why didn't you tell us before? Why did we have to discover it? So we have to be on toes for each and every industry vertical, each and every client in terms of what they could do. And yes, I think one of the points he made me think that while we have to be agile and adaptable, we also cannot be too fast, because just for an example, last year, we spent quite some bandwidth on understanding metaverse, and it just vanished in thin air, nothing happened. And then when AI came into picture, we were just sluggish in there, because we were thinking maybe it will also vanish in thin air, but now it's here to stay. So it's also very important to understand, you know, how agile to be at any point in time.
Absolutely.
All right, moving on to Umesh. What does agility and adaptability mean to your business, where a lot of action is happening with e-commerce and so many other things happening? So what is your take?
Thank you, Swati. Bazaar Kolkata actually doesn't it's not getting affected from all this e-commerce, because as agility and adaptability, we are also running with the two A's, affordable and aspirational. So being in this, both the two A's, these eras, we are not being hardly affected with all this e-commerce. We had actually, this brand used to, since 2002 it's been running, and currently we are running at 173 stores. In fact, we had opened new stores today in Lucknow, Indiranagar.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We had been more agile every time when it comes to COVID, when people are not coming out from the home. We had been to their houses. We were the first one to open a bazaar on wheel, so we had not missed that chance to be in a part of that. In fact, in today's Telegraph, it's an article on Bazaar, Kolkata. We had launched a Disney. We had collaborated with Disney products. We always try to be far ahead with all our competitors. That's being more agile and adaptability we are taking on an every day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Awesome. I think what Umesh, my takeaway from what Umesh has said is that if the business model is strong enough, which is affordability and aspirational, as you said, then possibly you do not need to, remold yourself as often if your foundation is really strong, and that is what the group stands by. Extremely interesting. I think now I would just, while everyone explained or told us what adaptability and agility mean to them, I'd like them to quote any one example that comes to their mind, which was the best example and how their team shaped up agility or adaptability, or anything we can take some learning from.
Okay, so just to start with, I can take it up. What Umesh just mentioned, as in, I think that's a great example of agility. The COVID came in, as in people were not been able to come to the store, as in they quickly opened up store on wheels. I think that's agility from a business side. So I'm sure, as in every business, as in no businesses can actually stand still if there is a occasion which kind of stops people to do a transaction. So they all have to be kind of be adaptable to things that can bring in business. So very interesting things that we have seen in terms of adapting to new things. One very interesting thing from our industry and how as agency partners we look at. So it is about looking at opportunities that are coming up on a regular basis, So there are newer platforms that are coming up. Almost every year, as in we see some platforms which comes up. A lot of users gets onboarded to that. So it is all about as in how we can identify the right platforms which are getting traction to bring into the play of marketing, so that it can help the brands to kind of reach to their consumers through those platforms. And there are almost every month we are trying to kind of doing pilots, testing on newer platforms, and that is agility and adaptability at play at an agency level. It's very important, and if I say, as in if I just take a step back, as in to what is digital as a platform was always kind of a agile platform, we at least till a certain year, say I will say some 3-4 years back, there were a whole lot of things as in where unless you kind of try and test it out, you will not be able to kind of understand whether this is the right platform for you or not. And that makes this platform even more, or the media, even more kind of an agile and adaptable area where both the brand and the agency partner needs to play a partnership to kind of remain agile and adapt what gives them success. So that's That's the primary area. So if I would like to quote any particular incident, it is about, very in recent times, as in last year, kind of implementation of conversational journeys, right? So conversational journeys has kind of, so we have all seen as in how people used to visit a website at one point of time, filling up forms, and then moving from there to chatbots to fill up a form, and then now they're not even filling up a form anywhere, but they would like to get into a conversation, you know. So for multiple brands where we have kind of engaged them into conversational bot journeys, because nowadays as a consumer would like to do the interaction and get the answers also at the same time. It is not that I have filled up a form now and I will get a call, say, after a day. No one is, and by then you have lost that particular lead, you know. So the consumer wouldn't have time at that point of time when you are calling back. So like implementing of conversational bot is one thing, as in that we picked up very, very fast, you know, the moment it got popular, as in we introduced it to most of our brands, partners, and that has given success.
Awesome. Thank you, Samrat.
So I'll give one example of agility and adaptability, which, so when the new government of Chhattisgarh essentially got created, we were saying that, look, it is a very good idea for you to have a good training program for the ministers out there, such that they understand a little bit of how they can go about doing things, and such that the focus remains, they understand what, etc. So the proposals got exchanged. They said, revise this in the month of January, March, Feb, etc. Suddenly, after when the model code of conduct was there and code of conduction was happening, around 20th of May, finally we received the green signal that, look, on 31st of May, we will be giving you 2 days of workshop. I said, done. I think ours is the first higher education institute in the whole of India wherein for 2 full days, the Chief Minister included, all the state cabinet was there, residential. They did morning yoga also, PT also, everything. And they had training sessions done by people like CEO Niti Aayog, Shri BVR Subramaniam, then G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kant, and everyone else were there. And I can tell you, this is one fantastic example from our organization of agility and adaptability.
This is wonderful. So
because
proud.
if you look at it, you are influencing indirectly that about 4 crore of the population. Any one small meaningful thing happens.
Absolutely. I think very, very proud of you and your team, sir. Umesh, Anirban, any examples?
Okay. Having spoken about Skipper, right? Skipper pipes essentially is into plumbing. Right? It's a functional product. It's not an aesthetic product. It's not something that people buy every day. Even if they're interested, they don't go and buy it themselves. They use influencers to go and buy. They'll ask a plumber or a contractor to go and buy it from them. They're least interested. But if you're building a house, you need plumbing, solid plumbing, right? But we have a set of customers who are not interested in the product. So whom are you marketing to? So this is the dogma that we had. And what we was doing is reaching out to the plumber community, which is also very disorganized. But reaching out to them through organized and curated marketing programs. Like we have a loyalty program for them. Now, when we are launching a brand last year with 2 iconic cricketers, a lot of money being spent across, doing everything, but the consumers are not reacting to your advertising. They're not bothered about the advertising. They're not even seeing what your ad is talking about. We spoke about 100% lead-free. Okay? I think no one in the piping industry in India had till date spoken about a lead-free pipe. They spoke about strength, stamina, long-lasting, etc., which you normally say. But we spoke about, we did a paradigm shift telling people that it is a product that gives you healthy water, pure water, safe water. So we had an app designed for the plumbers, where we asked them to adopt to the app by purchasing my product, getting benefits on the app, and then knowing about the product itself. Why are we saying this app is, a product is the safest product, or it's 100% lead-free? So when you say agility or adaptability, that is something that we did. Technology, I mean, building technology with the product, which is so basic, functional. How do you build technology also to consumers who don't understand technology? So we took the feedback from the market, understood what they want to see, what they want to feel, what they want to consume. We designed this similar to what they wanted, give it to them. Today, our program, our loyalty program, is one of the most successful programs that we are having in the plumbing industry. It's a very organized program. More than 20,000 plumbers are in the program. On a regular basis, they are interacting with us. And for us as a company, that is the one thing that we're really proud of, achieving it.
That's a great example. I mean, a community of 20,000 of your core target audience is something large brands also dream of, and it's an amazing feat to achieve. Amish?
Yes, I had given you the example of Bazaar on Wheel, which was actually very close to my heart. But let me tell you some more thing about it. Actually, Bazaar Kolkata was previously known as a very value and massy brand. So we used to have a brand color of yellow. We must have seen a PK movie, a yellow cap he is wearing, and everybody was talking why he is wearing that cap. He tell कि वो चांद से भी दिखता है वो yellow color. So we were that कि we had own that yellow color. But what makes that difference is it's being not coming out from that massy brand. So we recently changed to that color from yellow to blue, which gives us more classy with the same pricing point which we are coming from, the same affordable and the same aspiration value which brand used to have it. So that's really being agile to our brand theory, and it's really helped us. This we have done recent changes.
Beautiful example, Ramesh. I think that's how brands evolve over time, where they want to stay relevant to the times of today. I know time is out, but one last question for each one of you. Let's keep the answer crisp. One advice to the room, what you will give for being agile and adaptable all the time. So just one sentence would do. Anyone could start. Yes.
Okay, one advice to everybody, marketers or agencies, is keep your ears and eyes open, listen to consumers. That is, everybody say the same thing, but rely on data. Data points can be sometimes misleading also. Rely on data which is first-time data from the market. So we rely on data from the market in the sense we listen to our consumers, we listen to our influencers like plumbers, our dealers. Their feedback is the most important feedback we take, work on it and come back to them. Okay? Having said that, there are other ways of collecting data also. Do all that. Once you have a basic data that is there with you, which you find is reliable, you can quickly change your programs, or you can adapt, you can be agile, whatever. But data collection is something for me as a marketer has always been important, from the real people in the market, the one who consume your product or who are selling your product. That is the only advice I can give you.
Thank you, Anirban.
So I think from my side, what I would put it is, you see, there is this old adage which says, belief superiority typically overrides reasoning. If we can be aware of it and combine these three things, ability, adaptability with purpose, it leads to successful innovation.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll remember that formula. Samrat.
To say the last one point, as in how everyone should prepare themselves, I think at an organizational level, one should encourage learning and development across the organization, particularly encouraging the younger ones, because knowledge is the only thing which keeps you agile and helps you adapt to new things, And so that's the most important thing. So at Madison, like how we practice in one small thing that we have done recently. So you are aware of, marketers are aware of the self-declaration that has happened, right? And so as an agency, we have taken the onus to reach out to all our clients to make them understand, having small workshops with them so that they are prepared for the outcome, So whoever is in the process of creating a commercial right now, and by 18th, they need to, if they run after that. So as an agency, it's important to learn first, and then also as in helping the partners to also bring to that fold. And so this is the most important thing, to have the knowledge and have a continuous process of learning and development which should be encouraged across the organization.
Wonderful. Thank you, Samrat. And Umesh?
I will take it as a single word. Try. One should try at least. Means, most of the people, they don't even try whether it will help us or not. They don't give that chance. I will give my advice that at least they should try once.
That's a beautiful advice that we end the session with. Thank you so much, everyone. It was wonderful having all of you here. Thank you.
Kolkata, I know it's a good evening. We are getting ready for tea, but then let's show some excitement in the house, please. Kolkata, give it up for this wonderful panel over here. Huge round of applause, and I request them to come forward, please, over here, so that we can do the group photograph with all of you together. This was all about CMO Prime Charcha, the power of agility and adaptability, and a huge shout out to this entire wonderful panel for being with us over here. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. It's important that we show some, love and gratitude towards our speakers, and exactly that's how our gifting partner is contributing to this wonderful event. So we are set to have another interesting panel discussion right now, and of course there's no need to remove any kind of chair because यहाँ पे भी panelists 5 थे, यहाँ पे भी panelists 5 है. So quickly moving forward, I'll introduce the topic for you all for this panel discussion. It's the media maze, optimizing investments in an integrated landscape. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's the media maze, optimizing investments in an integrated landscape. The session is all set to be chaired by Paromita Ghosh, Director of Candid Communications. Give it up for Paromita Ghosh, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali, mujhe sunai nahi de raha yahan pe. Please, give it up for her. Paromita Ghosh it is. Wow, I love the energy. Aur zor se bajao, come on. Bajao, bajao, aur zor se. Thank you. We have Aji Isaac Matthew. I hope I got the pronunciation right. We have Aji Isaac Matthew, who's the CEO and co-founder INT Techno. I got the pronunciation right, sir? Okay, perfect. Thank you. We also have Gandharv Sachdeva, who's the country head of India Hybrid. He was earlier there for a keynote as well. Give it up for him, please, Gandharv ji, once again. Thank you so much. We also have Soumya Mukherjee, who's the COO of Hoichoi. Give it up for Soumya Mukherjee, please. And I'll also request Doipayan Chakraborty, Senior Director of Mindshare, to kindly come over here on stage and join us for this brilliant panel. Give it up for Mr. Doipayan as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for showing that energy, zeal, and enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure all our stalwarts are going to be sharing some wonderful expertise from there, and looking forward to you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I hope that at the fag end of the day, you still have some enthusiasm and energy to listen to us. And I hope that we're going to get a lot of energy from you. Please remember that this is not a monologue. We are very, very happy to be asked questions. Each one of us is looking forward to interacting with you and answering and taking your questions. When I am on optimizing investments in an integrated landscape, that is what in a media maze we are going to talk about today. In today's world, the media landscape is like a vast, intricate maze. With so many options available from TV and radio to social media and streaming services, businesses need to be wise about how they spend their money to get the best value. The media landscape includes all the different platforms and channels where content is shared. This can be traditional media like newspapers, television, radio, as well as the digital media such as websites, social media, streaming engines, and so on. Each platform has its own audience and style. So understanding these differences is the key to make good investment choices. Integration means bringing together different media channels to create a unified strategy. For example, a company might run ads on TV, share content on social media, and have a blog on their website, all working together to share the same message about their new product. This integrated approach helps reach more people and makes the message stronger. However, integrating different media channels can be tricky. Each platform has its own rules and best practices, and what works for one might not be working for the others. Companies need to carefully plan how they use each channel to get the most of these platforms. To get the most out of their media investments, businesses need to know their audience, bring them all together, choose the right channels to invest in. Having specific objectives like brand awareness or driving scales is the key to success. This could involve using analytics tools to monitor website traffic, and all of this is what we are going to talk about today. Bringing this whole landscape together in a media maze. As I invite my co-panelists to take on one topic after the other, I would like each of them to also mention how their industry plays a specific role in the media maze. I would like to start with Shomo.
Is this audible? Yes. So I'm from the OTT industry, which I think evolved over the last 5-6 years. Today, Hoichui started as one of the first few players in the market. We launched way back in 2017. Media for us is very complex. Of course, we are a media company first because we create content, and to us, that is the biggest form of media. At the same time, in context to the panel, I think the entire Hoichui's acquisition strategy across the world, not only in India, is dependent on acquiring new users, right? And retaining them. And that is where media plays the most important role.
Over to you, Ajay.
I'm audible. So I'm from the digital marketing industry, and I'm in this industry for last almost now 16, 17 years, completed my Vanvas in digital marketing. In the digital space, what I can say is that the demand supply, the media has become, you have too many media options that is available. Whereas the advertisers have also grown. So one need to keep looking at it, whether we have more media available compared to the more advertisers, and how do you balance this supply as well as the demand gap for your own advantage. But said all of those things, it can also be a lot of noise. But how do you look at that whole media from your own perspective? So this is, I think, the best time to start thinking from a first principle perspective and saying that as a business, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? If I am building a brand, what does the brand building really means in today's context? Does the definition of brand building even holds true from what was yesterday to what is today? Because brand never had a single number. But today brand has a number. If I go to a Zomato or if I go to an IMDb, I browse and I can see the number and saying this is rated 9.1 out of 10 and there are 10,000 ratings. Can I immediately trust that brand because there is a rating, which was never available at a fingertip? So anything and everything that we do, I will suggest that start thinking from a first principle perspective and make sense of the media, and then you will see the best outcome that we can get rather than being in that fear. And if you have to put somebody's picture in your office, I will say take the person who had done Pareto principle, put the picture and keep reminding that still that 20% will give you 80%. Your job as a marketer is to find out that 20% which will give you 80% result before going into all the other things that are shining in today's world. Because we have not done the core yet and we are still talking about the latest things, then you will never get the value that you are expecting out of it.
Coming into the world of Adtech now, Gandharv, can you tell us how you feature in the media maze?
So when we talk of the Adtech industry today, it's something which is growing and coming up new. Media has been there have been a lot of publishing houses, everything which has been there. But when it comes to the Adtech sector, we are actually consolidating everything at one place, looking at the demographics and any kind of targeting that we look at, wherein the media helps, and it's helping the clients to reach the right audience at the right time, basically, and not just doing a lot of intrusive advertising, looking at the right place and doing that.
Doipan, your 2 points on that?
Taking cue from what Gandharv just right now said, see, contextual and timing makes the hell of a difference when it comes to digital media, because it's a real-time kind of a thing. Like it depends on run-on-day part. Like at the moment, if I categorize you as a target audience, your nuance of selection of content and your palatability of a specific content actually changes. Right. So in a sense of media perspective, your contextual element and your data signals are changing. Now, given this season or given this scenario where cookies are actually slowly getting obsolete, data clean rooms are the need of the hour. Because right now, once cookies are completely phased out of the scenario, how will you actually target the cohorts? From an Adtech perspective, from a business perspective, I think as a business owner, as a media conglomerate or an agency also, all these three factors on which media is operating right now, they need to take this into account, that how they can actually take care of their P1 data. Right. How they can actually utilize this to figure out the 20% that Ajay just right now said, and actually create a probabilistic modeling of who those consumers are, who is going to define the media perspective or the, let's say, the investment perspective, and how dynamic creative optimization comes into play on the basis of that. I think that's the key system right now we need to focus on.
So while we are talking about this cookieless environment, what do you think would be the pros and the cons? How would the environment suffer? What would you think is the way forward on this?
Right. So first of all, how many of you are happy that we are going into a third-party cookieless? Because internet is always going to have cookies, but third-party cookie will be a trouble. So how many of you are happy that we will have less of retargeting happening to you as a customer? Are you all happy as a customer? No? As an advertiser, most of us will be sad and saying that we cannot target, but let's understand. And I will suggest that if you have slightest of the fear about third-party cooking going away, the first step of that is understanding what is it, what is going away, what is staying, and who will own that data. Like Google will still have a very strong integration between all of their platforms. How will Facebook change? If you understand that step by step, then you will see that some of the things will be as it is. Like for example, today we have in-markets available in Google. Very few people use in-market. As I said, that 20%, forget about all of this cookieless world. How many of you are running advertisement and seeing the data that Google gives you for your own brand? Google tells you who is searching for your brand, what is their income bracket, what is their age, what is their gender, what is their location. All of this data is available for your own brand. Most of us are not even using that data at this moment to optimize rest of the media. So we will have less of a problem, but if you understand it well, probably you can integrate. I will say that there will be some concerns where you have integration issues at few areas, but you have server-side tracking very much available for most of the things that you want to do. But there will be some issues, but will that issue fall under the top 20 or the rest 80 is what you need to judge. In most of the cases, you can still achieve a great result. Like it will be difficult for automated targeting and etc. But still, I won't say there will be a huge challenge if you know how to optimize according to the existing media. So you should not be afraid of it, but any new technology that comes in, so this is a best practice that all of us can do. Any new technology that comes into your space, just write it down and every quarter look at that technology and say how it is going to impact me positively and negatively. Think about it. If you can't understand there is a huge positive or huge negative, continue to study in the next quarter again, after the quarter, look at that, whether you have a positive or negative space, instead of being in the FOMO stage or being too excited. Because many a time we take a technology because it's new, but it may not give you that kind of a value. But as I said, understand what it really does. Most of us don't understand how the cross-site third-party cookie will have an issue, whereas the same company can have access to many of the data that they already own. Google will be a very big winner because they will have intent profile, many of the data already owned by them. So we can continue to keep a watch.
Sure. Wonderfully Ved said it. Shomo, with you, I would like to explore the fact of consumer trust and privacy. So being in the content space, can you please throw some light on how you can take this forward?
Sure, I'll also take some cue from what Ajay mentioned, because I think using first-party data responsibly is what we all aim for, right? And that is what goes a long way in building any brand's trust. I mean, for not only for any OTT company, but any B2C company out there today, user retention metrics are by far the most important, right? And that is, a lot of the user retention is actually done through first-party data that the companies actually own. And to probably talk more about this pointer and trying to link to the trust factor, I think today companies have the right to send 10, 20 push notifications to the customer, send multiple emailers. So that is where I think user or the platform's responsibility comes into play, that how you are going to use first-party data in communicating to your users and eventually building strong trust. For a very public company like us, which creates content and which is continuously in the customer's eyes, trust also is created through the kind of content that we are making, the kind of laws that we are following in creating that, and how we are essentially capturing somebody's data and utilizing that.
Privacy is something that we would like to hear about from you too, Gandharv.
Sure. So when we talk about data privacy, yes, even the third party, I was just on my presentation previously, we were talking about third-party cookies going out and the privacy concerns. So yes, the privacy concerns are there as of now, but with the third-party cookies going out, it would be much more, privacy will be there, like the kind of platforms that we have, and we are running onto those platforms, which are all cookie-less. We see that we are targeting the right audience, and when we use the right ad units along with that, the clients are happy and the users also look at that privacy platform. So yes, privacy is one of the most important things which will be there once the cookies are not there and we work on with that.
So what are the pitfalls of a cookieless environment, the ones that you can see immediately?
So I would say the pitfalls, yes, what we see is that the kind of transparencies and everything might not be there. The users who are using it, the kind of retargeting parameters would not be there. That is something where the clients will feel the brunt and they will feel that what next should be done. Because if it's totally cookieless, then yes, there has to be a different kind of platforms, advertising, which the users will have to get into.
Vipin, your 2 points on this?
See, I would like to deter a little bit. See, retargeting won't be a problem once first-party data handling comes completely into the picture and the proper maintenance of data clean rooms are a norm, then retargeting will not become a problem actually. So, and it will become much more sharpshoot. Rather than right now, the retargeting that happens is basic of a probabilistic distribution by uploading some kind of a P1 data in some kind of an ad platform. Once this whole server-side tracking, what Ajay was actually trying to say, comes into complete full force, the whole privacy will be much more highly guaranteed. Right now, what's happening, it's client-side, which is browser-based. And browser-based leakages are day in and day out. These are stories everywhere. We get to know some kind of leakage is happening, some kind of zero-day, your flaws are there in some kind of a browser. So your data gets a little bit leaked, and people are always working towards, the systems are always working towards the security. But once the whole tracking shift to a server side, and what I mean by server side is that the tracking, or let's say placement of a unified device ID or a INS tag is going to be taken care of by a SOX audited compliant server. So your data is actually far more secure than a client-side browser-based system. And once that whole thing comes into the picture, see, Google and Facebook will never, I don't think they're going to talk to each other. But once the unified ID comes into a picture, which I think in next decade will be a need of the hour, because the server-side tracking system won't be effective enough if we don't have that. Once that into a picture, your privacy laws and your retargeting problems are going to be taken care of. So it's not that of a difficult. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get this as a norm rather.
Right. Thank you. So Ajay, I would like to know from you about enhancing engagement through contextual targeting. We have been talking about this. So if you can explain to us in simple words.
So again, as I said, if you need to, so what level of personalization you really need? Because whenever I take any session, I ask people that how many of them understand segmentation. Most of us will say yes. And it takes years to understand what is segmentation, what is the real use of segmentation from a business context perspective. Because if you have so many segments and you want to really create a personalized message to it, then how do we want to look at all of these segments separately and create a content for it? How much content we want to create? How much is too much to create that kind of an outcome? All of those things from an ROI, you can look at it. From a context perspective, today, as Dipayan was also mentioning, that overall, the media goal is to reach the right person at the right time with the right cost and various other things. So at the right time, and the right message and many other things associated with that, but the right timing is where the context can become very critical. And if you do a little more thinking about what is this right timing means, who has this right timing? Now, have you ever asked that how does Facebook even know that when do you need a loan? Facebook does not know when you need a loan, but how is Facebook able to target it? Because it is taking the data of somebody else. I go to SBI's website to take a loan, and Facebook cookie is there, and Facebook takes that data and shows Indocent and Axis and all the other advertisements, whereas that data does not belong to Facebook, the data belongs to SBI.
Forget about a loan, they also need to know when I need a dosa.
Absolutely.
And they are sending it to me right then.
Yeah, and that is where, but Google, if somebody is going and searching in a Google, so Google has a certain context. So Facebook has different type of media where context is defined very differently, whether I'm interested in a fashion, whether I'm traveling, whether I had, so recently if I have broken a relationship is available on Facebook compared to that on Google. So you need to understand what is context and where does your context makes more sense. Use the media accordingly and take connection. And whichever media is your first intro media, the secondary media, third media can be an integrated approach to all of this media. But again, keep asking this question. Do not take anything that is available in the public, because everyone says content is the king. But I will say that content is not the king today, because there is too much of content and there are too many kings. The content consolidation and adding value through the content is the king when the world changes, because that narration has come up. So all the narration, whatever we say today, might get outdated tomorrow, and you have only one saver, that is you alone, and saying, what am I doing, why am I doing? That's why I said this is the best time to keep thinking context also from a first principle thinking and use your media accordingly.
Show more contextual targeting in your industry?
We always do that. I mean, it's very important because to identify which cohort is going to watch what, that's the most important aspect of the business, right? I cannot be pushing, let's say, a movie which released in 1950 to somebody who has no taste for it or who will not enjoy. And that is how you end up losing customers, right? So for us, we use, I think it's a two-level. One, when we look to acquire somebody, I think very important to again identify the right cohort whom you want to target with what communication message. That is very critical. With what content, that's also very important, right? Content is still the king, but it has to be utilized more responsibly. So I think that is the first step. Then when the customer is on the platform, then again we have to personalize the user's experience on the platform, right? We have to show him more relevant information so that his watch time increases. So that is the second part. And the third part is how we retain, is also where we have to segment the customer as per their user behavior, as per how, what kind of content they're watching, and basically targeting that customer so that we can retain that. So very, very critical at all three stages of the customer funnel for us.
You know, the advent of new technologies for an agency is actually quite a turbulent phase, because we are excited to use the new technology at all points of time. We want to wow our clients, and we want to utilize this new technology and make our proposals more fancy and make our offerings more advanced. Gandharv, can you tell us, what is this excitement of the new technology? How can the agencies control themselves? Because it may be possible that the product at hand really doesn't need it.
Sure. So when we talk about new technologies and say the context that we were talking about, the content and all. So yes, contextual, yes, is the king that we talk about. And within contextual, if you've got new technologies that are coming into place, say for example, like we do it today, we target the editorial ads and we say the editorial articles which are there, we will just target them. So that is where the user, the engagement goes better, because when it's an editorial article, any user who's there, he's reading it and he's engaging with that. And when we capture the user there itself, that is the point the engagement comes into play. Say, for example, I'm reading an article on a holiday. I want to go for a holiday, say, to Switzerland. And I'm reading an editorial article on Switzerland. The editor has put in an image which is really an engaging image with that. And I just target a user there itself with the image and say, make my trip, or someone has come up with some offers with Switzerland. The user will click, go and read about it and spend some time over there. So this is where these new technologies are coming into place. It's not only mine, there are other technologies also, wherein are getting much more engaging. The engagement ratios are going up with the clients. This is where we feel. And contextual, yes, meeting people at the right time, at the right place. Right time, according to us, what we say is that if you're targeting someone, we would say if you're using the right keywords and if you're targeting the right articles, is somewhere that we are reaching out to that particular user at the right time. So that is what.
I will refer to what Shoma was right now just saying, that, see, I think personalized content is the king, rather. So this whole word, keyword personalize, is the crux of the whole thing of digital media right now at this day and age. So figuring out what the target end user, the end user is a one single individual, but you don't know what the end user is actually wants. But you can successfully categorize into specific cohort or a segment, then 86 to 90% similarity will be found out. And if you can crack that, then you are hitting the golden spot. So now how to actually define that, and when is the right time where the person is actually going to appreciate the content that you're dishing out, is the main key feature right now. So a lot of variables actually comes into place. Timing, cohort segments, and your regionalization of the content as well. Whether the ad creatives, or let's say the creative with which you are pushing the information out, whether it's obtrusive enough, like it's creating disturbance to the audience or not. So that kind of intelligence is also very required. So A/B split testing, I'm pretty sure people here have heard, like, done and dusted with the concept of A/B split testing, but trust me, people don't use A/B split testing as it should be. Like, you have a specific cohort who wants to hear about Bengali content or something like that. You know that this is going to work, and you start throwing out that kind of an ad or a content or an information piece out here, thinking and hoping that the person will like and your engagement metrics will go up. It does not work like that. Because every single day, every week, the idea or let's say the attention span of the end user is decreasing. Right now, I think it is standing at 7 seconds, 6 seconds. So you only have like 6 to 7 seconds window to actually capture that audience. So segmentation, figuring out when is the right time and what kind of regionalized or personalized content will actually work to get the audience hooked to my platform is the right thing to do from my experience. And that is where the segmentation and data actually comes into play.
So in the last phase of our conversation, I would like each of my co-panelists to focus on future trends and innovations in marketing and tell us about the potential of technologies like AI, AR, and VR in enhancing consumer experiences and preserving our cultural heritage. I'd like to start with Shomo.
I think I'll quickly touch upon AI as a subject on the content industry, right? Because I think I genuinely believe it's going to dramatically evolve a lot of processes that we work on, right? Especially in the localization piece. What I mean by localization is primarily dubbing, subtitles, translation, the entire piece. I think today it's very easy for AI to track certain languages. Of course, some of the languages need to evolve, but probably, in my opinion, this is probably going to be the biggest game changer where AI would definitely disrupt this particular industry.
Yeah, there is no doubt about it that AI is where a lot of things will shape up. But right now, if I see a lot of tools are in silo, and AI will consolidate a lot of tools and start providing it. Start looking for ecosystems for AI. Don't look for tools for AI. Which are the ecosystems? Like Google has a complete ecosystem for data. Amazon has a complete ecosystem for AI. Like Google has Google BigQuery, Vertex AI. When you integrate all of those things, very easy to get to a certain level. So instead of using hundreds of tools, because many of these tools will get redundant or be available within an ecosystem. And also try and I'll take a small example so that you can start thinking in that direction. That's why I keep re-emphasizing that start thinking on the first principle perspective. Recently, I think few weeks back, Economics Times have covered that on an, in a restaurant, they put a camera in front of the garbage bin. And whenever anything is thrown, the camera will capture it and automatically tell that what food has been thrown, what time it is there. All of this data is captured, and based on that, they can realize that which portion of the food is higher, what time is higher, what food is getting thrown. Can we optimize it and reduce the food wastage? But what has changed is now you can identify an image based on a video very quickly. You don't have a problem. So why all of us should take AI very, very seriously is that AI was not accessible to us the way it is accessible to us now. AI tools, whether you talk about Llama 3, whether you talk about any of the tool system, it is very much accessible for all of us. If you don't start using it now, within a year, you won't build the muscle and use best of it. Do not, as I said, don't be excited, but certainly be using these tools. And I am super clear that this will change a lot of things in the future. So you need to start using it and making the best out of it rather than being neither too excited or worried about it. But I see huge potential in getting it. Same thing with generative AI, but start asking what is generative AI? It's converting your regular language to actions. So wherever you need regular language and action, it is very much sorted. So how do you use it for your day-to-day activity is what you need to look into that. And fantastic opportunities, and hopefully we can add more. Absolutely a lot.
Gandharv, your views on future trends?
Yes, so I would say the future trends when it comes to AI, yes, AI is helping a lot with every user, with every individual as well, all these tools. But when we talk of AI tools, today, as you mentioned, Aji, there are 100 tools in the market and the consolidation will happen. So we need to understand which tool to use and how effective that tool can be into my particular business as well. So say, for example, if I want to make slides, I want to do presentations, now there are a lot of tools which are there. But still, they can help us to a level. It's not that they will do my entire job at this point of time. So yes, personalization and everything is there, but we need to use it in a very effective way, and we can overcome this.
I think AI will come into, it's already coming into a big role in optimization. Because there are billions of unstructured data points across the whole universe. Universe, I'm talking about like your normal ad universe or your TG universe. Somewhere you are running some kind of an ad, you own an app, let's say you own a restaurant app or something like that, you own a booking app. So you know some X audience is coming onto your website or your app from a Y source. So there is some kind of a unstructured data point there. You're downloading into an Excel sheet, trying to figure out what is working and what is not working. And then there is another source, an OTT source, which does not speak to Google universe or a Facebook universe. Where AI will come into play, like Ajay was saying, is consolidation of all of this universe and creating a larger holistic optimization rule, or let's say algorithm, with which you can actually define with a kind of a human language that, hey, I want to figure out X kind of an audience coming onto my platform, spend Y amount of time, giving me Z amount of an engagement parameter. The system will actually figure out where the sources are, what are those UTM structures, from where this audience is coming, and how can I hold him back or her back. That's where the AI tool is going to come in, because it is very difficult for a human being to download Excel sheet, do the pivot analysis, and there will be hours which is already gone by, whereas AI can do this as a moment's notice, or maybe 15-20 minutes lag at the most, depending on the data structures that you have. So I think AI is much more like, how to put it in a one more simpler language, is it's behavioral simplicity with a lot of structural complexity. So it will behave like a human being, it will emulate a human being with you, with us, the advertisers and the agency, but internally it will have a lot of structural complexity where it will actually take into account millions of unstructured data points, throwing and calculating and throwing the analogies or the output out, so that us who will set the parameters will be able to understand and gestate it very easily by taking a business decision. I think that is the way forward for AI, looking at this day and stage at this moment.
Thank you. I would like to know from the organizers, do we have time to take a few questions, 2 or 3? We have a question? We can? Okay, so before I open the floor to questions, I would like to request you to please introduce yourselves and ask the question who is targeted to. Can we have somebody coordinating with the audience? Questions? Can we reach out with a mic? Can come forward? Yeah.
Hi, I am Rajesh Kishanpuria. I run a small MSME company called Ideas First. Now, I have a question for Aji. Your information, what you were talking about, is that you need to learn all these things, what is happening, and also where do we as small agencies or small companies learn from? Because there's so much of information available and we don't know where to learn from the right things. That is number one. Secondly, whatever information is here is for large companies to invest. What is there for MSME companies who have lower budgets and who cannot afford an agency like yours? And how can we optimize our e-commerce systems?
Right.
Thank you for your question, Rajesh.
Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh. So first is, where do we learn? So I can share a small tip to all of you how to keep updated with it. Like I keep saying that if you go and ask God to help, God will say go to YouTube and search. If it is not there, come back to me. So everything is there on YouTube. The way you want to search in YouTube is, whichever subject you want to learn, add Keynote along with that and search for last 1 month and look at videos which are 4 minutes or above or 20 minutes and above, and you will see world's best sessions available to you. Just glance through it, and if you feel there is an essence, keep noting it down. What are the 10 people talking about the same subject? Write it down, then you go deeper into that subject. So today you don't have to travel. The content has traveled to you. You just need to have that patience. Like every week I will look at what are the keynotes happening in the world in the subjects that I'm interested in. So I will be updated. I don't have to go to 10 different places and see that. So that's one area. Or otherwise there are other ways to look into that, all the Gartners of the world and etc. Everyone talks about it. And right now, for example, I'll have 300 plus YouTube channels where I will follow. Some of them will give me data, etc. But I'll not read and learn from anyone, just for exposure. And digital or any technology is the blessing for SME. Large companies have hundreds of other choice. But SMEs, digital is going to democratize the SMEs. So you need to be using digital or technology more than the larger companies. But if you feel it's too expensive or too difficult to use it, that's just a perception. Digital on the side, like right now, even on the AI or whatever you talk about, there are easy way of drag and drop. There are open source things available. Okay, like there is a tool called Rapid Miner if you want to use it. It's available for free. You can start using it, do it. It's not too expensive. Everything is available on SaaS. It's just only that we may not be able to get there.
Yeah, we have implemented it, but the thing is the results are not coming. So we don't know where we have gone wrong.
Right. So as an SME, I will always say that you need to be very fundamental in your business. Like say, I am an SME when I'm investing into share market. I know that I cannot compete with mutual funds, but I know that they cannot study a small stock like I can study, because they will never be able to invest into a small stock as much, because they have so much money that they will not be able to invest into a small stock and work on. They will always go for large cap. But can I study 10 stock more than a mutual fund? Then I'm a better person than them and study it. So you cannot be a general player. You have to be a niche player, and you have to be better than anybody else in that niche, and then you can use the technology for your advantage, and you will be, desired by every other person in that particular industry. But don't be generalized. Go 1 kilometer deep and 1 inch wide before going further wide.
So we get into the basics, we learn that, and then we dig deeper and master that one particular subject. Thank you. Thank you for such a nice question. Do we have another question? Yes, please. Can somebody get a mic across?
Kavita Shastri, HR faculty from Globes Business School.
Hi, Kavita.
So, hi. So you were talking about the Pareto principle, right? 20-80 principle. So how do we apply it? I mean, if you could throw more light on that.
So what I meant is that there are so many things happening. So we are so busy doing the things, but spend 5 to 10 minutes looking at what am I doing? Is it really the high impact areas? First take up the high impact area, then work on everything. For example, and in our customer journey, we have, obesity and malnutrition. For example, we will spend so much money in creating awareness, but nobody is working on interest and consideration creation. But that falls under my 20%. But nobody is interested in creating interest and consideration. Website is not solving that problem, but we are investing more into awareness. So always take 10% of your time in deciding what is important and then doing the things. So then you will identify that there are few things that matters a lot to us, but we are not spending that time. So that identifying that 20% with 80% impact has to be done first before doing too much of execution. So that's what I mean, that we don't spend that time in identifying. I hope that clarifies.
Yes. Thank you so much.
One more? Yes. Yes, please.
I am Professor Sabyasachi from Globes Marketing Faculty.
Hi,
my
Sabyasachi.
question is to Mr. Shaumo Mukherjee. I am basically a very avid, watcher of Hoichoi, so that's where my question comes in from. That there are so many, OTT platforms that have come up. So what would be your thoughts on the survival or the sustainable strategies of a particular OTT platform? Because a huge competition. That is my question number one. My question number two is, there are a lot of Bangladeshi content that is coming up in the Hoichoi platform. So what would be your take on that? Why do they come? And, if you can talk about the strategies.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think, I've always maintained that India is a market of many people and many societies and many tastes, right? So I genuinely believe that multiple OTTs can survive in this market without too much competition. Yes, the competition might be high in some of the markets, but if an OTT is able to create its own niche and market that well and build the right kind of trust with a very loyal base of users, I think that is the sweet spot, and probably that's where we operate, right? And to answer your second question, yes, I think Hoichoi, our founder likes to mention that Hoichoi's headquarters ideally should be in Bangladesh in the next few years. And so naturally, I think globally, Bangladeshi diaspora as well as the Bengali speakers are many, and that's why I think Hoichoi has been heavily investing on Bangladeshi content. And we want to continue doing that as well.
Thank you so much for the question. In fact, congratulations on a very, very loyal
Thank you so much.
subscriber base. Do we have another question? Or we have no more time? I would like to thank Adgali for bringing us all on board. And I would like to thank my co-panelists for a riveting discussion. Thank you so much. And can we also request all of you to come forward for a picture?
Thank you so much. Give it up for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen. I love it when people make my job easier. Thank you so much, ma'am. You all can come a little forward and we'll have a group photo with all of you together over here after this very, very fascinating discussion. Thank you so much. Give it up once again for this wonderful panel, please. Takes a lot to constantly speak and share insights and their vision that they have, all thanks to the experience that they bring to the table. Thank you so much. And abhi jo hoga, wo kis ko pata hai ki kya hoga? Of course, panel discussions and sir ne ek acha punchline bola. मैंने बोला कि अभी क्या होगा? सर ने बोला वो तो आप बताओगे. Wow. It couldn't get more direct than that. But, everything is not about the agenda, I believe. As per the agenda, we have 2 more panel discussions before we move forward with the awards, the Ma Awards in the evening. But right now, we are all set to have some really, really special awards, jahan pe we are going to be honoring excellence in the field of advertising, marketing. Some stalwarts from the field are here, and we are all set to honor them in the best way possible for all the great work that they have done over the years. Thank you so much to the team over here as well for quickly setting up the stage as we get ready to announce the winners of the special category for this wonderful award at CMOs Charcha 2024, the Kolkata chapter. We're all set to have some special awards right now before we get going with the next panel discussion. Maza aane wala hai. Yahan pe can we have some, charismatic upbeat music when the award show? Nothing. Chalega, main kar lunga apne taraf se. So what we are going to be doing is that ek request hai sabse, kyunki awards hai. I believe everybody, whoever is a recipient of an award, they are winning that award because of hard work, right? So, panel discussions, fireside chats ke alawa, I'll request everybody, whoever is winning, please kindly clap zor se, tali bajana aap log sab, because it's all about encouraging people who are winning and coming forward. Because next year you never know, aap log jo winners ho, agle saal aap log bhi tali bajaoge and vice versa, that is how it is. So I want you all to acknowledge all the winners over here as they come on stage. They will be coming in teams as well. तो वो लोग तो जश्न मनाएंगे ही, but आप लोग भी उनके साथ please जश्न मनाना. Hello ma'am, thank you so much for being with us. I'm loving the smile on your face. All right, so we are all set to get going with the special category of awards. I need a heads up. Are we ready with that? धमाका होने वाला है, मजा होने वाला है, and are we ready for that? All right, so Segmento presents CMOs Charcha 2024, Kolkata chapter, powered by The Telegraph, growth partner, Mauve Avenue, technology partner, Hybrid, radio partner, 91.9, Friends FM, in association with Public Relations Society of India, gold partners, Joy and Tribes. We have communication partner, Teamology. We have outdoor partner, Karukrit. Lanyard partner, Exploger, gifting partners, Ovenly Baked, Plum, even managed by Storm. Trade media partners, the PR Post, AdGully Middle East and AdGully Asia. Summit abhi bhi chalu hai yahan pe, but we are all set to have some very interesting awards, so let's get going. Are you all ready for the awards? Show some excitement, raise your hands over here as we get going with the awards over here. Yes, that's what we want, thank you. I love it. So quickly moving on. हमारे जो पहला कैटेगरी है हमारे पास, that is formidable brand of the year. As I announce the names over here, I'll request the teams to kindly come over here on stage, get their winning moment clicked over here, and we're all set to celebrate each and every winning moment. So, in the category of formidable brand of the year, the first award goes to, give it up for Bandhan Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite Team Bandhan Bank to kindly join me here on stage as we celebrate this wonderful, wonderful victory that they have had. Can I please request members of Bandhan Bank to kindly come over here on stage and join me as we celebrate their win. Where are the members? I'll call you. Where's Bandhan Bank? Yes, sir, I'll request you to please come forward. Sir के लिए जोर से ताली बजाइए, please. Our first winner. Now I'll request Bijoya Ghosh ma'am, the founder and CEO of Adgully Media, to kindly come up on stage as our honorable presenter, the lady who matters the most, the visionary herself for putting up this wonderful event. Give it up for Miss Bijoya Ghosh, please, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up, zor se tali. There's so much of energy in her that is actually taking this event forward in the best way possible. And this is the moment I request all of you to clap in that Mexican wave. Can we please have that Mexican wave going in? Thank you so much, as we appreciate all our winners. Thank you so much. Thoda aur aage, please. So what we are going to be having is that we'll be honoring all the winners, and category-wise, I'll be requesting our winners to remain on stage because we will be having a group photo as well. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll request you to be on stage. All right. So, Formidable Brand of the Year award the next award goes to Doctor's Choice. Give it up for Team Doctor's Choice, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se talia. Can we please have the team of Doctor's Choice over here to accept this special, very special award? Team Doctor's Choice over here. मुझे तालियों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है, दिख भी नहीं रही है. Come on, let's do it. A little more, please. Let's amplify the excitement. Thank you so much and many congratulations. I believe the appreciation can keep continuing. Let's clap a little bit more. Let's show some love over here, Kolkata. Winners जो है बहुत मेहनत करके उनको award मिलता है. तो वो award को अच्छे तरीके से, it's our responsibility that we honor that. Thank you so much and many congratulations. All right. Quickly moving on to our next winner. इसमें सब लोग मुझे पता है जोर से ताली बजाएंगे. Content. Somebody was talking about binging a lot of content, right? Where were you binging it? Give it up for Hoi Choi. Give it up for Hoi Choi. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request Team Hoi Choi to kindly come on stage and accept this very, very special award over here. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. She's representing Hoi Choi, and truly, with the color that she's wearing, she's definitely representing Hoi Choi. There's a bit of Hoi Choi before she comes on stage as well. Wow. Give it up for her, please. Displaying elegance where it matters the most. Congratulations. You know, the appreciation and the clapping needs to happen when the winner is actually holding the awards. So thank you, let's do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so quickly moving on to the next awardee. Zor se sab log tali bajana, please. I request. Give it up for Mania Var, ladies and gentlemen. The next winner for Formidable Brand of the Year. Give it up for Team Mania Var over here. Can I please request representative of Mania Var to kindly come on stage? Thank you so much. Very, 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 popular brand amongst one and all. We all have used those kind of outfits, and definitely they're rocking in the true sense of the term. Give it up for Mania Var, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you so much. मैंने कहा था कि जब फोटो होगा ना तो वहां पे सब लोग ताली बजाओगे ना तो विनर का जो मुस्कुराहट है वो और बेटर हो जाता है. तो कैन वी प्लीज डू दैट? अगर आप लोग नहीं करोगे मैं अकेले करता हूं. चलो, लेट मी डू इट दिस वे. थैंक यू. ऑलराइट, टाइम फॉर our next winner and the last winner of the Formidable Brand of the Year award. Give it up for Total Foods, ladies and gentlemen. Total Foods ke liye zor se taali. Can I please request the team of Total Foods to kindly join me over here on stage and accept this very special honor. Do we have the team of Total Foods over here? Do we have the team of Total Foods over here? Oh, yes, we have. Lovely looking gentleman over here in black. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. And थोड़ा extra ताली बजा दीजिए उनके stylish hair के लिए. Congratulations, Total Foods it is. Love it. Congratulations. Congratulations, fantastic stuff. Now, quickly moving on to the next award category, but uske pehle, एक बार मैम के लिए ताली बजा दीजिए. I'll tell you why. सुबह से she has been running around, coordinating with all the guests, panelists, speakers and whatnot. एक बार मैम के लिए और जोर से ताली बजाइए, please. अगले साल भी you all want CMO Charcha to happen in Kolkata, right? You all want these wonderful stalwarts to come. You need to thank her in the best way possible. The next category that we have is Most Enduring Brand of the Year. And for this, our first winner, give it up for Cook Me, ladies and gentlemen. Cook Me ke liye zor se taaliyan. Can I request the team of Cook Me to kindly come over here on stage and accept this very special award honor. I'll request you both to kindly be on the center so that our photographers can get the perfect shot. Cook Me ke liye zor se taaliyan, please. That's how we do it. Come on, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show some energy in the house. Come on. Congratulations. This is all about celebrating excellence and honoring excellence in the best way possible for all the good work that people have done. So मेहनत अगर कोई करता है तो उसका फल तो उनको मिलना ही चाहिए. That is what it is. On that note, let me tell you all quickly our next winner for Most Enduring Brand of the Year. And it goes to Imami. Give it up for Imami, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very popular in the eastern part of the country as well as outside, but particularly the eastern part of the country. Give it up for Team Imami, ladies and gentlemen, as our gentlemen come over here on stage to accept this very, very special honor. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. You know, ये जो moment है ना, लेंगे वो लोग. Now you know what you need to do, right? Absolutely. Mexican wave, please, हो जाए. यहाँ से चालू करके वहाँ से पीछे. I want people over there at the back to cooperate as well. Thank you. Brilliant stuff. Give it up for Team Imami, ladies and gentlemen. पीछे background में भी ताली बज रहा है, but trust me, सबका इतना जोश है ना, वो background का ताली सुनाई नहीं देगा, सब लोग अच्छे से बजाएंगे, तो trust me. On that note, quickly moving on to our next winner, give it up for MPJ Jewelers, ladies and gentlemen, Most Enduring Brand of the Year. MPJ Jewelers ke liye zor se taali. Once again, gentlemen in black over here, zor se taali bajaiye for both of them as they come and accept on behalf of MPJ Jewelers. Come on, everybody, you all know the hustle, you all know the drill, you all know what to do. Award है, smiling faces है, और थोड़ा अच्छे से uplift करते, acknowledge करते, right? Thank you. Photographer दादा जब तक sorted नहीं होते, तब तक नहीं जा सकते आप. Most important. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so special awards में Formidable Brand of the Year awards are done. We're also done with the Most Enduring Brand of the Year category. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to quickly move forward to the Marketer of the Year. And I repeat, the category right now is Marketer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to make the highest amount of noise for Anirban Paul Chaudhary from Skipper Pipes. Give it up for Anirban Paul Chaudhary, ladies and gentlemen, zor se. Congratulations, sir. Very, very well done. And I'm sure the great work is only going to continue and the awards are going to multiply and amplify. Many congratulations. You know, let the Mexican wave continue, please. I know a lot of you want to perhaps beat me like anything because I'm making you all clap. But trust me, when you're on this side, you want people to clap for you, right? Do you agree with what I say? Yes, thank you. Quickly moving on to our next winner. We will be honoring Navarun Sen from Century Plyboards. Unfortunately, he's not there, but we have his team. Give it up for Navarun Sen and Century Plyboards. Zor se thali, please. Thank you so much for accepting the award on behalf of Navarun Sen. Mexican wave, please. Let it get going. Thank you. वहाँ का Mexican wave का वहाँ Indian wave भी सुनाई नहीं दे रहा वहाँ पे. Piche over there, people at the back, can I please expect some excitement over there? Thank you. All right, so our next winner is Polomi Roy from Joy Personal Care, RSH Global. Give it up for Polomi Roy, RSH Global, Joy Personal Care. She's not here with us, but the team is going to be accepting the award on behalf of Polomi. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for accepting the award on behalf of Polomi. Love the smile, love the achievements, and I'm pretty sure it's only going to get better and better with time. Quickly moving on to the next award, can we please give a huge round of applause for Shubhro Sarkar from Ambuja Neotia. Give it up for Shubhro Sarkar from Ambuja Neotia. और जोर से यहाँ पे बहुत excitement दिख रहा है, और जोर से बजाइए ताली. Show me the best that you got over here in the house, Kolkata. Come on. Yes. ये जो excitement अभी दिखा जब वो लोग चल रहे थे, अभी same excitement please can we have when the photos are getting clicked. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, now it's time for a very, very special award. And एक request है सबसे, this is a Lifetime Achievement Award. So you know how to honor excellence when it comes to anybody who's winning Lifetime Achievement Award. तो मैं request करूँगा यहाँ पे सबसे कि जब मैं नाम लूँ हमारे winner का, आप लोग सब please get up, stand up, and clap for her in the best way possible when I say the name. Please, thank you. This is the Lifetime Achievement Award, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we are conferring this to someone who has completed 50 golden years as a guru in the profession of public relations. 50 years is a long time. These 5 decades have been spent in writing, speaking, and teaching the subject. She's a master's in journalism from USA and runs a successful PR consultancy firm, Rhythm Communications. She's also a versatile columnist, a professor of media studies, and author of 5 books, out of which 3 are on PR. She has conducted numerous programs in India and other countries on core values and corporate etiquette, something we all need to learn. A documentary on Raja Ram Mohan Roy focuses on the great social reformer that he is. Her 6th book, Presence Perfect, Your Protein Boost for Positive Image in 24 doses, will be released this year along with a 400-page illustrated coffee table book on Kolkata. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly stand up and appreciate the legacy that Rita Bhimani has created. Please give it up for Rita Bhimani. Ma'am, I'll come to receive you myself. It's a pleasure. Come. I want everybody over here to kindly stand up and honor the excellence and legacy that this lady has created for such a long time. Give it up for Rita Bhimani, please. Zor se taali. I want this room to do a lot better when it comes to the clapping and appreciation. That's how we do it. Thank you, ma'am, for being you. Thank you for the legacy that you have created. And thank you for inspiring so many people out there with your wonderful work. Can we please give a huge shout out and clap once again for Miss Rita? Can I please request you to say a few words? This is a very special.
Thank you so much. I really am overwhelmed. I know it's been a long time, and as you've been talking about hard work, I guess there's really no substitute for hard work and for going on and on and on like an Amaron battery, perhaps. But I've enjoyed the journey, and I hope many of you will also take inspiration from the fact that you can keep going also. And, you know, today I'm especially thankful to Vishaka for Bijoya. Why am I calling you Vishaka? Bijoya Ghosh. Bijoya Ghosh for helming this whole event and for helming something new. When I came across Ad Gully, I had to go and research it a little bit, naturally. And then I found what it was all about. And I'm overwhelmed by the very, very new developments in marketing and advertising and branding, and of course, AI. AI seems to have taken over all our lives. I myself am personally a little bit wary of it. I'm a little old-fashioned. I'm a little bit away from chat GPT because of the fact that we actually write. We don't, go in for help from chat GPT perhaps. But otherwise, it's a fabulous conference. And Bijoya, really, hats off to you for pulling this off like this and for having such a wonderful, wonderful audience. And I've already attended 2 of the sessions right now. Some of it went over my head, but a lot of it I think I gained from. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Public Relations Society of India. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us over here. Your legacy is celebrated, your excellence is inspiring, and she's the perfect example of the fact that you can and you will. She can, she has, and she has done it. You too can and you too will. All right, thank you so much to Bijoya ma'am as well for coming over here as an honorable presenter. We now move forward to the next set, the next panel discussion, I beg your pardon, and then we'll be having 2 very special fireside chats followed by the Ma Awards in the evening. I request the team to set up the panel for the next session. And thank you so much to everybody over here for standing up and honoring our Lifetime Achievement winner. I think that's the least that we could do when it comes to honoring excellence, and that too, which is that premium. We have an interesting panel discussion right now. The topic for the panel discussion is strategic storytelling, leveraging PR to amplify your marketing message. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's strategic storytelling, leveraging PR to amplify your marketing message. This is the topic of discussion for the panel discussion that we have right now. And I can see a lot of energized faces over here. I believe all of them who are energized right now have had their cup of tea in the evening, and whoever is not looking very energized, the tea is right outside, because we still have a long way to go. वो कहते हैं ना दिल्ली अभी दूर है. So Delhi is actually very, very far. Thank you so much to you all as well. बहुत मेहनत से आप लोग बार-बार ये कर रहे हो. Are we ready with this? Then we can quickly go on. I believe we are ready. So, finally repeating the topic for you all once again, this panel discussion is about strategic storytelling, leveraging PR to amplify your marketing message. This session is going to be chaired by Shomijit Mahapatra, Chairman, Public Relations Society of India, Kolkata chapter. Give it up for Mr. Mahapatra, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have Mr. Mahapatra over here on stage to moderate this wonderful session? Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen, all zor se. Can we please clap louder? Let's show some more energy and excitement. Even they're clapping, yes, of course. All right, so for this session, he'll be joined on stage by Akhil B. Paul, founder and CEO, Maya Beers Group. I hope I got the pronunciation right. It's Akhil B. Paul, founder and CEO, Maya Beers Group. Can we please give a huge round of applause for Akhil B. Paul as well. Our next speaker is Anindo Das, Vice President Marketing from Infinity Group. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Anindo Das, Vice President Marketing of Infinity Group. We also have the pleasure of having with us Chitralekha Banerjee, Editor and PR Manager, Wood and Panel, Keshan Infotech. Give it up for Chitralekha Banerjee as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You know, एक चीज बताऊं, surprise factor. There are hidden cameras over here. Whoever has been most encouraging and सबसे ज़्यादा जो ताली बजा रहे, they're actually getting a special gift at the end. So you know you actually have a reason right now to clap. देखो sir तुरंत activate हो गए वहाँ पे. Over there as well. So you actually get a special goodie if you are constantly encouraging towards all the winners and the speakers over here. We also have Gulrez Alam, founder and director from Teamology over here. Give it up for Gulrez as well, please. Lovely man. We have Shalini Mukherjee, Deputy Manager, Corporate Communications, ArcelorMittal Design and Engineering Center. Is it Arcelor or is it Arcelor? Arcelor, okay. ArcelorMittal Design and Engineering Center. Ladies and gentlemen, the second last panel of the day. Please give it up for our speakers as they take over and take us for an exciting journey of learning.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
So, Shubhajit is transferring the baton to Shobhajit. Do you have the attention right now? Or we were supposed to come here at 4:55. Right now, 5:35. So our panel is definitely over. But if you tolerate us, we will try to do justice to the panel. Are you ready? No awaj. Where to send the story? Please. Rita Di is only raising hand, but no awaj. चाय कॉफी का जरूरत है तो अंदर में दे दीजिए. चाय कॉफी थोड़ा. Rupa, you have your run here so that you catch attention. She is a very good marathon runner. Am I right? What is the total kilometer you have still run? Huh? Sorry? Okay. And wherever you see any marathon in Kolkata or around Kolkata, Rupa is there. Am I right? And please follow her and see the reels. I'm not doing publicity for her because I'm trying to engage our audience. So this is CMOs Charcha. Bijoya has invited us for this beautiful panel discussion. And with your permission, we all are starting. So let me first ask, this is CMOs Charcha. 20-second time for everybody. What is Charcha? How do you define Charcha?
I think Charcha is something which should come from the core of your heart, and you really like something, then actually it's a Charcha. Otherwise it's boring.
He has not utilized even 20 seconds. That means he's a very good storyteller. We will come to Akhil's 15 years journey and experience and storytelling. He started his career from such a humble thing. Now you all know where Mayabias is. Now let me go to Anindo. Anindo's story revolves around Pondicherry and Darjeeling when it comes to the personal soul. And now, how do you define this Charcha within 20 seconds?
No, Charcha for me is more of a Golpoguja of Adda. That's according to me is Charcha.
Okay, everybody is very crisp, doing justice to this time loss. Now going to Gulrez. Any clue? How do you define Charcha?
In my sense, I think it's knowledge sharing, like any common information you have and you are having a general conversation.
That's Charcha to you. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So now, normally we say ladies first, ladies last. Starting with Chitrolekha.
Never thought that would be an opening question, but then to me, Charcha is in Bengali, as we say, Onushilon or practice. Maybe the practices. To Charcha means practice.
No compulsion on you. What you have. This is not a scripted thing. That is why she's telling I was not prepared. So what about Shalini? Shalini is also a very good dancer. I'm not doing a publicity for her because there is no scope for dancing here. So how do you define Charcha? 20 seconds time.
So basically this is, I would quote one of my family members. He says, "Nahi karoge kharcha, to kaise hoga charcha." So that is all about Charcha. whether it is monetary investment or time or intellect, it is all about investment. That is how I would define it. Thank you.
गली ने बहुत किया है सुबह से चाय lunch, though we had not come during the lunch time and we'll be missing the dinner also. We have other engagements. So Charcha is over. Anybody from you want to define Charcha? How do you define Charcha? This is the first 2-3 minutes for the audience engagement. The guru is here.
Well, to use simple Bengali vernacular, চর্চা এমনই একটা জিনিস যেটা খুব একটা খরচা করতে লাগে না বাঙালি আড্ডা is equal to vernacular চর্চা
Beautiful. He is an icon in Kolkata's cultural circuit. Since this is not the publicity forum, he has not paid me anything, so this is enough. So now we are coming directly to the topic. Strategic storytelling. There are 3 components in the panel. Strategic storytelling, leveraging PR or public relations. The Doyen is here. Rita Bhimani, whenever anybody speaks about PR, the name comes Rita Bhimani. And next, amplifying the marketing message. So it's a very complex subject. We do not know how we will develop it. But one message is clear, that like the social media, we every time say there is a call to action. So if your story is not having call to action, the whole message is lost. And if your story is not having the build-up procedure, then the emotion is not there, the message is lost. So let me start with A for Apple on Indo. How do you say this story, strategic storytelling, what are the basics? Very short answers so that we can cover.
No, so according to me, I think each person will have different views. But for me, storytelling is more like, building a relationship. And in a relationship, if I use the word strategic, it doesn't go well. People will think that, okay, why is strategic? So the relationship has to come from within. So storytelling has to be from within. The strategy and all, we have to move much beyond it. And that's what in my day-to-day, work arena also, I come from Infinity and we have to bring more investments in Bengal. The different kinds of companies are coming. And when we have to keep telling the story of Bengal. As it is, it's very difficult. But, I cannot blame any government that they are not telling the story and how do I bring investment in Sector 5. But I have to tell the story of Sector 5. I have to tell the story of, about my Bengal. And if I'm doing it, and if people are telling me, okay, there is a strategy behind it, okay, fine, I accept it, as long as it is for my Bengal. If it's for my Bengal, if I have to use strategy to do the storytelling, I accept it, I'll do it.
So now I'm going to Gulrez. He is doing digital PR. So I'm not giving publicity. Don't give business for these words. Gulrez, you are developing storytelling across Indian platforms, many platforms, you have many clients. But I do not want to know the client's name. I want a simple answer. In the digital domain, across all channels, what is the first 3 bullet points your team works out to develop a story strategically?
Firstly, we more focus on our audiences and our users. It's okay? Firstly, we focus on our audiences, which are like if we are doing any activity in the geographicals and what are the mediums we are going to use in the amplifications and the authenticity of the storytelling. It's more important because if the value is not there in the storytelling, it will give a negative publicity and negative branding. So these 3 pillars are very important before planning or analyzing any storytelling things.
Thank you. And now I'm coming to a man. He himself is a story. In the first year, I'm not going to disclose the revenue of his company, but the bandwidth of his company has gone manifold. And it all started with personal story, then company story, then other client story. So I'm asking Akhil, how do you develop story? Because if you do not reasonably analyze your story, your organization story, you cannot relate the client's story. So the question to you, how do you define strategic storytelling? Then we will come to other points.
Thank you, Shomajitda. First of all, good evening to everyone present here. It's a very rightly asked question and at the right time, I'll say. Where Anindo said and Gulrez also, I'll just take that forward itself. If I talk about how to, make a garland of, connected stories, so still I think it's in the very basics. I mean, whoever is present here, probably this election and post-election has been a quite critical, telecast, what everybody has actually observed. And we got a lot of stories out there. And that has probably the reflection of the strategy that has gone behind it, whoever it is, I'm saying. So that's all those stories that has come up at the later stage or post-election has quite a long research and all things. So I think those are all basics. Let it be election stories or let it be stories of a brand or when you are doing a marketing. Still it lies under that 5 basics, I think, what we call actually 5 P's of marketing. It's basically, I think, product, price, promotions, places, and people. Now, all 5 things are very well interconnected. Because when you make a story, we can definitely, probably when we take a book from a store, we think that story probably suddenly happened. No, it's not. Because a successful story or whatever you see as a very best-selling book, that has come from all these 5 things only. And over here, I'll say, I'm still stick to that 5 P's only. And I can give you a few examples also. And that man I always follow as well. He's a guru of ad guru. So everybody has seen the lot of advertisement of Pidilite or this Fevicols and all. Those are all basics. If you still can remember, the moment I tell you that lot of people that's hanging on a truck and the truck is going over the desert and people are stuck. Just a simple story. The truck is only moving over the desert. Maybe 100, 200 people are hanging on that truck and it is saying, Majboot ka jod tutega nahi. That's a very basic which connects to your product. Finally, promotions comes, the people where you are connecting it. So that way I think these 5 P's stays quite there itself. Just the benefit I can say for today's generation is we have a lot of tools which were not available those days. Like data, big data, which is a humongous amount of data that has been crunched into quite insightful guidelines which you can actually take forward for making your stories. So I don't think story, definitely the emotion, but at the back, the skeleton is basically all these 5. So big data, your AI, these are all giving you quite a handy help basically to create a story. So I think that 5 P's that helps the strategic story building.
We will come to other points once again. And from the audience, do you connect to any old such kind of stories which used to come in the Doordarshan? One little girl dancing around. What was the brand? It's a very famous brand. Nirma. So today we are discussing in a panel about the storytelling. Do you remember one soap brand? What was the soap brand? Leril. Very good. So all of you are very prudent, very intelligent, and you understand what is story. And you see that we people have been brought here to make you again understand what is storytelling. So until and unless one story is inside you, you will not believe the thing. Am I right? Right or wrong? Correct. आवाज नहीं है, सब सो रहा है. ठीक, बांग्ला ठीक. क्या है हिंदी में क्या है? ठीक, ठीक. Very good. So you remember the brand stories. There are many brands from last 20-30 years. When Doordarshan came, most probably in 1975? 75? Yes, 75. So almost 49 years. So when Doordarshan was there, no electronic media was there. These brands came and owned the heart. So now I'm coming to Chitralekha. Chitralekha is working for the last 14 years, elevating such a product which you cannot believe. This is not wood, no? Any wood is there? That is wood, no, vinyl, PDF. This is wood? So where we are sitting, wooden chair, sofa. And Chitralekha is working with something. How do you tell story, develop story for your wood company?
Hello everyone. Yes, to all of us, in fact, before I joined this magazine, Wooden Panel, it was, to me, I was like, what do I write about wood? We write about a journey of a tree from a log to a furniture that is made, like this chair. So every day when I sit down and when I start writing a story, I think about what a log goes through before becoming a furniture. What are the process? So that is what we write about. That is what that makes our story. I will continue with Akhilda's 5 P's. I will add one more, that the 6th P is passion. If you have passion for something, you can go ahead with a story. You can make a story out of anything. You just have to think from that point of view what my audience wants. Since my audience are mostly woodworkers, they are into the woodworking industry, they are looking for the wood, the details. So I write for them with passion, and that makes all the difference.
Should we stop here? Are you consuming our thought process? Is it resonating or it is reaching your ears and souls? So that is why when Bijaya told action lady jano panel thake, alam na +1 thakbe. So now I'm going to the +1. She has a passion for dance, but she's not able to pursue. Whether that gives her pain when developing story for her organization. Presently, she is in one international organization. Before that, one national company. But my question, in your new assignment, how do you develop? It's a very challenging. This company had not been any design center in India or Kolkata. So it's a very challenging job. And whatever I know that whomsoever you are reporting, even not physically, you are not able to talk to them. It's in the international arena. It's a very difficult. How do you work? The question, please answer very briefly. How do you develop the story for your designs?
So basically, ArcelorMittal is a steel giant, and almost everybody knows about it. Globally, it is a steel giant. Here in India, in Calcutta, they have developed a design and engineering center. That means we are dealing with humans, brains. That is our product. All our customers are ArcelorMittal plant and other segments and units. So while we are making stories, our employees are our ingredients of the story. They are the protagonists, and their life, their dedication, their hard work should not go unseen. And that is how I have been trying to build the story for my organization right now, which is very different from the previous organization. It was a different kind of industry. It was power industry. And there we were talking about business sustainability, which is based on social sustainability. So we were talking about society. It is very different right now. So yes, it is hard work, and storytelling, story making, and story building, however you name it, there is a lot of passion and heart which is involved. You need to have a connection as well.
Thank you, Shalini. Gulraj, are we leveraging PR for strategic story, this thing? Or when you are developing a good story, strategically storytelling, the PR is automatically there. For any bad product or bad service, PR is not there. It is non-existent. So when you are doing good storytelling, the style is good, the emotion is good, the call to action is good, people can connect to the content, then the PR is automatically taken care. Do you agree with it?
Yes, sir. If the storytelling is done greatly and well researched, it gives you best results. Last year we did a campaign with Nippon Insurance, the storytelling wise, share your light. It means like the story was behind like old age homes. Those sons or maybe their relatives are live remotely, maybe abroad, and all who's taking care of that. So nobody is there to celebrate except the staffs of there. So the story was that why don't we are doing some donations and all, why don't we buy lights and buy diyas and went to those old age homes and share our light. So this not only bring the more eyeballs or website traffics and all, but also it helps the campaign or brand to get more sign-ups for the insurance.
Thank you. Akhil, one question, and before that I go to Onindo. Onindo, though he is coming from a real estate company, they have another venture where they are trying to do some CSR activity for the old aged people. And how difficult we are getting information that India is a land where people from international area comes here to stay because the cost of living is very low. So there you need to tell story, or you need to do marketing for your new venture?
No, so before I come to your exact, point, before I answer you, another important aspect, I think very, very important in storytelling is the responsible storytelling aspect, Today, in Bengal, if you see the current scenario, most of the brain drain is happening. It's very, very important, ladies and gentlemen, to keep telling to the market, to the outside world, the real stories of Bengal, the real stories of our startups, of our mid-level companies, so that the students who are passing out, because if we don't retain talent, how can new companies will come in? Everybody is going out. So storytelling from that aspect, from a corporate aspect, is very, very important. To whom? Are we able to tell the stories? How many students who are passing out, they know about MyBS? Chalo. How many knows, Tekshu was here, how many knows about Aji's company? How many knows about different companies which are there in Bengal who have done, who have grown, and yet they are thinking that, okay, I have to join maybe, Cognizant or something like that. There are many others. So responsible storytelling is very important. Now back to Shomoda's question. We have a senior living facility which we have set up. Again, thinking about that, a lot of people, lot of talents who have gone out of Bengal, out of country, their elders are staying here. And so we have built something called Jagriti Dham, and there also we have to keep saying to a lot of people, people keep thinking that, okay, it's a Biddhashram. No, it's not a Biddhashram. It's a facility where, it's a 5-star facility where all the medical facilities are there under the one roof. So every day which I face is I have to keep telling stories to different audiences, but the story at the end of the day has to be very responsible, authentic, and reliable. That is what my take is.
Now we are going to discuss about the amplifying marketing message. Is there any form that only we will do the marketing? And I will also take here little help of technology. Now IoT has come. So whether you are looking at the PR or advertising or the billboards, have you ever come across any IoT oriented billboard? Anybody of you? That you are looking at the billboard and it is being, counted how many people saw the billboard? Anybody saw here in Kolkata? Anybody? Arey bhai, no to bolo? No, very good. But I know that it is available in Bhubaneswar. IoT device is fitted there in the billboard, and Akhil, you can elaborate it?
Yeah, I'll try to. Due to my, professional know-how, I might, just little elaborate it. First of all, though, when this kind of technology, when we, actually implement, we have to also take our client as a stakeholder of the whole process. Because today, just before getting into the exact answer, again, I'll just try to say, we have stopped basically educating our client. And also the agencies who are working as a strategizer or as a creative agency or whoever, basically helping the clients, they have stopped almost interacting or educating the client because they fear that if I say no to this particular idea or something that my client is saying, then I might lose my business due to my competition. So they don't try to educate. So the client whom I'm interacting with, these all technologies has to be as per their requirement. First, that has to be understood. Like as you said, IoT. So the kind of billboard that you can create is basically on a lot of different reasons, basically. So you might only want to capture data. You might only also know your pattern of your customer. Suppose I am having a billboard which is IoT enabled, and there is a sensor. That sensor can tell you how many customer or how many viewers have actually concentrated on which part of the billboard. Suppose I'm saying in the billboard there are 5 different products of my company. So maybe few clients are looking at, few of the viewers are looking at one particular image and somebody is not on that. So that way you can actually capture on that billboard, because it is mostly now measured marketing that you are doing. So if it is an IoT based billboard, then in that sense, anything? Okay. So if it is IoT enabled billboard, your customer first has to tell you what he exactly wants, and then you can actually give that. So I just give an example of one particular billboard where you give just a retina sensor, and from that you can actually track which part of the billboard or the product has been mostly seen. And then you can actually track and accordingly. And these days, this is also happening in a lot of digital and social media platform as well. If your screen has a retina sensor, so maybe Coca-Cola is showing one product, or even a product which is shown in the thing, maybe there is a female and male. If you are looking at the male figure mostly, so they know you might be more interested, your orientation even. So if you are looking at the male figure mostly and not the female figure and female figure, that way even you can calculate the orientation of your customer also. So it can go to any minute.
Thank you, Akhil. And
thank you.
Our scheduled time have been reduced, and we are just thinking that it was not for us anyway, but now we are taking note. I verified the thing. So we cannot speak more. Okay, that's a story for us. So we could have reduced 2 speakers if we would have known. We are doing events. It's not the organizers we can blame. So nice meeting all of you. The story is keep telling stories. And if any one of you want to ask any question, 1 minute is for the whole audience, and then we automatically the session is wrapped. There is no summing up time, okay? So thank you, Adgali.
We have any question? Anybody over here has any question? We have bandwidth for 1 question. If you could please kindly raise your hand. If anybody has any question over here. किसी के पास कुछ सवाल है? Interesting वाला? नहीं interesting है तो भी चलेगा. Sir के पास है सवाल. Story है, सवाल है, सब कुछ है sir के पास.
See, my question is for Gulrez. First and foremost, congratulations for bringing in the kind of technological advent the East has seen, great valuations and all of that. I've been following the journey of TechShoe and the whole journey so far. When you talk about creating these stories and amplifying your message, does it also have a direct bearing and impact on your valuations or future collaborations or buy-ins? Is that also a very imperative part of your messaging?
Yes, there is.
So we will answer it offline. The story will continue because the host is just guarding us like Coast Guard. He has a responsibility, and we respect your responsibility. Our story is over.
It's time to create new stories over here, and I'm pretty sure the kind of legacy that they all have created, they will be creating new stories and inspiring people. Give it up for this wonderful panel out here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe one of the most cooperative moderators. Sir, I'll request you all to kindly wait. We'll have a group photo with all of you together. Thank you so much. And apologies on behalf of the team for having to cut down on the time, but then they're really, really delayed, and there's not much of an option. The only option would have been had their दिन में 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा होते तो, but that's not what we can control. So thank you so much. Give it up for this wonderful panel once again, ladies and gentlemen, full of insights. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone over here. Thank you. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just add one more chair. I think then we are sorted. We need to add one more chair for the final panel discussion of the day before we get going with the networking and the awards in the evening. I'll request the team to kindly put up one more chair over here for us, please. Yes, bhai. I need to check with my videographers over here. The way all the chairs are aligned, are they perfectly coming in the frame? Perfect? Thank you. So we have 7 chairs now. All right. You know, we often hear the term influencers. Influencer क्या है? Influencing क्या है? ये दोनों चीज जो है, ये सबको पता है. And often I see, you know, a difference of opinion in terms of, you know, influencers wanting to be known as influencers, and sometimes actors and other celebrities who are also influencing in their own way. They do not want to associate with the term influencers. But at the end of the day, I personally believe that everybody, if you are in a position to influence, you are an influencer, irrespective of whether you are a cricketer, you are any other sportsman, sports personality, film star, whatever. If you are in a position to influence, you are an influencer. I believe we have the perfect topic right now to decode more about influencers. And I'll tell you all the topic for the moment. It's the evolving role of influencers in brand storytelling and customer engagement. I'll repeat the topic for all of you once again. The final panel discussion of the day, the evolving role of influencers in brand storytelling and customer engagement. This session is going to be chaired by Srishti Nadhani, content creator and creative consultant. Give it up for Srishti, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes over here on stage to moderate this panel. Can I please have Srishti over here on stage to moderate this panel? Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. और जोर से ताली. ताली मुझे वहां से सुनाई दे रहा है, लेकिन वहां से नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है. Can we have that Mexican wave going in once again, please? All of you in the house. Over there, people at the back. This is going to be a really, really, really fascinating session. Thank you so much, Srishti. She'll be joined on stage by Dr. Megha Dasgupta, who's a doctor and content creator. Give it up for Dr. Megha Dasgupta as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Megha, can I please have you over here on stage? Do we have, oh, yeah, hi. Give it up for Dr. Megha Dasgupta as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Multitasker in the true sense of the term. We also have Niranjan Mondol, Laughter Sane, who's a content creator. Give it up for Niranjan as well, please, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes over here on stage. Niranjan ke liye zor se taaliya, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I've been told that he's not here, so quickly moving on to my favorite RJ from Kolkata. Give it up. Highest amount of intensity and appreciation for RJ Praveen, who is a very famous RJ and content creator. Bajaiye taali for Mr. RJ Praveen, ladies and gentlemen. We have a common bro code as well. We have the same teacher from college. I'll be calling Saira Shah Halim, who's an activist, educator, and politician. Give it up for Saira as well, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes over here on stage to take it forward. Or Zor se taali as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to appreciate the presence of Sneha Singhi Upadhyay, Chef Content Creator, F&B Consultant from Sneha Singhi Consultancy. Can we please have Sneha Singhi Upadhyay over here? I believe she's also not here. Okay, I've been told she's not here. Can we quickly move on to Sumit Agarwal, who is Associate, Great Place to Work, Institute of India. Do we have Sumit Agarwal over here? Do we have Sumit? Oh, yes, we have. Ladies and gentlemen, the final panel discussion of the day. Please give it up. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. I'll help you come. No rush. Too much of experience, too much of value to be added, too much of insights to be shared, and I'm pretty sure that the rich value of experience that they all carry, they're going to be enlightening all of us in the best way possible. Give it up for the final panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali as I hand it over to them. Zor se taali ka zor se taali synonymous nahi hua. Zor se taali, please. I repeat, zor se taali, all of you, for the final panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much.
Hi, very good evening. I'm Shrishti. Of course, Shubhajit has introduced all of us. I'm super excited to be actually flanked by such a distinguished panel right here. So I'm going to keep this short, fun, and definitely very insightful because, of course, all of us here to take back some knowledge. So just going to discuss the structure of this panel a little. I mean, taki lage maine kuch effort dala isme. So I'm going to keep it fun and casual. Don't worry, we're not going to make it very serious. And what I've planned is the first question will be open to all the panelists because I would love to hear their views on all of those questions. The second one is a personalized, a very tailored question pertaining to each of your domain and area of expertise. And I'll wrap up with a question which is basically open for anyone to jump in and kind of answer. So talking about the evolving role of influencers in storytelling and customer engagement, I think I would like to talk a little bit about influencers and how things have changed. So I've been into the industry for over 10 years now. And let's say that 8 या 9 साल पहले मैं लोगों को बोलती ना I'm an influencer. People would just be like, अच्छा, तो आप कपड़े पहन के फोटो खिंचाते हो. And now when I tell people I'm an influencer, people are like, wow, that takes a hell lot of effort. So that's exactly the shift that has actually taken place in the 1 decade that I've been into this. So with that, I'm going to move on to the first question, which is definitely open to all. And the first question that I have for everyone here is, how do you perceive the current state of the influencer landscape? And what notable shifts have you observed in the recent years? So Saira, why don't we start with you?
So, good evening, Shrishti. Good evening, CMOs Charcha, Advocacy. Thank you so much for having me over. I've just taken a flight in from from Dehradun. I've just come in. See, firstly, I would not like to call myself an influencer, but as you know, what was being discussed in the previous discussion, that anybody who has the power to influence people is an influencer. And you don't necessarily need to sell a brand. You can be a thought leader in your own right. You can sell thoughts. So yes, I don't sell brands. I don't sell clothes. I don't sell perfumes. But I think, I like to believe I sell ideas. So I think that is wherein my role comes in as an influencer. I've been in the space of activism for the last 10, 11 years. I've been in active politics. I've contested 2 elections in the last 2 years. I stood from Baliganj Bipole, where I defeated the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress 2 years ago. I recently contested a very high-pitched Lok Sabha election, and I was the India Alliance candidate from Kolkata South. So I'd like to just say that you know, my presence in the digital media, on the national media, and on social media, it has created a considerable fan following, if I may say, and people, in a way, I understand, look up to me, as in if I put a tweet out there, if I put an opinion out there, I know it has the power to resonate with the youth, because I work with the youth. Now, you know, the talk is about influences and how we can use digital technology to expand that space. So I'd like to just share my experience on how I've used digital technology in campaigning. Well, as you know that I'm from the left front, and we virtually carried out a political campaign with zero budget. But if you look at our reels, if you look at our social media presence, even the big political honchos cannot match up with the virtual space that we captured. That is because of the volunteers. We had everybody manning the campaigns, right from handheld cameras to drones, name it all. So the reels that we use in the campaign had a far-reaching effect, because I noticed that, you know, because of my candidature, I had about 39,000 followers before, before my Lok Sabha, and now it's almost 58,000 followers. So, so digital media has that power, that you can gain organic followers, say about 25,000 followers within a month, or, it depends on what your outreach program is. So I think as, I won't again say influencer because I'm not selling brands, I'm selling ideas. Well, as a person, as a thought leader, as a political leader, I have used social media, digital technology to the hilt. I'm there, my presence is there. I write columns for India Today, I write columns for other portals. I'm there on national media every day on 3-4 different channels. I have contested 2 high-pitch elections. So I don't think that there's any space that's, been left out, because I've been participating in literary festivals, launch authors and books as well. So I think as young people, or say younger people, whatever we write or whatever we post has a resonance with the people there. And this is something that even stalwarts in politics or stalwarts in activism, sometimes they look over that. Because they feel that we have this particular symbol and people are going to vote for the party. And, because generally people will say, okay, we are going to vote for Modi, but they do not know who the candidate from the constituency is. Or they'll say, we are going to vote for Mamta, but they don't know who the local MLA or the local MP is. So I think as youth leaders or as political leaders or thought leaders, it's very important to have a digital presence. And I think that is what worked for me in the previous campaign, because I managed to increase the left vote share from 5% to more than 30% within a year. And this is because of my digital presence over the years. This is because of the work that I've done. So I feel, yes, we all can play a huge role in not just talking about the last pizza that we ate. And it's all fine to talk about the last pizza or the hotel or the restaurant that you visited. But if we all can go that extra mile and say that today I participated in this blood donation camp. Today I am, active, or I am, giving my support to the LGBTQIA community, or I am, involved in an inclusion or in a diversity group. I think that will have a far-reaching consequence or far-reaching impact than just selling brands and perfumes and clothes. And do not misunderstand that. I do not look down upon people who are selling brands or clothes or designer clothes. I mean, go ahead and do that. But if you have that power, if you have that presence, if you have that following, if you have more than 30, 40,000, 50,000 followers, why can't you influence people to donate blood or to have a political opinion, whichever side of the fence it is? And tell them that you have the power to vote, you have the power to change, the shape of the country, you have the power to safeguard the democracy. So I think more and more people need to talk about societal impacts. I have not heard any politician talking about climate change. Because I was in Missouri in the morning and I took a flight in. The moment I landed in Calcutta, like about 2 hours ago, I could see, myself melting. It was like a furnace. And I think we need to address issues like climate change and also talk about diversity, talk about inclusivity, talk about how we all can do our bit in bringing in societal change. And I think digital media offers each of us a huge potential.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Saira. So from whatever you just mentioned, you're clearly an influencer in every sense of the word, clearly an influencer who influences ideas and positive change. With that, Sumit, I would love to hear your views on what you think is the current influencer landscape like, and what shifts have you personally noticed in the last few years?
Good evening, Kolkata. No sound. Good evening, Kolkata. Better. This is the sound of City of Joy. I think I'll just show you what is influencing rather than just narrating a story. Everybody please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Clap your hand with one finger. One finger. Not happening. 2 fingers. Still not happening. 3 fingers. 4 fingers. 5 fingers. Now I want you to give a high five to the person next to you. Give a high five to the person next to you. So, please take your seats. What happens is when you follow an influencer, that influencer can drive you to take certain actions. Like I just made you clap. Unless it is driven by actions, that influencer is just a digital influencer. Speaking about digital domains, now AI-generated robots and bots are also becoming influencers. That means you don't even need to be a living thing to become an influencer. But what you need to have is certain ideas, certain thoughts, and certain beliefs that you have and make a cult around it, right? And when I say a cult, I don't mean any wrong sort of sense, but I mean that you have to have deep-rooted beliefs to have that same sort of belonging, form a tribe, if you will, right? And that is the power of influence. The power of influence can make you change governments. The power of influence can make you change companies to take CSR initiatives. The power of influence can make you change laws of a country. That is the power of influence. And that, dear ladies and gentlemen, we must take it very carefully, because every time I say Simon says do this and you do it without even thinking, then we are living in a very dangerous precedent. You must learn to think, act, and then follow, right? That's the power of influence.
Thank you so much, Sumit. So just to sum that up, basically an influencer is only an influencer when they're able to drive and initiate change. Otherwise, they're just another person on social media, right? Yes. Lovely. Over to you, Arjay Praveen.
So, I've been working with radio for past 19 years. So, radio mein hame sikhaya gaya to keep it crisp, short, to the point. So, I'm not going to take much of anyone's time here. जब हम बात करते हैं creators की, few years back, clients जो हैं वो influencers के पास में आते थे, and they used to say that, I want to market this product. This is a certain X amount that I am paying you. You need to make a brand video for me. But if you look at the ecosystem right now, it is happening otherwise as well. We are standing at that point where influencers are paying money to make a brand out of themselves. So if I give you a very short example, it is the Cannes Film Festival. I'm sure that all of you have seen that news all over the social media, that a lot of influencers paid money to go to Cannes Film Festival. So in today's world, even the influencers need marketing for themselves, which is not bad. And the way the ecosystem is changing, the way the client used to, approach us for brand deals 3 years, 4 years back, and what is happening right now is completely different. Earlier, they used to approach us that, we want a viral video. But right now, the dynamics have changed. They approach us with, what is the ROI? What is the engagement? What is the age demographic that is following you? From which city you have more followers? All right? Link in bio. We want you to put link in bio for 3 or 4 days. So these are the terms that we all are learning every day. So even the clients and the agencies, they are also learning these things every day. So that is how the things are changing. And I think, it is very, very important for the growth of the industry that we all grow together. So I would like to say a big thank you to all the clients, those who approach us for brand deals. And we believe in clean and sustainable comedy, which is very, very difficult. It is actually very, very difficult to come up with, clean comedy ideas on a daily basis. So we are trying very, very hard to entertain people and will continue doing so.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you.
pretty sure comedy comes to you very naturally. I'm very sure about that. I've seen your social media. But I completely agree with the fact that, marketing yourself as an influencer is not bad at all. Of course, the whole Cannes event sparked a lot of controversy as well. But yeah, at the end, they did get a lot of leverage out of it. So absolutely not bad a move at all. On that note, over to Megha. Yes.
So I feel that, the difference between a content creator and being an influencer is not a very commonly talked discussion right here. So I feel a content creator is somebody who creates content for themselves and also to kind of influence the people who are watching it. And then if the audience is consuming the content well, maybe then you can call that person a notable influencer. This is point number one. And nowadays I feel brands also know what they want from influencers. And for influencers also, they should know that, what kind of brands really match their niche. So that's very important. So for example, if somebody is starting out as a content creator, they will take up a lot of brands. But to kind of understand what really their audience is liking really comes after posting multiple batches of content. And I think at that point of time, when they know that, okay, fine, this kind of content is working out for me, then they know, okay, this is my niche and maybe I would take up more projects on these areas. And when it comes to influencing, I feel a person can definitely talk about multiple things, but it's always better to talk about one specific thing that you're good at. And once you have a larger audience who's consuming your content, I feel you can talk about social causes like you mentioned, which is great, I feel, because that would definitely encourage other people to take part and take active part in those things. But I feel every influencer has their own niche and I think they should maintain it to kind of engage their own audience. That's all.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I completely agree with you, Megha, that influencing or content creation is a lot of trial and error before we actually close in on our niche. And I think Megha's journey is something that I've known personally and watched firsthand. So I completely know what she's talking about. We're going to talk about it more in the next question for sure. But yeah, I think we're also discussing the fact that, the word influencer is a word we're still not comfortable with. All in all, I think we create content. If someone gets influenced, that's amazing, definitely. But yeah, I feel you when you say that, dude. I do not like the use of the word influencer. Okay, moving on to the tailored questions now. Just a second. I know I didn't want it to be scripted, but I do have to cover all my bases in terms of the talking points that have been given to me by the team. Okay, so RJ Praveen, obviously, if you had to have a middle name, that would definitely be humor. So I want to understand clearly, obviously, you have a lot of large following and a great, strong connect with your audience as an RJ. And how do you kind of translate that trust, and when you're doing some brand advocacy or collaborations, how do you maintain that trust and that genuinity, and what are the strategies you kind of use to foster a sense of community and still be sort of honest with them?
Saying hai, catch them young. So I think my story is something like that because I started radio at a very, very young age, and radio helped me to understand what kind of content should go on air, what you need to say and what you need not say on radio. So there were certain do's and don'ts जो हम radio पर follow किया करते थे, and the same thing is applied when we are creating content on social media, because I know my audience. It is very, very important for you to know your audience. What is your TG? So मेरे case में my TG is a 4-year-old kid to someone who is an 80-year-old gentleman or a lady. So when we are creating content in such a way that everyone can see at home. That has actually helped us in a lot many ways because I'll tell you this story of a brand who went through all our social media posts. They saw all our social media posts just to figure out one thing that we have done wrong on social media, one controversy that we have on our name. Somewhere we were talking about religion or maybe politics or maybe criticizing someone or maybe bashing someone left, right and center. Whatever comedy we do amongst ourselves, like we friends, me or Truda, Priyanka, our boss. So we do comedy amongst us, not harming anyone else. So when this brand went through all our posts, they could not figure out one post that they can pinpoint and say that, this is where you were wrong. And that is the result. When this company did this entire research, they said that he's the guy with whom we'll collaborate. And we landed up working with Shah Rukh Khan one-on-one. So when I speak about clean comedy, storytelling, humor, knowing your audience. So I know my audience is from 4 years to 80 years old. So I have to create content in such a way that a family person can sit and watch in their house, in their own comfort zone, without feeling or without thinking twice that, अगर ये वीडियो चलाया इसमें अगर ऐसी कुछ बात आ गई तो मैं कैसे अपने बच्चे को या किसी के सामने क्या मुंह दिखाऊंगा. So we create content in such a way that everyone can watch. And I think that sensibility prevails while we were working for radio and while now we are working for social media. So the same thing applies to both the industries.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Remember, guys, do not diss anyone. Any jokes, that should be amongst your friends, not on social media against someone who might kind of create a backlash. Okay. So, Saira, of course, the question that I planned for you, a little bit of it has already been covered in the introduction. So the one thing I would definitely want to ask you is that your recent Lok Sabha campaign definitely garnered a lot of national attention. Why don't you give us a bit of an insider view on it as to how that worked?
Okay. So, Shishi, thank you. See, firstly, beyond the party, I think what really worked is your personal candidature. Because in my last election, people said we came and voted for you and not for your party symbol. So I took it as a compliment that if I could manage to increase the vote share, considering that it's not really its best time, the left is not seeing its best time, but if I could manage to increase the vote share on the dint of my hard work, on my personal candidature, and I was not even a member of any political party when I stood for the election. So I think what really helped Shishti was my civil society phase, my contribution. I've been in corporate booths for 17 years, and then I transitioned into activism, been in active politics without contesting elections for 10 years. So, but I've been politically active. It's not that I've been greenhorn all along. Electorally, yes. So I think that is what resonated with people, because end of the day, they want to see an educated leader who has conviction in her ideas, his or her ideas, and someone who is honest. I think because we've seen goons in political parties, we've seen gundaism, we've seen toxicity happening where somebody is trolling the other person. So I think people are a little jaded of, that kind of politics, and people need to get a fresh perspective. So I think that kind of worked, and I hope I'm luckier next time.
Lovely, thank you so much. And I do remember meeting you for the very first time in my life during a brand collaboration, and look at how world or life comes a full circle, and here we are discussing the role of influencers. All right, so now over to Sumit. So about Sumit, this is not the first time I'm actually hearing him, and trust me, whenever Sumit talks, he has this knack for actually knocking a lot of sense into your head and making your tummies hurt, because he's so funny and so witty. But today I have a challenge for you, because I have a pretty serious question for you, but I'm sure you're going to make this really funny and really entertaining, while at the same time being very informative. So here goes the question. So from the perspective of talent acquisition and management, how can brands foster collaboration and teamwork within influencer marketing campaigns? And what role do you see for specialized skills and support teams in maximizing the impact of influencer partnerships? Wow, that was hardcore, but Sumit, yeah, you can make it easier for us to understand.
Can you all please stand up again? After बहुत मेहनत करवाना है अभी. Can you all please stand up? Please, please, please. Everybody expects कि influencer marketing मतलब एक post करेंगे and leads and everything is going to come flooding, right? एक post पे पूरा viral हो जाएगा, right? Get a person next to you, turn around to the person next to you, shake the hand of the person next to you. Now tell them to give you a business or give you a job. Tell them give me a job. Tell them, I want a job from you. नहीं होगा ना? नहीं होगा ना? So take your seat. Influencer marketing has to be long term. It's a marriage, not a right swipe on Tinder, right? It has to be a long term partnership. short-term partnerships nahi chalega. So to answer your question, when you look at an influencer, be it talent acquisition, be it influencer, be it awareness, be it campaigns, you have to have a long-term relationship with whoever you are engaging. You can't just expect कि Praveen आज एक post करेगा and tomorrow everybody will break your gates to buy your products. This is not going to happen, right? Everybody tells me, आप एक पोस्ट कर दीजिए ना सुमित जी आपका तो लिंक्डइन पे इतना फॉलोअर्स है कल से मेरा प्रोडक्ट बिकना चालू हो जाएगा आई एम लाइक ऐसा अगर होता तो मैं खुद अपना प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन नहीं कर लेता so you have to have that long term thought process even if you are looking for good talent right you have to have that process that the talent has to stick with you for a very long term. Even if it's a brand which is active on social media, the HRs who are active in social media, the talent acquisition partners who are active on social media, helps you attract and retain talent. Right? Retaining talent is important because Gen Z's का क्या है? आज है, कल भाग जाएंगे. नहीं रहना है उनको आपने बोला कि तुम आज 10 बजे क्यों ऑफिस आए they told you सर सो गए थे and then you say why are you so late ये सब नहीं चलेगा and then the person goes and joins your competitor right? You have to have that long term mentoring mentality with influencers as well as if you're a talent acquisition manager, you have to have that mentorship with your talent as well. So that everything goes on long term. Because क्या होता है? Brands come and tell, we want one post. That's it. We want one post. होना क्या है नहीं है वो बाद में देखा जाएगा ROI 40% हो जाएगा अपने आप कैसे होगा वो उनको भी पता नहीं मुझे भी पता नहीं right so you have to have that faith that when you are hiring somebody that treat that influencer like a person who you are hiring for long term it's a relationship and that will take you long places right थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए right influencers के साथ
I just want to add one more point here, just one point. A lot of time it happens that, the clients are like, okay, we want so many views. So you put in money and, you buy views. We want 5 million views. Please don't do that, all right? Whatever comes naturally, organically, please stick to that. Because if you have to put money to make your video work, then it's better that you don't pay the influencer, you do a video for yourself, you put in money, you put in the budget, you boost your post and you make it viral. Why do you need an influencer? So let's believe in the organic reach. A lot of time we lose out on a lot of business only because we say a no to the client that we are not going to boost our post. We will put in our 110% effort to make your video work. Let's believe. So you have to have that faith on the influencer. And let's forget the boosting part. Thank you.
Just to add to what Praveen said, 66% of Twitter followers are fake, according to a research. अगर आपको dopamine rush चाहिए, तब fake followers आप ले लो. मगर if you get so involved in the numbers, you will not be able to find true value. If you are looking at value, you have to have long-term engagement, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sumit. And clearly to sum up what Sumit said, guys, please remember, say no to flings. And that holds good for both brands as well as influencers because I think long-term relation is something that we all vie for. I'm sure, Megha, you would agree as well as a content creator. I'm sure there have been brands that we started working with back in the day when we started and we still work with them because we've invested in that connection with them, right? So on that note, by the way, I call your Megha because I've known her for years, but for everybody else, she's Dr. Megha, and it takes 2 weeks to break away from a habit, so yeah, it's going to take some time. But yes, since you have a background of a doctor and also you're a content creator, so how do you think your unique background contributes to your storytelling approach, and how can brands kind of leverage your expertise effectively?
So I think one thing that is very common between both the professions, since they are very like poles apart. So as a doctor, we need to know the history of the patient. And as a content creator, we need to know the history of the brand, the story behind the brand before we take up any sort of campaigns. So for example, my basic niche is to kind of uplift the homegrown brands rather than, working with bigger brands, because for me, I feel with whatever audience I have right now, if those homegrown brands get a leverage through social media and they can, uplift their revenue streams through that, I think that's a great business opportunity for them, and it actually helps other brands to kind of start off from scratch, because I think I've actually started collaborating with smaller brands who have just started out from their home maybe, and they do not know how to kind of leverage their whatever products they were selling through content. So I think that's where I came in and started making content on them to kind of like encourage the other viewers that, okay, this exists. And I think that's how it acts as a chain, and it encourages other people to kind of open and do more things with their brand and see bigger prospects.
Lovely. I think it's always so important to ask a brand questions before you honestly like get into a collaboration with them, because I think you are narrating a story about them, so it's always very important to ask them questions to understand the brand better. On that note, I'm guessing we'll have to close this. So do we have time to take any questions from the audience?
Question we can
Okay, so I'm going to leave the floor open to the audience for questions.
Hi.
Hi.
Dr. Kavita Shastri from Globson Business School. So in addition to teaching human resource management, I am also a nano influencer where, on my Instagram, I try to inspire Gen Z about, Indian mythology and how to keep them motivated and inspired, talking about stories and, other things. So, what do you suggest? Like, I should keep on, like, I don't advertise or I'm not into, some promotions. So, what is your take on it? Like, I should keep on doing it, and, like, what can be the way ahead?
Sure.
Anyone can answer.
Sure. Who would like to take this question?
Go for it?
Sure.
So I feel, hi. So I feel that, if you are a brand of yourself, not a content creator like a brand, and you want to go ahead and collaborate with an influencer or a content creator, I think the first basic standard things that you should check is if that influencer also matches the content line that you're talking about. It should not be the exact content lines maybe, but at least it should have, the creator should have certain aspects which are related to your content. So I think that would be the first thing if you're looking out to market your brand with an influencer. That is my advice.
कविता जी, मैं कहूँगा आप करते जाओ, ठीक है ना? 30 दिन में एक वीडियो आपका वायरल होगा और उसके बाद में लाइन लग जाएगी, है ना? हाँ, I know आप लोगों को एजुकेट करने के लिए, लोगों को बताने के लिए कर रहे हो, ठीक है ना? But what's the harm if you have a larger set of audience? If you go viral, you'll have a larger set of audience, larger number of people are listening to you and watching your videos. So just keep doing it. You have to be consistent with it. It can't be that, कि अच्छा आज एक वीडियो कर लिया और उसके बाद में चलो ठीक है 6 दिन के बाद में एक वीडियो करेंगे. नहीं. You have to be very consistent with it. That's all I would say. Thank you. Rana sir, you had a question.
I'm really sorry about that.
Sir, really sorry, but we'll take it offline because...
Sure, we can do that. So on that note, we come to the end of the session. This was a very insightful session. मैंने भी बहुत कुछ सीखा है. Honestly, I think I'm going to employ some tips and tricks that I've learned today into my content creation as well. And definitely one thing we've understood is that influencers are clearly like a cornerstone when it comes to brands and their marketing strategies for sure. And going forward, definitely the brands need influencers and vice versa to really maximize the potential and reach their best heights for sure. On that note, thank you so much to the distinguished panel for taking time out and actually being a part of this session. And yes, over to you, Shubhajit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give a huge round of applause for this wonderful panel out here. Thank you so much. I'll request you all to kindly wait for the group photo opportunity. And a lot of things have been said about being influencers. I believe there are 3 things as well. It's CHT, credibility, honesty, and transparency. If these 3 things are maintained, I believe you can actually slay as an influencer. Please give it up for all of them. Zor se taali, ek aur baar zor se bajaiye aap log. They bring a huge pool of experience over here. These are such interesting topics we can keep hearing on and on. But din mein 24 ghante hai, we can't do much about it. So that's the limitation that we have. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The final panel discussion of the day. Zor se taali, the highest amount of intensity and noise. Please make for this wonderful, wonderful panel over here. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to acknowledge the presence of Bengal's finest actress, Priyanka Sarkar, as she has arrived over here. Zor se taali bajaiye for Priyanka, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she's over here. Mujhe taaliyon ki goond sunai nahi de rahi hai. Can we please have the loudest amount of cheers and acknowledge Priyanka's presence over here as well? Thank you so much. We'll be having a very interesting fireside chat very soon. And thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to an end of the summit, the CMOs Charcha Summit, Kolkata chapter. Very soon, in the next 45 minutes, we're all set to begin with the 2 fireside chats that we have in store, followed by the inaugural season of the Ma Awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from the summit. See you all in the next 45 minutes. And I promise you, from the bottom of my heart, both the fireside chats as well as the awards is all set to take you forward in a different zone altogether. Give it up for you all once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a wonderful, wonderful audience. Thank you so much. And also just a quick request to everybody over here. I'll request people to kindly vacate the auditorium over here. We need to get it ready for the awards, which is set to happen in the next 45 minutes. I'll request everybody to kindly vacate the auditorium and cooperate with our hotel staff over here so that we can get it ready for the awards that's set to take place in the next 45 minutes. I'll request everybody over here in this room to kindly vacate the hall so that we can get ready and get going with the awards in the next 45 minutes. The quicker we do it, the better it is and the easier it gets. So can I please request everybody to vacate this hall? Thank you so much. I'll see you all in the next 45 minutes. Trust me, excitement, glamour is all set to drop over here at Lalit Great Eastern like never before. To a great evening going forward, interesting fireside chats. When I say fireside chats, I truly mean from the bottom of my heart, andar jhaak ke dekh sakte ho ki fire full rahega in all the conversations. Agun, that is what. Ek baar zor se, ek aur baar, agun, come on, give it up. Agun, bolo, bindas. Fire. We'll bring that fire to the table, of course. So we had the interesting summit right from morning till evening. We're all set to have the Ma Awards later in the evening as well. But before that, we have two very interesting fireside chats. And आप लोग ने सुबह से मुझे सुना है. अभी थोड़ा और ज़्यादा सुनना पड़ेगा because both the fireside chats, I'm only moderating. So for the first fireside chat, I would love to invite somebody जिसको सब लोग जानते हैं. Everybody knows her very well. Everybody knows her body of work as well. And I truly can say from the bottom of my heart that apart from being a fantastic artist, I can call her my friend and buddy, and we were just chit-chatting for a long time before कि यार क्या बात करेंगे. मुझे nervousness हो रहा था कि यार जब दोस्त लोग एक साथ मिलके stage पे बैठते तो exactly how do they actually make it intense and क्या बोलते हैं वो professional, right? मुझे वो डर था, but then she calmed me down. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to make the highest amount of intensity and noise for Priyanka Sarkar, as I call her over here, for a special fireside chat with me. Please give it up once again. Zor se tali. Give it up, Kolkata. Priyanka Sarkar it is for a special fireside chat. Yes, thank you. We're going to be talking about a very interesting subject, jo main bolna chahunga once we take our seats. So which one are you preferring? Any kuch hai preference? I am a ladies man, so I always ask the ladies before. So you can take your seat and I'll pass this mic. वो वाला काम कर रहे हैं ना वहाँ पे? मैं ही कर रहा हूँ सर वो भी. So I know that you all have been looking forward to these sessions and the awards later in the evening. একটু অদ্ভুত লাগছে না, মানে এরকম ফর্মাল সেটআপে একসাথে বসে একটু আগে আড্ডা মারছি।
একটু অদ্ভুত লাগছে। তার আগে সবাইকে ভেরি গুড ইভিনিং এবং সত্যি খুব ভালো লাগছে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ যারা অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড, যারা এত সুন্দর একটা ইভেন্ট অর্গানাইজ করেছেন এবং এই দারুণ প্ল্যাটফর্মটা কলকাতায় নিয়ে চলে এসেছেন, তাদেরকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। অ্যাডগালিকে অবশ্যই অনেক ধন্যবাদ এবং যারা এগিয়ে এসেছেন এই ইভেন্টটাকে সাকসেসফুল করার জন্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। এবং শুভজিৎ, হ্যাঁ মানে আমরা গল্প করছিলাম কি হয়েছে জানো তো, অ্যাংজাইটিটা আই কাম টু টাউন বাই লাইক টেকিং অন দ্যাট অ্যাংজাইটি। সো ওই অ্যাংজাইটিটা জাস্ট পাস অন হয়ে গেছে। আমার তো মনে হচ্ছে ফায়ারসাইড চ্যাট কি এই কারণে, কারণ এইদিকে একদম পুরো আগুন হয়ে রয়েছে।
আমরা গতকাল একে অপরকে ফায়ার পাস করছিলাম ফোনে যে আর কি কথা বলবো। দেন উই ডিসাইডেড ইয়ার উই বোথ আর প্রফেশনালস, উইল হ্যান্ডেল ইট, বাট দেন উই অল নিড ইয়োর মোটিভেশন এজ ওয়েল। তো যদি একটু এদিক ওদিক হয়ে যায় আপনারা তাহলে দেখে নেবেন, বাট দেন আই এম প্রিটি শিওর ইটস গোনা বি ভেরি ফ্যাসিনেটিং এন্ড মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্টলি इनसाइटफुल। सो द टॉपिक दैट वी हैव टुडे, द डिस्कशन वाला टॉपिक जो है प्रियंका के साथ, वो है डिकोडिंग द बांग्ला कंटेंट इंडस्ट्री। Now, when I say the topic, you all can understand what exactly we are going to be discussing about. But there are certain specific questions which I believe Priyanka can answer better than anybody else, given the kind of experience and value that she brings to the table in any project that she is associated with. তুমি আছো এখানে, আমি চিরদিনই তুমি যে আমার, তোমাকে যদি না বলি তাহলে কি করে হয়? এটা হয় না। একবার ওটার জন্য প্লিজ জোর সে তালি বাজা দিজিয়ে সব লোগ। ওয়ান অফ আ বিগেস্ট হিটস এন্ড হাইলাইটস ইন আ ক্যারিয়ার।
থ্যাংক ইউ। এবং সেখান থেকেই তাহলে আমারও বলা উচিত চিরদিনই তুমি যে আমার, দর্শকরা রয়েছে বলে, এবং সেই সময় থেকে 2008-এ ছবিটার মুক্তি পেয়েছিল এবং সেই সময় থেকে ইন্ডাস্ট্রির মধ্যে বা ইন্ডাস্ট্রির বাইরে যে এরকম ভালোবাসা এবং সাপোর্ট আমি পেয়েছি, সেটা না হলে, ইনফ্যাক্ট আমরা সেটা নিয়েও ডিসকাস করছিলাম যে ভালো কাজ করতে গেলে আশেপাশে মানে পারিপার্শ্বিক সাপোর্টটা ভীষণ রকম দরকার পড়ে। তো সেখান থেকে সকলে পাশে থেকেছেন, তার জন্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। চিরদিনই তুমি যে আমার এবং আমি যে দর্শকেরই।
Absolutely. Now let's hit the point right from the very beginning. আমরা এখানে কথা বলছি about বাংলা content industry and সেটাকে ডিকোড করছি, right? So nobody better than you to kind of talk about that subject. তুমি আমাকে বলো যে over the last decade or so, what do you think has been that very significant change Bengali industry te, jeta kina tumi as a performing artist you have noticed and you're very happy and proud je ei jinishta amader Bangla industry te esche, because you know, given the kind of experience that you have, jeta eta amader Bengal industry ke sanghatik bhabe help korbe. What is that one significant change or evolution jeta tumi hoyto dekhecho, jeta tomar khub bhalo lage je ha amader Bangla industry te hoyeche in content?
রাইট, এবার দেখো প্রশ্নটার মধ্যে তুমি যেটা মেনশন করলে যে আর ডেকেড অর সো অফ দ্য লাস্ট বাংলা কন্টেন্ট, বাংলা ডিজিটাল কন্টেন্ট, তো সেইখানে আমার মনে হয় যে ডিজিটাল কন্টেন্ট বলতে যেটা প্রথম মাথায় আসে সেটা হচ্ছে ওটিটি, ওয়েব সিরিজ এবং ওয়েবের জন্য তৈরি স্পেসিফিক কাজগুলো, কিন্তু সেটা কিন্তু এখনও ডেকেড ওল্ড নয়। এটা একটা বড় পয়েন্ট যেটা কিন্তু আমরা এখন যেহেতু আমাদের রেগুলার লাইফে প্র্যাকটিসের মধ্যে চলে এসছে ওটিটি ভিউয়ারশিপ, আমরা আমাদের দেখতেই থাকি কিছু না কিছু, সেখান থেকে আমরা কিন্তু এটা ভুলে যাচ্ছি এই ওটিটি ব্যাপারটা কিন্তু এখনো অবধি লাইক নিজের ইনফ্যান্সিতে রয়েছে বলতে গেলে। 2008-এ আই থিঙ্ক প্রথম যখন ইন্ডিয়াতে ওটিটি লঞ্চ করে এবং সেইখান থেকে বাংলায় এসছে কিন্তু কাজ, মানে বাংলায় ওটিটি নিজস্ব প্ল্যাটফর্ম এসছে 2016-তে, এবং সেই সময়েও আমি ওটিটিতে কাজ করেছি, এবং তারপর থেকে আরও অনেক ওটিটি বেড়েছে, প্ল্যাটফর্ম বেড়েছে, তাদের কাজের বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে, অনেক অনেক এক্সপ্যানশন হয়েছে। এবং সেটা কিভাবে দেখো, 10 বছর যেটার বয়সও নয় এখনও, ডিজিটাল কন্টেন্ট বলতে কিন্তু আমরা অনেক কিছু বলি, সেই আমব্রেলাটার মধ্যে কিন্তু সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্মস রয়েছে এবং সেইখানে যে কাজগুলো হতো সেইগুলোও কিন্তু ডিজিটাল কন্টেন্ট, এবং আজকের দিনে তো সেটা আরও বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে, যেখানে ডেফিনেটলি আমার রিলস, আমার শর্টস, আমার ভিডিও আমার সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্মের জন্য রয়েছে, তার সাথে সাথে প্রচুর সিনেমা এবং সিরিজ তৈরি হচ্ছে, এবং আরও বেড়েছে যেটা লকডাউনের সময় থেকে সাংঘাতিক রকম বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে, সেটা হচ্ছে ডিজিটাল কোলাবোরেশনস। তো সেইখান থেকে কিন্তু কাজ অনেক বেড়েছে, এবং আমার মনে হয় আমি সবসময় এটা একটা পজিটিভ দিকই দেখি, এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটাই সবথেকে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, যে জব অপরচুনিটিস এবং নতুনদের জন্য প্ল্যাটফর্ম। যখন শুরুতে যখন যারা, তুমি বলতে পারবে তোমারও যেহেতু একটা সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া সাইট থেকে নিজস্ব চ্যানেল থেকেই কাজ করা শুরু, তো সেইখানে কিন্তু সেই ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্সটা থাকে, সেই লিবার্টিটা থাকে, যে তুমি তোমার নিজের ক্রিয়েটিভিটি নিজের মতন করে দেখাতে পারছো, একটা স্টুডিও স্ট্রাকচারটা এস্টাবলিশ স্ট্রাকচারের মধ্যে না এসেও তুমি তোমার নিজের মতন করে কাজ করতে পারছো, এবং সেটাই তারপর ইনফ্যাক্ট আমরা যখন বলছি যে ফেসবুকের জন্য ভিডিও বা ইউটিউবের জন্য ভিডিও, তারও অনেক পরে কিন্তু মনিটাইজেশন এসছে, যেখান থেকে কিন্তু এখন এটা একটা ফুল অন প্রফেশন। যদিও আমার মনে হয় যে সেটা নিয়ে প্রচুর কনফিউশন রয়েছে সাধারণ মধ্যবিত্ত ঘরে স্পেশালি, আমার মনে হয় যে এটা একটা নেগেটিভ দিক, যেখানে যে ইউটিউব বা সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া অ্যাজ আ ক্যারিয়ার কতটা অ্যাকসেপ্টেড হচ্ছে, ডেফিনেটলি হচ্ছে, কিন্তু সেটা কিন্তু এখন মানুষে অনেক বেশি প্যাশনেটলি কাজ করছে এবং নিজেদের আইডিয়া নিয়ে এগিয়ে আসছে, যেটা আমার মনে হয় দারুণ একটা ব্যাপার। এবং তারপর অবশ্যই নতুন প্রচুর ডিরেক্টরস কিন্তু স্টার্ট করেছে তাদের ইউটিউব দিয়েই, সেখান থেকে কিন্তু তারা যখন একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম পেয়েছে, সাপোর্ট পেয়েছে, স্ট্রাকচার পেয়েছে, তারা সিরিজ এবং সিনেমাতে এসছে, এবং অভিনেতা থেকে শুরু করে টেকনিশিয়ানস অনেক কাজ হচ্ছে এখন বাংলা সিরিজ। এবং আমার কি মনে হয় বলো তো, বাংলা সিরিজ বলেও আমি শুধুমাত্র সেটাকে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের গণ্ডির মধ্যে আটকে রাখবো না, কারণ বাংলা কন্টেন্টের একটা বড় জায়গা বা দর্শক কিন্তু একটা গোটা নেশন রয়েছে, যেটা হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশ। তো সেখানে কিন্তু বাংলা কন্টেন্ট আজকে এই বাউন্ডারিগুলো ছাড়িয়ে চলে গেছে, এবং যেমন আমাদের হাতে থ্যাঙ্কস টু অল দ্য ওটিটি প্ল্যাটফর্মস আমাদের কাছে যেমন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল কাজ চলে আসছে, সেরকমই পশ্চিমবঙ্গের, দেশের এবং বাংলাদেশেরও আমাদের নিজেদের ভাষার যে আরও কত রকমের কাজ হচ্ছে, সেই জিনিসগুলো আমাদের কাছে কিন্তু অনেক ইজিলি অ্যাক্সেসিবল হয়ে গেছে। তো সেইটা আমার মনে হয় অবশ্যই একটা এক্সপ্যানশন, যেটা তার ক্রেডিট প্রাপ্য তার। এবং ডিজিটাল কোলাবোরেশনস আমার মনে আছে লকডাউনের সময় থেকে হঠাৎ করেই আমরা আগে সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া বলতে আমাদের নিজেদের হয়তো কিছু মুহূর্ত শেয়ার করলাম, অডিয়েন্সের সাথে একটা ইন্টারাকশন হতো, কিন্তু সেইটাকেও যে কীভাবে ইউটিলাইজ করা যায় ফর বেটারমেন্ট, যখন আমরা লকডাউনের সময় অলমোস্ট বাড়িতে বসে রয়েছি, কাজের আমাদের এন্টারটেনমেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রি বিশালভাবে সাফার করেছিল, সেই সময় কিন্তু অনেক এজেন্সিস যেমন SVF রয়েছে, তাদের সাথেই আমার শুরু করা কিছু ব্রিলিয়েন্ট মাইন্ডস যারা এই সব অনেকগুলো এজেন্সিতে কাজ করছে, তারা কিন্তু আইডিয়েট করতে শুরু করে যে এই প্ল্যাটফর্মগুলোকে কী করে ইউটিলাইজ করা যায় এবং সেখানে অডিয়েন্স তৈরি করা। আমার মনে হয় যে প্ল্যাটফর্মস শুরু করেছিল ধরো 2016 থেকে, সেখান থেকে আজকে যে এই এত, মানে ধরো আমি শুরু করেছিলাম বা বাংলায় প্রথম আড্ডা টাইমস, সেখান থেকে তারপর আসে হইচই, এবং হইচই যেভাবে নতুনদের নিয়ে এসছে ওরা, এবং শুধুমাত্র কাজ নয়, আমার মনে হয় যে কোলাবোরেশনস, উইথ সার্টেন ব্র্যান্ডস, এবং আরও মানে 2 মিনিটের ফিল্ম থেকে শুরু করে 2 ঘন্টার ছবি সব কিছু কেটার করা। তারপর চরকি, যেখানে বাউন্ডারিজ ভেদ করে আর কি ক্রিয়েটিভিটি সামনে নিয়ে আসছে। তো এইরকম সব কিছু, এবং তার সাথে সাথে এই ব্র্যান্ডস মানুষের কাছে আরও কীভাবে পৌঁছে যাওয়া যায়, কারণ আমরা সবাই আজকে ফোনে রয়েছি। সো এবং আনফর্চুনেটলি এটাও একটা ডিসকাশনের টপিক যে এটা বলা হয় আমাদের সবারই অ্যাটেনশনের প্রবলেম হয়ে যাচ্ছে, ইনফরমেশন রিটেনশন কমে আসছে। তো সেখান থেকে কত তাড়াতাড়ি হিট করা যায় মেন বক্তব্যটা নিয়ে। তো সবাই কী বলতো নিজেদের মাথা খাটাচ্ছে যে আরও কীভাবে ক্রিয়েটিভ করা যায়, কীভাবে ইউনিক প্রেজেন্টেশন করা যায়। সো সেইখান থেকে এটা একটা খুব হেলদি অ্যাটমসফিয়ার, হেলদি ওয়ার্কিং অ্যাটমসফিয়ার, এবং যেটা ওভারঅল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি গ্রোথই সাপোর্ট করবে।
Absolutely, and যেটা তুমি বললে ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্মসের ব্যাপারে, আই থিঙ্ক দ্যাট ইজ ভেরি ওয়েল পুট আপ অ্যান্ড ভেরি ওয়েল হাইলাইটেড। অ্যান্ড অলসো যেটা তুমি পয়েন্ট বললে বাংলাদেশের অডিয়েন্স, আই থিঙ্ক সিগনিফিকেন্ট অডিয়েন্স কন্ট্রিবিউট করে টুয়ার্ডস বাংলা কন্টেন্ট। আমাকে একটা জিনিস বলো যে কন্টেন্ট অ্যাজ আ ওয়ার্ড, ইটস অ্যান আমব্রেলা টার্ম, আমি যেটা বুঝি। কন্টেন্ট যেটা হয়তো তোমার জন্য কন্টেন্ট মাইট নট বি কন্টেন্ট ফর সামবডি এলস, অ্যান্ড যেটা হয়তো অন্য কারোর জন্য কন্টেন্ট দ্যাট মাইট নট বি কন্টেন্ট ফর ইউ, রাইট? আমাকে তুমি বলো যে যখন তোমার কাছে কোনো ধরো স্ক্রিপ্ট অফার হলো, বা ধরো তোমার কাছে কোনো কন্টেন্টের প্রেজেন্টেশন করা হলো যে প্রিয়াঙ্কা আমরা তোমাকে এই চরিত্রটাতে ইম্যাজিন করছি অ্যান্ড উই ফিল যে তুমি খুব সুন্দর কাজ করবে এটাতে, ঠিক আছে? তো তোমার জন্যে ওই একটা প্রজেক্টকে নট করার জন্যে যে হ্যাঁ আমি এটা করব বা না আমি এটা করব না, তোমার জন্যে তখন কন্টেন্ট কি, কোন বেসিসে তুমি সেটা ডিসাইড করো? হোয়াট ইজ কন্টেন্ট ফর ইউ অ্যাট দ্যাট পয়েন্ট অফ টাইম when it comes to giving a nod to a project or saying no to a project? সেটা আমরা জানতে চাই।
আচ্ছা, বিষয়টা হচ্ছে দেখো, যখন একজন ডিরেক্টর বা প্রোডাকশন হাউস আমাকে অ্যাপ্রোচ করছে, তাদেরও কিছু একটা ভাবনা চিন্তা থাকে, একটা লাইন অফ থট থাকে। তো ইদার একটা হতে পারে যে প্রিয়াঙ্কাকে এরকম চরিত্রে দেখেছি, আমি জানিও খুব ভালো করবে, বা প্রিয়াঙ্কাকে কখনো এরকম চরিত্রে দেখিনি, একদম নতুনভাবে ওকে প্রেজেন্ট করা যাবে। সো আমাকে সেটাও ইন্টারেস্ট করে যে ধরো এত বছর ধরে কাজ করছি, অনেক কাজ আছে যেগুলো আমি অলরেডি করেছি, অনেক ধরনের চরিত্র আছে। আমি এটা বারবার বলি যে একজন অভিনেতা হিসেবে এটা আমার সৌভাগ্য যে আমি অনেকগুলো জীবন বাঁচার সুযোগ পাই। সো এই মুহূর্তে হয়তো আমি একজন ডাক্তার, এই মুহূর্তে হয়তো আমি একজন এনআরআই ফ্রম সাম এক্সোটিক ল্যান্ড, আবার হয়তো আমি চায়ের দোকানের চালাচ্ছি আর কি। সো এটা আমার গুড ফরচুন যে আমি আমার ক্রাফটের মাধ্যমে সেটাকে এক্সপ্লোর করতে পারি, এতগুলো জীবন দেখতে পাই। তো সেখান থেকে আমার একটা ভাবনা চিন্তা কাজ করে যে আমি কি কি করেছি, কোনটা আমার জন্য রিপিটেটিভ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, আর করতে চাই না, দিস ইজ সামথিং নিউ দ্যাট ইজ এক্সাইটিং মি। সো সেইটা একটা নিশ্চয়ই থাকে, তার সাথে অবশ্যই খুব সেলফিশ চাহিদা থাকে যে এই প্রযোজক বা এই ডিরেক্টর বা এই কো অ্যাক্টরের সাথে আমি কাজ করতে চাই, এই একটা লিটারেচারের ওপর বেস সামথিং যেটা আমি করতে চাই। তো সেরকম অনেক কিছু থাকে, এবং আজকের দিনের একটা ক্রুশিয়াল পার্ট হচ্ছে দ্য প্রমোশন পার্ট। আমি জানি একটা ভালো কাজ করলাম, এবং যেটা করেওছি ক্যারিয়ারে বহু পর্যায়ে, কিন্তু সেটা দর্শকের কাছে পৌঁছলো না বিকজ অফ ল্যাক অফ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, বিকজ অফ আই ডোন্ট নো, মেবি কোথাও গিয়ে একটা খামতি থেকে গেছে। সেটা আমি স্বীকার করবো যে সকলের তরফ থেকে, বিকজ ফিল্ম ইজ এন্ড অফ দ্য ডে আ টিম ওয়ার্ক। সো সেখান থেকে আজকে আমি চেষ্টা করি যে আমার এক্সপিরিয়েন্স বা যেটুকুনি যা কানেকশন সব কিছু থেকে আমি আমার শুধু অভিনয় নয়, শুধু ক্যামেরার সামনে গেলাম অভিনয় করলাম সেটা নয়, ওভারঅল প্রজেক্টের ওয়েলবিংয়ের জন্য বা বেটারমেন্টের জন্য আমি কি কন্ট্রিবিউট করতে পারছি। তো সেই টিমের, গোটা টিমের কি ইনিশিয়েটিভ থাকছে, কি প্ল্যানিং থাকছে, সেই সব কিছুই হেল্প করে ডেফিনেটলি একটা ডিসিশন নিতে। আর তাছাড়া তুমি যদি বলো যে শুধুমাত্র ডিজিটাল কন্টেন্টের জন্য, আমার মনে হয় যে সেটা একটা দারুণ প্ল্যাটফর্ম, যখন ডেফিনেটলি অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কানেক্ট করা যায়, যখন রেলিভেন্ট বিষয় তুলে আনা যায়। কারণ আমি চেষ্টা করেছি, এবং থ্যাংক গড যে আমার লাস্ট যে দুটো কাজ থেকেছে ওয়েবের জন্য, ছোট লোক জি5-এ এবং লজ্জা হইচইতে, দুটোই খুব অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েটেড হয়েছে, খুব রেলিভেন্ট লেগেছে দর্শকদের, এবং ইনফ্যাক্ট হয়তো আরও বেটার কিছুর জন্য কথাবার্তা চলছে, সেই মানে কাজগুলো কী করে আরও বেশি পরিমাণে দর্শকের কাছে পৌঁছানো যায় সেই সব নিয়েও ডিসকাশনস চলছে। সো দ্যাটস বিন মাই গুড ফরচুন। কিন্তু তাছাড়াও আমি আমার সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াকে ইউজ করার চেষ্টা করেছি যখন যেটা রেলিভেন্ট সেইভাবে। লকডাউনের সময়ের কথাই আবার বলবো, কীভাবে কানেকশনস বাড়ানো যায়, কীভাবে অ্যাওয়ারনেস বাড়ানো যায়, যেগুলো হয়তো আমার ক্যামেরার সামনে কাজের মধ্যে পড়ে না, কিন্তু আমরা প্রত্যেকে যেটুকুনি যা ইনফ্লুয়েন্সিংয়ের জায়গায় রয়েছি, আমার মনে হয় যে সেই ইনফ্লুয়েন্সটা কিন্তু আমি বলবো না যে শুধুমাত্র পলিটিক্যালি এনগেজ হয়েই পসিবল, বা সোসাইটির জন্য কাজ করতে হলে সেটাই শুধুমাত্র অপশন, বা খুব তাছাড়া অপশন নেই, সেটা নয়, সেটা আমি বিশ্বাস করি না। এবং সেই কারণেই আমার মনে হয় যে যেটুকুনি যার পক্ষে সম্ভব সেইটুকুনি এনগেজমেন্ট কিন্তু ভীষণ দরকার। দরকার, সেটা যে কোনো রকম একটা কজ হতে পারে, সেটা বাচ্চাদের এডুকেশন হতে পারে, সেটা লকডাউনের সময় কোভিডের এগেনস্টে অ্যাওয়ারনেস হতে পারে, সেটা এনিথিং ক্যান বি টুয়ার্ডস গ্লোবাল ওয়ার্মিং, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, ক্যান বি এনিথিং। বাট আমাদের আজকে সৌভাগ্য যে আমাদের কাছে সেই প্ল্যাটফর্মগুলো রয়েছে।
আমাকে একটা কথা বলো, লাস্ট কিছু বছরে আই এম প্রিটি শিওর আ লট অফ পিপল হ্যাভ হার্ড দিস টার্ম কল্ড প্যান ইন্ডিয়া, রাইট? আমরা সবাই শুনি প্যান ইন্ডিয়া নিয়ে, আমরা অনেক কিছু বলি। নাও when we talk about প্যান ইন্ডিয়া, apart from হিন্দি, যেটা ইউজুয়ালি অনেকের মাথায় আসে সেটা হচ্ছে প্রজেক্টস ফ্রম দ্য সাউথ। You talk about, say, a Pushpa, for example, you know, Allu Arjun and all these people, they are heartthrob regional stars, but pan-India term e, আমরা ওদের সিনেমা প্রাইমারিলি সাউথকে রেফার করি। প্যান ইন্ডিয়াতে আনফর্চুনেটলি অ্যাজ অফ নাও আমরা বাংলা কন্টেন্টকে অতটা সেইভাবে বলি না যতটা আমি চাই বা তুমি চাই যেই লেভেলে প্যান ইন্ডিয়া লেভেলে কথা হোক অ্যাবাউট বেঙ্গলি ফিল্মস, রাইট, বা বেঙ্গলি কন্টেন্ট, রাইট? হোয়াট ডু ইউ থিঙ্ক পারহ্যাপস বাংলা কন্টেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে ল্যাক করছে ইন টার্মস অফ আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং? আর কোন জিনিসটা হয়তো তুমি জানো যে বাংলা কন্টেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে ইজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি বেটার দেন পারহ্যাপস maybe other regional languages, বাট সেটা হয়তো যে পোটেনশিয়ালটা আছে সেটা এখনো ট্যাপ হয়নি। তোমার মতামত কি ওই ব্যাপারে?
আই উড লাইক টু বিলিভ যে পোটেনশিয়ালটা আছে সেটা এখনো হয়তো ট্যাপ হয়নি এবং হচ্ছে ইন প্রসেস। তার কারণ দেখো, বাংলা চিরকাল আমাদের প্যান ইন্ডিয়াতে, ইনফ্যাক্ট ইন্টারন্যাশনালি একটা দারুণ গুরুত্বপূর্ণ জায়গায় থেকেছে, প্রেস্টিজিয়াস জায়গায় থেকেছে এবং সেটাই রয়েছে এখনও। কিন্তু বাংলা কাজ যখন সেরকমভাবে দর্শকের কাছে পৌঁছায়, সেটা কিন্তু অন্য ভাষায় তৈরি হচ্ছে এবং সেটার নজির ডেফিনেটলি আমাদের এখানকার ওটিটির প্ল্যাটফর্মস, এখানকার অনেক কাজ রয়েছে যেগুলো কিন্তু অন্য ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে নট অনলি বিং ডাবড অ্যান্ড প্রেজেন্টেড, তৈরি হচ্ছে লোকাল রিজিয়নে। তো সেই জিনিসটা কিন্তু দারুণ হচ্ছে এবং সেই জিনিসটা হচ্ছে, বা ধরো বিদেশে আমরা যখন যাই তখন কিন্তু অনেকেই বলে যে এই কাজটা দেখলাম এবং সেটা ম্যাক্সিমামটা ওটিটির জন্যই দেখতে পায় তারা। তো সেটা অবশ্যই আমাদের অ্যাজ অ্যাক্টার্স বা অ্যাজ পার্ট অফ দ্য প্রজেক্ট আমাদের ভীষণ ভালো লাগে, কিন্তু সেই জায়গাটা কিন্তু পৌঁছাচ্ছে। আমার মনে হয় যে কি বলতো, বাংলা কন্টেন্ট রয়েছে, বাংলায় দারুণ কাজ করার জন্য মানুষও রয়েছে, কিন্তু হ্যাঁ, এই যোগাযোগগুলো হয়তো আরও ভালো হতে পারে, যেটা আই এম লুকিং ফরওয়ার্ড টু। আমি খুব হোপফুল যে ডেফিনেটলি উইথ দ্য গ্রোথ, উইথ দ্য এক্সপ্যানশন সেই জায়গাটা আরও পৌঁছাবে। আমার মনে হয় যে সেইখান থেকেই আরও ওটিটিস আসুক এবং এই হেলদি কম্পিটিটিভ মাইন্ডসেটে যদি তারা আরও বেশি দর্শকের কাছে পৌঁছানোর চেষ্টা করে, আমাদের কাজ পৌঁছাবে। সো সেখান থেকে আমার মনে হয় যে যেমন আর কি বাংলা কাজ তাকদীর যেটা রিজিয়নালি তৈরি হয়েছে, তো সেখান থেকে চিরকাল বাংলার একটা নিজস্ব অডিয়েন্স আছে। দেশে বিদেশে তারা হয়তো কমপ্লেন করতো যে আমরা দেখার সুযোগ পাই না, বা হয়তো সিনেমা হলে এসছে খুব লিমিটেড একটা সময়ের জন্য, লিমিটেড থিয়েটার্সে তারা মিস করে গেছে, যেখানে কিন্তু ওটিটি এই ছবিগুলোকে, ইনফ্যাক্ট পুরনো ছবিগুলোকেও নিয়ে আর্কাইভ করছে। সো সেখানে থ্যাঙ্কস টু দ্য ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্মস আমরা এত ইজিলি আরও বেশি দর্শকের কাছে পৌঁছাতে পারছি।
I think absolutely true, and এই ব্যাপারে I think contribution of Hoichoi and all the other platforms in Bengal is unparalleled, because আমি মুম্বাইতে যখন থাকি, আমি যখন শুনি লোকেদের থেকে ওখানে যে বেঙ্গলি কন্টেন্ট দেখনা है OTT में, the first word that I hear is Hoichoi. So I think the team of Hoichoi has been doing a great work, and that is not just my personal opinion but a lot of people. एक बार Hoichoi वाले ताली बजा सकते हो, over here you guys are there.
নিশ্চয়ই, কিন্তু আমার কী হয়েছে বলতে, যেহেতু আমার নিজের ক্যারিয়ার শুরু SVF এর সাথে এবং তারা যেভাবে ব্রাঞ্চ আউট করেছে, মানে মোস্টলি কভার এভরিথিং, মিউজিক থেকে বলো তুমি, সেই সব কিছু বলো, আমার মনে হয় যে ইনোভেশন ওদের মধ্যে সবসময় থেকেছে, সেইটা খুব রিমার্কেবল। এবং সেই কারণে আমি ওই যেটা বলছিলাম যে ব্র্যান্ড কোলাবোরেশনসে 2 মিনিটের ফিল্ম হোক বা হয়তো একটা এন্টায়ার প্রজেক্ট ফর দ্য সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া আর কি, তো সেই জিনিসটা ভাবাটাও একটা খুব খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, ডেফিনেটলি আইডিয়েট করা, নতুন ইনিশিয়েটিভ নিয়ে আসা, সেটা একটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ পার্ট। এবং কি বলতো, বাংলা কন্টেন্ট ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে, প্যান ইন্ডিয়া লেভেলে বা যাই বলো, সেটা কিন্তু শুধুমাত্র কন্টেন্ট না। আমি সেখান থেকেই বলতে চাইবো যে বাংলায় কিন্তু সেই টেকনিশিয়ানসও চিরকাল থেকেছে, সেই মানুষরা চিরকাল থেকেছে, যাদের গুণ কিন্তু প্যান ইন্ডিয়া অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েটেড হয়েছে এবং হতে বাধ্য হয়েছে,
দেশে বিদেশে কাজ করছে তারা,
অ্যাবসলিউটলি তারা ডেলিভার করেছে। সো বিং বাঙালি
বায়াস তো থাকে
অবভিয়াসলি, তো সেখান থেকে আমি চাইবো যে আরও গ্রোথ হোক এবং আমাদের কাজ আরও বেশি মানুষের কাছে পৌঁছক।
You know, I mean, when two friends talk, they can keep on talking, but of course time limited আছে, তো আমরা তাড়াতাড়ি wrap up করব। But then দুটো প্রশ্ন খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। একটা হচ্ছে যে উই স্পোক অ্যাবাউট দ্য পোটেনশিয়াল, রাইট, যে বাংলা কন্টেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রির কি পোটেনশিয়াল আছে, নট জাস্ট ইন ইন্ডিয়া বাট অলসো অ্যাব্রড. Now I want to understand the challenges that perhaps a filmmaker or an actor like you, they face in today's time in the regional Bengali entertainment space, because I truly believe that challenge ta jodi amra identify kori, then only we can work out a solution driven approach. Challenge tai jodi identify na hoy tale amra ki rectify korbo seta ki kore bujhbo. So according to you, what is perhaps the biggest challenge that you as an actor face in the Bengali entertainment industry, and tomar hisebe being a part of the industry, Bangla content industry সব থেকে বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ কি যেটা আমাদের ওভারকাম করা উচিত খুব শিগগিরই?
তুমি যখন এই প্রশ্নটা করলে, যেটা সবার আগে মাথায় আসলো সেটা হচ্ছে খুব পুরনো একটা উত্তর, বাড়ির অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স, সোসাইটির অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স. তো সেখান থেকে কি বলতো, আমার মনে হয় যে ওইটাই যেটা বলছিলাম একটু আগে, যে আমাদের সমাজ কতটা মেনে নিয়েছে বা কতটা অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েট করছে, সাপোর্ট করছে. যদিও আমরা এখন প্রত্যেকে সারাদিন হয়তো এই শর্টস বা রিলসই দেখি, কিন্তু যদি বাড়িতে গিয়ে বলি যে আমি এটাকেই আমার ফুল টাইম ক্যারিয়ার হিসেবে ভাবছি, তাহলে কিন্তু সেই সাপোর্টটা আমি পাবো না. আমি জানি, আর আমি এটা মানে অনেকের হয়ে বলছি. সো সেইখান থেকে আমার মনে হয় যে যে স্ট্রাকচারটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি রয়েছে সেইটার বিষয়ে এডুকেশন ভীষণ দরকার, যাতে এই সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্মস বা ডিজিটাল মিডিয়ার জন্য কিন্তু, যেমন বলছি যে সিনেমা বানানোর জন্য বা অভিনয় করার জন্য, মিউজিক, সব কটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম থেকে যে গুণগুলোকে তুলে আনার একটা জায়গা হয়েছে, নতুনরা কাজ করার সুযোগ পাচ্ছে, সেই রকমই কিন্তু কেউ ট্রাভেল ব্লগ বানা, কেউ রেসিপিস শেয়ার করুক, কেউ একটা হাউ টু মেক লাইফ ইজিয়ার ভিডিওস বানা, সবাই কিন্তু সুযোগ পাচ্ছে নিজেদের ন্যাকগুলো বা নিজেরা যেটাতে ভালো সেইটাকে সামনে নিয়ে আসার. তো সেই জায়গাটা কিন্তু আমি খুব অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েট করছি, এবং আমার মনে হয় যে লাইফ হ্যাজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি বিকাম ইজিয়ার থ্যাঙ্কস টু দিস পিপল, যারা আমাকে একটা ক্লিকের মাধ্যমে একটা সুন্দর টিউটোরিয়াল প্রেজেন্ট করে দিচ্ছে. কিন্তু সেটা যে ক্যারিয়ার হিসেবে কতটা ফিজিবল, কতটা ভায়াবল, সেই জিনিসটার জন্য আরও বেশি এডুকেশন দরকার. এবং যারা নতুনরা কাজ করছে তাদের কাছে হয়তো এটা মনে হতে পারে যে এটা খুব ইজি, আমি কন্টেন্ট বানালেই সেটা আর কোথাও গিয়ে একটা রিচ চলে আসবে, একটা অডিয়েন্স চলে আসবে. বাট এটা যে এতটাও ইজি নয়, এইটার জন্য যে হার্ডওয়ার্ক জাগে, তুমি নিজে সেটা বলতে বাধ্য হবে. আমি ইনফ্যাক্ট চাইবো যে তুমি তোমার অডিয়েন্সের সাথে খানিকটা শেয়ার করো যে তোমার স্ট্রাগল কীরকম থেকেছে, বা ধরো কতটা হার্ডওয়ার্ক, যে এফর্ট, কতটা টাইম ইনভেস্ট করতে হয় সেই কোয়ালিটি ডেলিভার করার জন্য. সেই বিষয়ে যদি একটু এডুকেশন হয়, তাহলে আমার মনে হয় প্রত্যেকের কাজ করতে অনেকটা ইজিয়ার হবে. এবং উইথ অল দ্য গ্রোথ, উইথ অল দ্য কম্পিটিশন, আমার মনে হয় যে দিস ইজ আ বুমিং টাইম ফর আর ইন্ডাস্ট্রি. এবং খুব ভালো ভালো কাজ হচ্ছে, আগামী দিনে আরও ভালো কাজ হবে. সো নট রিয়েলি যে আমাকে কোনো প্রবলেম ফেস করতে হচ্ছে, বরং আমার কাজ যেহেতু আজকে প্যান ইন্ডিয়া বা বিদেশে রিচ করতে পারছে, সেখান থেকে কিন্তু আমার কাছে আরও বেটার অপরচুনিটিস আসছে. সো এটা ডেফিনেটলি একটা ভালো দিক.
আমাকে একটা কথা বলো, তোমার হিসেবে, অ্যাকর্ডিং টু ইউ, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য বিগেস্ট হাইলাইট অফ দ্য বেঙ্গলি এন্টারটেনমেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, যেটার জন্য তুমি খুব প্রাউড যে আমি এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে কাজ করি, আমার অডিয়েন্স একটা ট্রিমেন্ডাসভাবে আমাকে সাপোর্ট করে ফ্রম দিস ইন্ডাস্ট্রি? একটা কিছু রিজন বলো যেটার জন্য তুমি ভেরি প্রাউড, যেটা হয়তো সেই লেভেলে তুমি অন্যান্য ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে দেখো না. তোমার পার্সোনাল অবজারভেশন কি?
ওকে, আমার মনে হয় যে আমরা প্রত্যেকে ভীষণ মানুষ, খুব হিউম্যান. কারণ হ্যাঁ, হয়তো এটা তুমি এইভাবেও বলতে পারো যে তাহলে কি বাংলা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি প্রফেশনালিজম ল্যাক করে? একদম না, প্রফেশনালিজম রয়েছে, ডিসিপ্লিন রয়েছে, সব কটা দিক রয়েছে. কিন্তু তাছাড়াও বাঙালি ভীষণ সেন্টিমেন্টাল. সো সেই জিনিসটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটা দারুণ গুণ, যেটা কিন্তু আমি বলবো যে মানুষ হওয়া উচিত ছিল সবারই, এতটাই সেন্টিমেন্টাল, এতটাই এমপ্যাথেটিক, কিন্তু সেটা হয় না. কোথাও কোথাও গিয়ে কাজের চাপে বা ডেইলি স্ট্রেসে হয়তো সেটা হারিয়ে ফেলছি আমরা, কিন্তু বাঙালি সেটাকে ইন্ট্যাক্ট রেখেছে. সো সেখানে আমার মনে হয় আমি ভীষণভাবে ফিল করেছি যখন আমি আমার অডিয়েন্সের সাথে ইন্টারাক্ট করি, বন্ধুদের সাথে ইন্টারাক্ট করি, তারা আমাকে ভালোবাসে তার কারণ আই এম নট এলিয়েন টু দেম, আই এম রিলেটেবল. তো কারণ আমি মানুষ হিসেবে হার্টব্রেক ফেস করেছি, স্ট্রাগল ফেস করেছি, I have made mistakes again I have learned, I have
Learn from those
evolved.
mistakes.
একদম, এবং সেই সবকটা জিনিস I have always been very honest with my audience. So সেই জিনিসটা তারা দেখেছে, তাদের সাথে রিলেট করেছে, কারণ ওই যে আমাদের বাংলাতে একটা কথা আছে না, মানুষ মাত্রই ভুল করে, ভুল করে কি সে শেখে বা তারপর সে কি করে সেটা খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। সো সেই জিনিসটা আই হ্যাভ বিন অলওয়েজ ওপেন টু মাই অডিয়েন্স, এবং সেই কারণে কিন্তু আমার মনে হয় তাদের ভালোবাসা বা তাদের ওই অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স, এবং সেটা কোথাও গিয়ে আমার বিশ্বাস করতে ভালো লাগবে যে এটা একটা ভীষণ বাঙালি সেন্টিমেন্ট।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি বাঙালি সেন্টিমেন্ট। তুমি বলে যে লয়াল অডিয়েন্স, দেখো পুরো ফুল হাউস এখানে আছে তোমার জন্য। আমাকে
তারা আমার মনে হয় আমার কথার সাথে সাথে নিজেদের জীবনের ভুলের কথা ভাবতে শুরু করে দিয়েছে, এটাই বাঙালি।
সেটা আপনারা ভাববেন একটু পরে, বা ইভেন্ট শেষ হয়ে যাক তারপরে ভাববেন, এখন এনজয় করুন, এনজয় দ্য শো। লাস্ট কোয়েশ্চেন একটা করবো, অ্যান্ড দেন উই উইল হ্যাভ স্পেস ফর 2 questions ফ্রম দি অডিয়েন্স। যদি আপনাদের কারোর কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে আপনারা জিজ্ঞেস করতে পারেন, 2টো কোয়েশ্চেনের আমাদের কাছে টাইম থাকবে। মাই লাস্ট কোয়েশ্চেন উড বি, ইনফর্মালি তো আমি অনেক কিছু শুনছিলাম, টাচউড অনেক প্রজেক্টস আছে, পাবলিকে কতটা কি বলা যাবে, হোয়াট আর দ্য ইন্টারেস্টিং প্রজেক্টস দ্যাট আর লাইন্ড আপ ফর ইউ গোয়িং ফরওয়ার্ড প্রফেশনালি, অ্যান্ড অফকোর্স আরও বেশি কাজ আসতে থাকবে মায়ের আশীর্বাদে, দুর্গা ঠাকুরের আশীর্বাদে, বাট কতটা কি বলা যাবে যেটা তোমার অডিয়েন্সকে ডেফিনেটলি এক্সাইট করবে যারা এখানে বসে আছে, লুকিং ফরওয়ার্ড টু সিইং প্রিয়াঙ্কা সরকার স্লে ইন দি আপকামিং মুভিজ, তোমার কি প্রজেক্ট যেটা নিয়ে তুমি বলতে পারবে?
ভীষণ রকম একটা বাংলা ছবি রবিনস কিচেন বলে, যাতে বনির সাথে অভিনয় করেছি, তো সেই ছবিটা মুক্তি পেতে চলেছে পসিবলি আগামী মাসেই। এবং তারপর অনিক চৌধুরী বলে একজন নতুন পরিচালক, নতুন ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট পরিচালক, তার সাথে একটা কাজ রয়েছে যেটা হিন্দি ভাষায়। সো সেটা আমিও ভীষণ এক্সাইটেড, যেটা প্যান ইন্ডিয়া রিলিজের প্ল্যান রয়েছে। এবং এইরকমই বেশ কিছু কাজ রয়েছে, নায়িকা বলে একটি ছবির, রোহন সেনের পরিচালিত ছবি, যেটা শুটিং চলছে। সো আই এম লুকিং ফরওয়ার্ড টু ইট। সো লাইন আপে এমন কিছু কাজ রয়েছে যেটা ডেফিনেটলি কি বলবো, মানুষের ভালো লাগবে, মানুষের রিলেটও করতে পারবে, কোথাও গিয়ে এন্টারটেইনও হবে। সো সব রকম দিক কভার করি, বেশ কিছু কাজের কথা চলছে।
ভেরি গুড, আর সেই কাজটা মাল্টিপ্লাই হতে থাকুক, সেটাও আমি অলওয়েজ চাইবো, সবাই অডিয়েন্সও সেটাই চাইবে। আমি যেটা বললাম, আমাদের কাছে 2টো কোয়েশ্চেনের স্পেস আছে, যদি কারোর কাছে কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে প্লিজ হাত তুলবেন। ক্যান উই পাস আ মাইক ওভার দেয়ার প্লিজ? আপনার নামটা বলবেন অ্যান্ড দেন ডিরেক্ট দ্য কোয়েশ্চেন টু প্রিয়াঙ্কা।
Hello.
Kindly stand up and ask the
Good
question,
evening,
please.
all. I am Tathagato Bhattacharjee. I am a professional film director. And I'm working since 1994, so this is almost 30 years now. So my question is to Priyanka. I mean, English korchi because a lot of people are there who are outstation. So content, as I understand as a filmmaker, I would like to discuss this with Priyanka. Content, as I understand, need not necessarily be the digital content because it's not even 10 years old, as you rightly said. Feature films, if we talk about, it is more than 100 years old. Okay, so Bangla content primarily should mean the Bengali cinema, which is more than 100 years old. Now, on one end, to be in competition with the other films all over the country, technically, we need to make films great. Budgets are required for that. So at one end, the budgets are increasing and we need to make technically fine films. On the other hand, the exhibition scenario is very poor. The halls, when I started, there was more than 700 halls, theaters, where we could project our cinema. Now it has reduced to not even, I believe, 40, 50 single theaters all over West Bengal. Multiplexes are there, but they hardly have good shows for Bengali cinema, when you know very well. So my question to you is that, is cinema a threat now because of OTT? Because we are being compared to other directors all over. They are more exposed to bigger exhibition. If we have to compete with them, we have to make technically fine films. But then we don't have enough space to show. So we are not being able to, we are looked down upon in some way. Do we or not? So like recently, a very famous filmmaker has called Bangla cinema Ghatia. So is it a threat? Bengali cinema, is it a threat? Because you have acted on the big screen as well. Digital content er jonno ki cinema threat hoye jacche mone hoy for Bengali films?
Could you please name the filmmaker who called it Ghatia? I'm not aware.
Everyone knows Anurag Kashyap.
Anurag Kashyap, okay.
আমি নিজে ভীষণ রকম পজিটিভিটিতে বিশ্বাস করি, এবং আমি প্রিচ এবং প্র্যাকটিস দুটোই করার চেষ্টা করি, দ্য ইম্পর্টেন্স অফ পজিটিভিটি। সো সেখান থেকে আমার মনে হয় যে না, সিনেমা কোনোদিনই থ্রেটে ছিল না এবং থাকবেও না। তার কারণ দাদা যেটা নিজের থেকেই বললেন যে সিনেমা কিন্তু 100 বছরেরও পুরনো এবং এই ওটিটি ডিজিটাল মিডিয়ার এই রাইজটা কিন্তু এখনও 10 বছরও হয়নি। সো তার মাঝখানে কিন্তু টিভি এসছে, কালার টিভি এসছে, কেবল টিভি এসছে। সো তখনও সেম কনভারসেশন উঠেছে যে তাহলে কি লোকে সিনেমা দেখতে যাওয়া ছেড়ে দেবে, সিনেমা হারিয়ে গেল, টিভি জিতে গেল? সেটা নয়। তারপর টেকনোলজি অ্যাডভান্স করেছে, মোবাইল ফোন এসছে, স্মার্টফোন এসছে, ইন্টারনেট অ্যাক্সেসিবল হয়ে গেছে এবং এখন দেশ বিদেশের ছবি আমাদের কাছে এত ইজিলি পৌঁছে যাচ্ছে। এইটার পজিটিভ দিকটা যেটা সবার আগে বলবো সেটা হচ্ছে আমার নিজের এডুকেশনের জন্য কিন্তু অ্যাক্সেসটা অনেক ইজিয়ার হয়ে গেছে। এখন আমি যখন একটা, যেটা তুমি জিজ্ঞেস করছিলে, আমি কিভাবে ডিসাইড করি আমি ছবিটা করব বা করব না, ভালো লাগছে বা ভালো লাগছে না, তার মধ্যে কিন্তু দুটো দিক থাকে। আমি খুব বেসিকভাবে দুটো ভাগ করছি। একটা হচ্ছে যে ছবি আমাকে স্বপ্ন দেখাবে, আমি খুব বাস্তব একটা স্ট্রেসের মধ্যে রয়েছি, ক্রাইসিসের মধ্যে রয়েছি, কিন্তু আমাকে 2 আওয়ার্স অফ ডেডিকেটেড এন্টারটেনমেন্ট, যেটা আমাকে বরফের মধ্যে শিফন শাড়ি পরে আমি আমার নায়িকার সাথে হ্যাপি হয়ে যাব এবং সেখানে সব কিছু উইল হ্যাভ দ্য হ্যাপি এন্ডিং। ভিলেন উইল ডেফিনেটলি লুজ, হিরো উইল উইন। হিরো বা হিরোইন আজকের দিনে ওরকম করে বলা যায় না, গল্পটাও হিরো হতে পারে। সো হ্যাপিয়ার একটা আমাকে আমার রিয়ালিটি থেকে বার করে নিয়ে স্বপ্ন দেখাবে। আবার আরেকটা ধরনের ফিল্ম হচ্ছে যেটা আমার লাইফকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করবে। সো সেই রকম কাজ কিন্তু তুমি এখন আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি সেভাবে প্যারালাল সিনেমা, মেইন স্ট্রিম সিনেমা আলাদা করতে পারবে না, কারণ এখন কিন্তু কন্টেন্টটা সব থেকে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হয়ে গেছে। এখন ওইটার জন্যই বলছি হিরো কথাটা আমি কাকে বলবো, কোনো চরিত্রকে বলবো, কোনো গল্পকে বলবো, নাকি এন্টায়ার এক্সিকিউশন অফ দ্য প্রজেক্ট সেটাকে বলবো? সো সেই জিনিসটা কিন্তু যখন ভালো বানানো হয়েছে আমার বিশ্বাস অডিয়েন্স অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েট করেছে এবং সেখান থেকেই আর কি প্রচুর কাজ ওটিটিতে রিলিজ করে তারপর কিন্তু অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েশনের জন্য থিয়েটারে এসছে। এটা আমরা প্যান ইন্ডিয়া দেখেছি হয়েছে। সেখান থেকে বাংলা প্রচুর কাজ যেটা অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েটেড হয়ে কিন্তু বিদেশে পৌঁছাচ্ছে বা হয়তো অন্য ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে মেড হচ্ছে। সো সেইটা কিন্তু একটা আইডিয়া, সেটা ওটিটিতে হয়তো শুরুতে এসে থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু আজকে সবার সেই লিবার্টি রয়েছে সেইটাকে নিয়ে এনহ্যান্স করে আরও একটা বেটার কন্টেন্ট করে বেটার জায়গায় প্রজেক্ট করার। সো সেই জায়গাটা ডেফিনেটলি রয়েছে এবং আমার মনে হয় যে ডিজিটাল মিডিয়ার সাহায্য নিয়ে ফিল্ম আরও গ্রো করতে পারে। তার কারণ হচ্ছে মেনলি থিয়েটারের খারাপ কন্ডিশন, যার জন্য মানুষের সিনেমা দেখতে যাচ্ছে না এবং মানুষের সিনেমা দেখতে যাচ্ছে না বলে থিয়েটার মেনটেন করা যাচ্ছে না। এটা একটা খুব কঠিন একটা সাইকেল, ইন্টারকানেক্টেড। তো সেখান থেকে আমার মনে হয় ছবি দেখার প্র্যাকটিসটা বাড়া খুব দরকার। সেখান থেকে যদি সেইটা আমরা কোনোভাবে আমাদের ওটিটি ডিজিটাল মিডিয়ার চরিত্ররা হতে পারে, গল্প হতে পারে, কন্টেন্ট হতে পারে, সেইটা যদি প্রমোট করা যায়, যে যেমন আমি একটু আগেই বলছিলাম ইয়াঙ্গার জেনারেশন একটা ডেটের জন্য কোথায় যায়, ক্যাফেতে যায় বা হয়তো শপিং মলে যায়, ওয়াই নট দ্য মুভি থিয়েটার? সো সেই প্র্যাকটিসটা যদি ফেরানো যায় যে মেক ওয়াচিং মুভিজ আ পার্ট অফ ইউর লাইফ, একটা উইকেন্ডে 2 ঘন্টা শুড বি ডেডিকেটেড টু মুভিজ। তো সেইখান থেকে আমার মনে হয় সেইটা যদি আমরা প্রমোট করতে পারি, ফিল্ম দেখার প্র্যাকটিসটা যদি আমরা, যখন বলি বাংলা ছবির পাশে থাকুন, বলতে কি বোঝাতে চাইছি উই ডোন্ট নো, মানে সেটা একেবারেই আমরা বোঝাতে চাই না যে মোমবাতি মিছিল বার করুন বা পতাকা হাতে বেরিয়ে পড়ুন, দ্যাটস নট ইট। বানাতে থাকুন, আমরা আমাদের চেষ্টা মতন সব থেকে ভালো কন্টেন্টটা প্রোভাইড করার জন্য চেষ্টা করে যেতে পারি, দর্শককে রিকোয়েস্ট করে যেতে পারি, চেষ্টা করতে পারি আরও বেশি মানুষের কাছে রিচ করার জন্য এবং সিনেমা দেখার জন্য অনুরোধ করতে পারি। তো কিছু ছবি থাকে যেটা ওই এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, সিনেমা থিয়েটারে গিয়ে দেখাটা কিন্তু একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। তুমি প্ল্যান করে পোশাক পরে গিয়ে পপকর্ন, দ্যাট কোল্ড ড্রিঙ্ক, দ্যাট ওই বন্ধুদের সাথে বা হয়তো কর্নার সিটের প্রেমটা, সবটাই কিন্তু সিনেমা মানে একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। সেই প্র্যাকটিসটা আমার মনে হয় ফেরা খুব দরকার।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি। আর যেটা প্রিয়াঙ্কা বললো আর কি, যে ডেটসগুলো ক্যাফেতে হচ্ছে, ডেটসগুলো মুভি সিনেমাতেও হতে পারে, এনজয় করার একটা আলাদাই এক্সপিরিয়েন্স সেটা। আর আনফর্চুনেটলি আমরা আর কোয়েশ্চেন নিতে পারবো না, বাট দেন দিস ওয়াজ প্রিয়াঙ্কা সরকার ফর অল অফ ইউ ওভার হিয়ার, মাই ডিয়ার ফ্রেন্ড, অ্যান্ড সাম রিয়েলি ওয়ান্ডারফুল ইনসাইট শেয়ার ফ্রম হার এন্ড। আপনারা সবাই জোরে প্লিজ হাততালি দিন for this wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubhajit.
And I'll request her to kindly come over here and pose. We'll do the photo opportunity as well. Dada, thank you so much, working very hard since morning. Solo needing. একবার জোরে হাততালি প্রিয়াঙ্কার জন্য প্লিজ। Thank you so much. That was Priyanka Sarkar for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First fireside chat, decoding the Bangla content industry, done and dusted. We have another very interesting fireside chat coming forward, and I have my guest over here as well. She made a royal entry inside when I saw her. Truly fantastic, truly amazing. So thank you so much. The stage is set. I think we can just quickly move forward with the next fireside chat, and I'll request Nusrat Jahan to kindly come up on stage and join me for a very special fireside chat. Jore Hattalidin Aprara Shobai for Nusrat Jahan, the diva who truly matters. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Kon side you will prefer? This? Okay. So we are talking about cultural heritage and feminism. That is exactly, impromptu conversations, I truly believe, are the best. When you don't plan them, the best conversations happen then. And this is exactly one of them. Mujhe bhi topic, similarity, that's what I love. I also saw the topic just 2 minutes back. But then we are talking now about cultural heritage and feminism in entertainment space. And I believe you are truly the correct personality to talk about it in the best way possible. And we will decode a lot of interesting things from your end. So it will be fun. First, I would love to ask you ki cultural heritage, jeta amra shuni, jeta amra boli. What according to you is cultural heritage? And what according to you is the correct and ideal definition of feminism? Tomar hisebe ki?
Ore babare. Firstly, let's have a big round of applause for Shubhajit, because back to back he's conducting. That is not a big round of applause. Come on, guys. Put your hands out of the pocket. Come on, you can do better than this. And yeah, I was looking forward to see you.
Absolutely.
I'm slightly a mess today because I just came up and I asked Shubhajit, what are we talking about? Because...
she asked me this just 2 minutes after I saw what's the topic.
Not that I didn't get the opportunity to ask, but small things happen. छोटी-छोटी नहीं, बड़े-बड़े शहरों में ऐसे बड़े-बड़े blunder भी होते हैं जहाँ पे Priyanka's topic was actually forwarded to me, and I was like, okay, talking about digital media platform, I think that sounds very cool, wherein they thought that yes, I'm the perfect person to speak about feminism. I am going to decode why not. Because, yeah, I think let's not make it very formal. Let's have a fun session. We don't want to bog you down. We do not want to bore you guys. So thoda ekটু মজা করি
হালকা রাখতে একটু মজা করি, and that is exactly what
লাইট হার্টেড বানিয়ে দিই বিষয়টাকে। দেখো বিষয়টা হচ্ছে কালচারাল হেরিটেজের বুকিশ ডেফিনিশন না দিয়ে আমি বলি, what happens is things that have been passed upon for years, which is part of our culture, which has been legitimized, which has been imbibed in one's head, and which has become a part of everyday's day-to-day life. Correct. That is cultural heritage. Sometimes I have seen a lot of people through videos, through conversations, putting the heritage or talking about culture, putting it right there for people to consume in a beautiful way. যেমন আমাদের শহরের রসগোল্লা আমাদের একটা কালচারাল হেরিটেজের পার্ট।
আমি ইভেন শুরু করেছিলাম রসগোল্লার মিষ্টি দইয়ের ব্যাপারে বলে আজকে সকালে।
হ্যাঁ, I've got a sweet tooth. We'll not talk much about that. কিন্তু ওরকম ধরনের we've always spoken about culture and heritage. But since you're talking about feminism, এটা একটা অন্য ধরনের কালচারাল হেরিটেজ চলে আসে যখন ফেমিনিজমের বিষয়ে কথা বলা হয়, because it's sort of age-old practice that people have been doing all over India, and now we hear women in the West also talking about it, their sort of culture, where they are the ones who are yelling on top of their voice and talking about feminism. I think somewhere the lines between creating equality to causing to say that one gender is better than the other, এই লাইনটা কোথাও একটা ব্লার হয়ে গেছে, right? Me being I'm a female, and I think I look feminine from every angle in my actions, my words, my voice, but I do not support pseudo-feminism. What I support is this difference that people put out, that এইটা করতে পারবে না, বা not properly causing empowerment towards this gender of mine. That is when you should talk about feminism, not unnecessarily yell on top of your voice and say, we are going to do this and we want this and we are better than men. I don't think either of the gender is better than each other. True. And both complement each other, because you need both to work together to form a society, because I think that's how God has made us. That's how chromosomes react to each other. It's sort of a yin-yang. There are certain things that looks good when a man does, and there are certain things that looks good when a woman does. So, Zabardasti ka feminism is not nice. It's not a great idea. But yes, standing up for your own rights, voicing your opinions, making your presence felt, and I think everybody has the freedom of speech, but just make the right use of it. Then probably I'll be able to speak on feminism on the right lines. Somewhere the lines have got blurred, Shubhajit, and I sort of don't support that. So probably I said I'm not the correct person to stand up and say, oh my God, I'm going to talk about feminism today. I'm going to kill it. Because we have a house full of women, we have a house full of men, and I think all would agree that we all need each other to coexist. And we are a part of this huge, diverse ecosystem, and we need to respect that.
Absolutely, and Jira, I think she said about pseudo-feminism, I think it's a very important point. I mean, we need to totally identify what exactly is actually, and a lot of people perhaps don't realize feminism has got nothing to do with gender. That's my personal idea. Me as a man, I can also be a feminist if I promote the ideology of feminism and if I truly believe in it, right? But a lot of people perhaps associate it with gender. Now you spoke about pseudo-feminism. I'm pretty sure you must have.
That's something very interesting to talk
so
about.
इसलिए है बहुत मेरे दिमाग में आया है एकदम निकाला
It's actually very rightly said that there are men who are also talking on behalf of the woman, saying, why can't she do this? Absolutely. Let's say a woman doing, working in a man's firm, jobs that men have been doing for ages. Women are doing that beautifully, and they're coming out with flying colors. And there are men supporting that. So we always think about who's questioning it. We actually do not notice who's supporting it. And if you do support Shubhajit, hats off to you.
Bang on, that is what it is. But what I want to know from your end is that, normally what we hear, and I'm pretty sure all the women over here, they will agree with what I say, an ambitious woman is often labeled as an outrageous woman, which ideally should not be the case, because just like a man has got all the right to be ambitious, a woman too exactly has all the rights to be ambitious, irrespective of whether they're married, this, that, etc., whatever, right? I want to understand that. Tell me a situation in your life when you did something which was purely heartfelt, and you were very proud of that, but people perhaps took it in an outrageous way, and you were very surprised कि यार मैंने तो मेरे दिल का बात सुना मैंने. Why are people reacting in a way as if I have done a very outrageous thing? Something which was perhaps very funny according to you.
बताना है?
फिलहाल एक या दो बता दो.
That's going to be a very tough call for me to take, because I think almost I'm 34 years old, and till now, from the time जब से होश संभाला है, मैंने वही किया है जो दिल से आता है, जो अंदर से आता है. And that has mostly been outrageous. That has mostly been looked down upon. Initially, I used to feel कि यार I'm being judged big time. ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था. Maybe I'm going wrong somewhere. The very next moment I realized, oh, none of y'all pay my bills. No one. Nobody's paying my bills. I'm still slogging. I'm still working on my own. And I have the right to write my own narratives as far as my own life is concerned, because I'm going to live it. You're not going to live for me, buddy. You live your life. And nobody will question you. At least I won't. तो मेरी जिंदगी है, मुझे जो करना है वो मैं करूँगी. तो ऐसा एक नहीं है, ऐसा बहुत सारी बातें हैं, बहुत सारे किस्से हैं, and picking up one would be very, very difficult. But I have always felt like that, like no one, I don't know why are you even questioning me? I don't understand. And maybe that sounds arrogant, maybe that puts off a lot of people, maybe you lose a lot of friends, maybe you lose a lot of work, and keep losing everything unless you don't lose your sanity, because that's what keeps you going. So
this point, I think, truly deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You don't lose your sanity. That is all that matters at the end of the day.
I just want to know, before we even go chit-chatting, are you guys hearing?
सुनाई दे रहा है सबको? I know it's an intense topic.
না মানে হয় না, এত কমপ্লেক্স টপিক, এইসব ভুলভাল কথা আমরা একটু সাজিয়ে গুছিয়ে বলে থাকি. আমি চেষ্টা করছি যাতে এটা মোর হিউম্যান আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডেবল ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে আমরা বলতে পারি, যাতে আমরা একে অপরে বুঝতে পারি.
Absolutely, that is the idea. আমাকে একটা কথা বলো, often in the entertainment industry, and this is irrespective of the industry, not just Bengali industry or Hindi or South, whatever, you know, people always talk about this discrimination between men and women, right? When a woman perhaps deserves, you know, maybe higher pay than their, you know, male co-star, because they have earned that position in the industry, sometimes they are questioned, even if they deserve that price, right? You know, have you ever experienced those kind of stuff where you felt like, you know, given the kind of stardom and the respect that I've earned, I deserve this prize, but just because perhaps, you know, I am female, I am not being, you know, kind of given the basic right, respect and commercial that I deserve. Have you ever been in such situation, and how have you handled that?
I have a very boring answer to that, no. I've been lucky that ways, because I believe, yes, women are talking about pay parity these days, and they have the rights to. কিন্তু একটা জিনিস বুঝতে হবে, যেমন ধরো তুমি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি নিয়ে বলছো, today I am in this industry for 13 years. The amount of money I'd be charging a young boy who's just entered the industry, even as the lead actor, would not be charging that. It's about your experience of work that you're gaining. It's about audience acceptance. It's about how talented you are that you deserve that sort of money. So everybody has to prove themselves. आप उसके बाद स्टार बन जाओ, सुपरस्टार बन जाओ, nobody's bothered. Like for me, if I say like I'm charging 1 rupee, I'm charging 1 rupee, big deal. You take 10 rupees, I don't care. I don't care. But you don't come and tell me why my 1 rupee has to become 50 paisa one day. So true. That cannot happen. You know, I have friends sitting in the audience who would agree with me on this.
Hoots and whistles can come if you agree. Hoots and whistles baja do. It's a very informal and fun audience over here.
इनको आता है, पर आज शरीफों के बीच बैठे हैं, शरीफों के बीच बैठे, शराफत का पहनावा है, तो आज तो रहन दीजिए. But yes, so pay parity is not a bad idea, but you also have to understand the situation and act accordingly. हर जगह सी आवाज़ उठाना अच्छी बात है, but बेवजह उठाना अच्छी बात नहीं है. हाँ, so that you have to understand. It is your situation. You should know when to react and when not to react. I never did have to confront a situation where I would react unnecessarily. I do react on this, but not on this. So the boring answer was no.
But it's still interesting as long as you are speaking that. You know, when we talk about cultural heritage and culture, you know, automatically, subconsciously ho ya whatever, we tend to relate it with outfits, right? We tend to take, यार ये हमारे culture के हिसाब से कपड़े हैं, ये हमारे culture के हिसाब से कपड़े नहीं है, right? And unfortunately, more than men, it's the women out there who face that a lot more. And I believe थोड़ा सा better हुआ है compared to perhaps what it was before. But still, it's not exactly as that. And I can see the women over here, they're smiling because they know that I've actually hit bullseye when it comes to the point. But I want to understand, can cultural heritage and culture actually be associated with clothes? Because I'll tell you why. I have seen Europeans and people from the West over there, you know, their culture is different. But then they may be embracing Indian culture and Indian supremacy. But their outfits, their choice of outfits is their outfits. Do you think this thing should stop where we actually associate culture or cultural heritage with the outfits that we wear, especially when it comes to women?
It's just how you think or how you look at things. Today, a woman wearing this beautiful dress sitting right in front of me will look as beautiful if she wears an Indian attire and embraces our culture. Like you said, the European women, they're embracing Indian culture. Similarly, even we can embrace their culture. You know, what you wear is totally your choice. अब ये नहीं हो सकता ना, मैं आज, now I'm going to say, oh, I don't care, I'm going to wear whatever I want, but I can't be here in bikini, can I? I don't see a beach here. Right. I cannot be wearing bikini. So you dress according to place, people. Now today, when I know that all sort of lynching eyes would be put upon me, because we live in a place where there are a mix of people in society, good, bad, ugly, who looks at you how you do not know. So you want to be on the safer side. So you would also want to dress like yourself, also stand out in the horde, and also at the same time not unnecessarily trigger any negative thoughts or attention towards yourself. So you should just know that what you're wearing, however you're wearing, if you're confident, walk in, big deal. Walk in and heads will turn and eyeballs will be all grabbed by you. but वो confidence होना चाहिए. Like I said, everything has like, you know, there's always two sides in a coin. Today, I'm saying I am body confident. I can embrace any culture I want. And today, in front of this beautiful, respectable crowd, I walk in wearing a bikini. I don't think that's going to be suitable. But मैं ये भी नहीं कह रही हूँ कि देखो मैं साड़ी लगा के आ गई हूँ. So you know, you do whatever it is as per the place, the situation, the occasion. And yes, do it confidently.
Absolutely, and we love that confidence. Give it up for Nusrat's confidence, please, everybody. I love the way she's speaking. पहली बार इतने detailed में हम लोग conversation कर रहे हैं, but I'm loving every bit of it. You know, limited time है, but of course we want to cover as many topics and conversations as possible. And I want to relate the topic of cultural heritage with your body of work, right? You know, on one hand, there's exposure to global content. You know, people over here in Bengal, they can watch what's happening in Korea and vice versa. But at the same time, we always understand that each and every place, they have their own cultural essence, right? Like when you talk about a Korean project, no matter how global it becomes, it will have that cultural essence of Korea. Similarly, when I talk about a Bengali project, it must, no matter how much it is trying to globalize itself, it must have that essence of being a Bengali project. What do you think, or how important is it for, you know, projects, because we are reaching a wider audience in today's time, to hold on to that cultural significance and heritage when it comes to presenting content, not just overall in the country, but also globally? Because we would say, for example, I have a great example called Kantara. Everybody has seen that movie, right? You know, it's reached the audience all over the globe, but you talk about it because it has that essence and culture. What is the importance of that according to you?
You know, it is very important to be original, very, very important to be rooted. You never, ever forget your roots. And I think I'm born and brought up in Bengal, and this place, the people here, they have never, ever forgotten their roots. You take them anywhere, a Bengali is always a Bengali. And that is not surprising, but that's what we're meant to do. A Bengali is all over. You take them to Morocco, you take them to Korea, they will watch Korean film, they will always have a Bengali opinion to give on top of that. So I think that makes us very, very proud.
You can take a Bengali out of Bengal, but you can't take Bengal out of a Bengali. That is exactly what people like us
that is what we should encash, at least, because you see South is doing that. We have never left that out, you know, as far as movies are concerned, and, you know, these days digital platform raging, and people all over, because of the explosion, like the internet explosion, everybody knows what does a Bengali content look like just at the click of the smartphones. True. So definitely it is very, very important to put your culture out there, because that's what makes you different. Today, a South Indian cannot look like a Bengali, or cannot have a culture, or cannot have ways of living like a Bengali, and neither we can have otherwise. So I think it is very important to just be yourself, and I think as Bengalis, we are doing great at this. You know, today in Bengal's Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities also, there are people glued onto phones. They are spoiled for choices because they're all into subscription digital platforms. And yet they will go and they will watch Bangla stuffs. And that is what I like about our people here.
Absolutely, and I think very well put up. You know, like I said, limited time, दिन में 24 घंटे होते. I would have loved to stretch the conversation with both Priyanka and Nusrat, but then time कम है. तो एक आखिरी सवाल जो बनता है वो ये है कि, you know, we were talking about feminism as well. Now there is.
I didn't talk about feminism.
मैंने बात किया. I take full responsibility and accountability. That's me. But मुझे बताओ आप कि एक हो गया realistic feminism which we are dealing with in real life, right? And another kind of feminism is the kind of feminism that's projected on screen, be it, you know, regional Bengali content, Hindi ho, South ho, kuch bhi ho. What do you think the Bengali entertainment industry is doing brilliantly when it comes to projecting feminism on screen? Because you know,
we are the best. We are the best. This is the land of Ma Durga, where women are worshipped. Our goddess is in the form of a woman. So they just know how to show their women empowered in all possible aspects and all possible senses. And if you see the kind of content we're putting out these days, it is not always, it used to be, in our times then too, we used to, but I'm proud of doing that. I used to love dancing around the trees with my heroes. But now when, filmmakers come up to you and they get you something that you would want to portray on screen and create that sort of awareness, because these days the mediums are actually used to create awareness also, other than the fact that we are putting forward a beautiful, magnanimous projection of our Bengali cinema. It is creating a lot of awareness. Now, Bengali film industry or Bengali content that we are putting up, it is also very inclusive. You will see we are picking up such deep, underlying, complicated relationships which people would not have spoken about back then. And also, if I'm not wrong, I make mistakes here, so please don't get offended. It is talking about LGBTQ and I think few more pluses along with it. So we are all out in the open. Yeah, come on, we are not regressive. We are progressive Bengali cinema. And I'm certainly very, very proud and honored to be a part of Bengali cinema, because in Bengal, you actually know how to put the woman out in the correct form. They have never disrespected women in Indian cinema. You'll see so many, itna alag content aa raha hai. Ajkal koto onno rokom content ache jekhane মহিলাদেরকে ভিত্তি করে মহিলাদেরকে center stage এ রেখে গল্প ভাবা হচ্ছে. I don't know how many places do people do that. But it's happening in Bollywood also, but we were the beginners. We started first.
I think I can truly agree because, I live in Mumbai and I deal a lot with Hindi content as well. The sensitivity that people from Bengal show when it comes to projecting women bolo, ya fir, individuals from the LGBTQ community, I don't think even Hindi content has reached that space. Of course, there are...
we are very bold, huh? Our cinemas have a voice of its own. If you see, when I'm talking about my times, I used to love the Rituda era, where he's talking about things, he's showing things that, before coming into the film industry, his were the only films that I had seen. Reason why? Because he shows a different kind of superpower in his films via the way he wants to tell his stories. You'll see his characters, his women characters, they're very powerful. So I think, we understand that sensitive part and we know how to put it rightly in front of the audience.
Exactly, and that's why I said कि मैं वो personal biasness की वजह से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. That truly is the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give it up for Nusrat Jahan, please. Fantastic insight shared from her end. Give it up और जोर से, मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा यार. Let me become the MC that I
hope
am
we didn't bore you for long. It was lovely chatting with you, Shubhajit.
Always a pleasure. And actually हमारा पहला time था जब हम लोग ने detail पे. But next time, trust me when I say this, it's a promise to the audience over here. We'll pick up a more funny topic, because I believe we truly match that vibe. Even the one with Priyanka, wo funny karenge kuch na kuch, because we want you all to be entertained in the best way possible. But thank you so much.
Yeah, and next time, if I would know prior that what am I talking
200%. Promise that it is. Give it up for Nusrat Jahan, please, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been lovely.
Solo photo.
Thank you. What a great way to start the weekend.
Yeah. उनका सोलो फोटो कर लीजिए प्लीज. Thank you so much, Nusrat, for joining us over here, taking time out of your busy schedule and being with us over here. Thank you to Priyanka as well, my dear friend, for taking out time from her busy schedule and being with us over here. Each and every insight truly matters. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to get going with the Ma Awards very, very soon. But uske pehle ek feedback le leta hu. Different topics for both Priyanka and Nusrat. But did you all have fun? We tried to engage you all in the best way possible. Did you all enjoy? नहीं किया ना? किया? Yes. एक दो yes ही काफी है यार. वो होता है ना कि artist के लिए एक भी audience रहे ना, so that also is fine. So it's encouraging anyways. But thank you so much, guys. You all have been very patient. We'll move quickly with the awards, and we're all set to get going in the next 2 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of interesting awards all set to happen. I've been there since morning. Ek baar wapas apne liye taali bajai. I see a lot of common faces over there. Been there since morning. Huge shout out to you all as well over here. Before we get going with the Ma Awards, it's important that we kind of acknowledge the efforts and excellence that, some other people have been contributing from their end. We had some special marketing awards before. It's important that we acknowledge them. So we have 2 awards before we get going with the Ma Awards. So this is under the category of Formidable Brand of the Year. Can I please request representatives from Total Foods to kindly come up on stage and accept this award honor? Can we please have a huge round of applause for Team Total Foods as I request them to kindly join me over here on stage for this wonderful award. And I'll request Bijoya ma'am to kindly come up on stage and hand over the awards to Total Foods. Give it up for Bijoya ma'am once again, please. Hustling since morning. Give it up for her, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out. Thank you so much. I want you all to appreciate it. The awards keep going in. Thank you. This one goes to Total Foods. Yes. Music ke wajah se ab feel aa raha hai awards ka. Thank you. Quickly moving on, we have another award before we get going with the Ma Awards. This is for Most Enduring Brand of the Year. Give it up for MPJ Jewelers, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request the team of MPJ Jewelers to come over here and join me on stage for this. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Thank you so much, sir. Very well done. I'll request Bijoya ma'am to kindly settle down. We are all set to get going with the Ma Awards, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 2 minutes. Start now. All right. बंगाल में जब है माँ वर्ड जो है उसका अलग सिग्निफिकेंस है. वी आर ऑल वेरी कनेक्टेड टू आवर मदर्स. दुर्गा माँ इज ऑल्सो आवर माँ. सो व्हेन दे सेड दैट दिस इज द नेम ऑफ द अवार्ड, मुझे बहुत मजा आया. आई वाज लाइक, माँ अवार्ड क्या है? आर वी गोइंग टू गिव अवार्ड टू आवर मम्माज? देन आई रियलाइज दैट नो, इट्स नॉट अबाउट दैट. But of course, this is going to be an award that's going to make all our mammas very, very proud. Because this is, ladies and gentlemen, the Marketing and Advertising Awards exclusively presented by Team Ad Gully. Give it up for Team Ad Gully, ladies and gentlemen. Huge shout out. This is to celebrate the excellence and the wonderful work that people have done in the field of marketing and advertising. There have been so many great work that has been there. Of course, it's difficult to kind of acknowledge everybody, but then I believe the team of Ad Gully, they have done a fantastic job when it comes to doing that. मैंने तो बहुत बोला, मैं तब से बोल ही रहा हूँ. But I believe that visuals actually help a lot better in terms of understanding and mental processing. So on that note, I'll quickly request the team over here if we are ready to... Are we ready? सबसे पहले मैं वो जान लेता हूँ. Are we ready with the AV? 2 minutes, okay. Alright, so 2 minutes मुझे बोला गया है कि AV है, so 2 minutes मुझे basically marketing and advertising के बारे में बात करना है. So 2 minutes में marketing and advertising, it almost feels like an essay, huh? You're given an essay in school, write about it, speak about it. Marketing is marketing, advertising is advertising. When they come together, they become marketing and advertising. That is what it is, Ma Awards. But then, just to be on the serious side, of course, it's one of, I believe, the most difficult parts of it because, on one hand, you package and prepare your content, and on the other side, you market it, you present it to the industry. So I truly believe this is one of the most difficult phases. Advertising as well, quite difficult when it comes to the promotional activities. And now there are so many mediums out there when it comes to promotional activities. So how you actually stand out, how you actually deliver against all odds, and how you actually conquer the space is what gives you this award. That is exactly what my awards is all about. मैंने बहुत बोल लिया. Are we ready with the AV? Are we ready with the... Oh, अभी तक नहीं है. So, और किसी और को बोलना है My Awards के बारे में, marketing and advertising के बारे में. We have a lot of time to listen to a lot of people. Anybody wants to, because all of you are marketers over here, advertisers over here. Anybody wants to say anything? सुनना है? I see so many wonderful marketers and advertisers over here, a lot of familiar faces. But nonetheless, I'm waiting for the AV because उतना knowledge अगर मेरे में होता to talk about marketing and advertising में आप लोग के बीच में ही होता ना, मैं यहाँ पे तो नहीं होता फिर, because you all are stalwarts in the field, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, let's have the AV for Marketing and Advertising Awards. AV is done. एक बार माँ अवार्ड्स के लिए जोर से ताली बजा दीजिए please. Quickly requesting everybody to kindly keep their phones in silent mode because winner moments जो है, we want to celebrate that in the best way possible. Requesting everybody to kindly keep their phones in silent mode. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going with the My Awards. As I quickly call our presenters for the moment, may I please invite on stage Shubhro Sarkar from Ambuja Neotia and Joydeep Sen, Speaking Mirror, and David Golad. Give it up for these wonderful people over here, ladies and gentlemen, as they come on stage to present the first set of awards over here at the My Awards 2024. Give it up for a huge shout out, please. First set of presenters, totally slaying in black. Love it. All right, so the first award is for Automotive Marketing Achievement Award. Can we please have the AV? The first award is for the Automotive Marketing Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Explurger Travel Social App. Give it up for Explurger, please, as they come on stage and accept this award. Give it up for Explurger, ladies and gentlemen. You know, मुझे तालियों की गूंज और जोर से चाहिए over here. I see a full house. We can do a lot better in terms of engagement and audience build-up. Thank you so much, sir. You two have been very patient. I've seen you in the morning. So thank you so much. Truly a moment of pride and happiness. Well done. Congratulations. Quickly, no, sir. रुकिए. अभी कहाँ? अभी तो time है. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next award is BFSI Marketing Excellence Awards. And the gold goes to Angel One. And it's being nominated by Teamology, Soft Tech, and Media Services. Give it up for Angel One, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request representatives from Angel One to kindly come up on stage and accept this very, very special award honor. Angel One, एक नंबर के लिए एक नंबर वाला ताली बजा दीजिए please. Over here, everybody over here, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lovely moment. And you know, so many interesting photographs getting clicked. You know the hashtag, it's My Awards. And you know it's CMO Charcha. So throughout the day, a lot of interesting hashtags. We want to see all of them on social media, right? Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is E-Commerce Marketing Achievement Award. The gold goes to Love Lab. And it is nominated by IndusNet Tech Shoe Digital for Love Lab Happy Babies, Happier Moms. Give it up for Love Lab, please, ladies and gentlemen. Huge shout out to Love Lab. You know, when I request you all to clap, I mean it like this. Come on, clap. Yes. Show some energy in the house, Kolkata. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is Education and Learning Marketing Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to ABP Digital, and it's nominated by ABP Digital for Shop Do, Job Do. Shop Do, Job Do it is. ABP Digital it is. Give it up. Sir, पीछे लोग नहीं बजाएंगे तो मैं ऐसे बजाऊंगा. Congratulations, ABP Digital it is. Congratulations to the whole team. Can we please have that Mexican wave going in? मुझे बहुत मजा आता है. Mexican wave कैसे होता है? यहाँ से we start, there we go, or we start from there and we come over here. कोई भी award होगा, any winner comes, we can have the Mexican wave going in. This is the least that we can do to celebrate the excellence. Quickly moving on to the next award is Entertainment and Media Marketing Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Zee Bangla. Nominated by Zee Entertainment Prizes for Kar Kache Koi Moner Kotha launch campaign. This one is the gold, ladies and gentlemen, for Zee Bangla. Give it up for the team of Zee Bangla as they come over here on stage. Zee Bangla is truly a legacy in itself. And of course, legacy वाले लोगों के लिए legacy वाला ताली भी होना चाहिए, right? Zee Bangla is truly pride of Bengal. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next awards. This is for Travel and Leisure Platform. Give it up once again. The gold goes to Explurger Travel Social App. Double dhamaka it is for Explurger. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's have the Mexican wave going in, please. Let's start from here. Let's get it going. Thank you. Sir, मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूं, आप लोग बैठ सकते हो. Thank you. Thank you. Quickly calling our presenters for the next set of awards. May I please request Krishanu Ganguly, Director, Programming and Fiction Head, Zee Bangla, alongside Anirban Banerjee, Everready Industries, to kindly join me over here on stage as our next set of presenters for the next set of awards. Give it up for both of them, please, ladies and gentlemen. You know, give it up कैसे होता है मैं दिखाऊं? Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Show some energy, Kolkata. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. This one is for Environmental Sustainability Marketing Award. The gold goes to Add My Bin. Give it up for Add My Bin, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I got the pronunciation right. It is Add My Bin. Can I please request the team of Add My Bin to kindly come up on stage and accept this very, very special award honor. There he comes, gentleman over there, decked up nicely. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Add My Bin. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, quickly moving on to the next award. This is Fashion and Apparel Marketing Excellence Award. The gold goes to the 145 East, and it's nominated by AdBuffs Media. It's for performance-driven campaigns to boost sales. Give it up for the 145 East, ladies and gentlemen. $145 East it is. Award भी मिल रहा है ईस्ट में, ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री में. मजेदार बात है, क्या बात है. Love the smiling faces. Congratulations to the whole team. May the good work continue in the best way possible. Thank you so much. On that note, quickly moving on to our next award. This is for Food and Beverage Marketing Excellence Award. The gold goes to Chapter 2 for Valentine's Day. Give it up for Chapter 2, ladies and gentlemen. Valentine's Day, one of my favorite days. And this is my friend. She's a popular influencer as well. Sneha Sarkar, give me a hug, Baba. Congratulations. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. 145 East it is, the gold. I believe, sorry, it's Chapter 2. Beg your pardon. Thank you so much, Sneha. This one is for Valentine's Day. I love it how Valentine's Day is related to you. All right, quickly moving on to the next award. This is Real Estate Marketing Innovation Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Arjav, and it's nominated by the BCom Designs for the first German-themed township project in Kolkata. Give it up for Arjav, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali, please. Can I please have the team of Arjav over here on stage? Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to your entire team. Thank you so much. Wonderful moment indeed. आप लोग ताली बजा सकते हो. मैं नहीं बोलूंगा तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आप लोग नहीं बजा सकते. आप लोग still बजा सकते हो. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Technology and Innovation Marketing Award. Give it up for Flutter as they win the gold, and they're nominated by Indian PR Distribution, and they win it for Flutter Multilingual Dating App Funding and Expansion Campaign. Dating app सुन के बहुत लोगों का मुस्कुराहट निकल गया मुझे दिख रहा है यहाँ पे. Good stuff. Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And may you keep slaying the dating app zone. A lot of people need it. No, not yet. But I may be, you never know. You can always try your luck. Thank you so much. I request you both to kindly settle down and take your seats. Thank you so much. Give it up for our presenters as well. Huh? Maza aa raha hai mujhe. Time to quickly call our next set of presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jwala from Exploger, Jwalamukhi. मैं उनको बोलना चाहूंगा because he's full of fire himself, the man. Give it up for Mr. Jwala, Exploger. Say, we also have Shravanti Roy from Small Stones and Samrat Sengupta from Madison. The three important presenters over here for the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have all three of them together over here on stage? Thank you so much. You know, winners के तो सम्राट मुखर्जी. अच्छा, okay. Samrat Mukherjee, यहाँ लिखा गया था, typo है. To her is human. The legendary Shakespeare has said that. माफ कर दो sir. But you know, let's get going. So this one is for Rising Star Award in Agency Female, and the gold goes to Vedika Gupta from Teamology Soft Tech and Media Services. Teamology का team यहाँ पे है. Team spirit zara dikhao अच्छे से, and give a huge shout out to your team member for this wonderful, wonderful victory. Many, many congratulations to you. Vedika Gupta, it is. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Rising Star Award in Agency Male. It's from SVF Brands, and the gold, give it up for Shubham Das Gupta, ladies and gentlemen in the house. मुझे लग रहा है सबसे बड़ा सुपरस्टार यहाँ का भाई ही है. You consider yourself a superstar? No, I'm not. Well done, brother. Congratulations. Shubham, it is. SVF Brands. Everybody acknowledges the effort. और जोर से बजाओ यार. Yes. Popularity है, मचाएंगे, मचा के रखा है. Very interesting. Congratulations. You know, इनका तो टीम है यहाँ पे, बाकी लोग भी जो है उनके लिए भी थोड़ा बजा दो, ऐसा नहीं है. Let's show some energy and let's show some spirit. उनके लिए भी ऐसे ही बजा दो प्लीज. मेरे लिए नहीं, उनके लिए. मेरे लिए बाद में एंड में बजा सकते हो अगर चाहो तो. Quickly moving on, the next award is for Regional Advertising Innovator Award. The gold goes to Swarnali Roy, ladies and gentlemen, from Rupa and Company. Give it up for Swarnali, please. Yes, that's exactly the spirit that I want in the house over here. Thank you. Can I please request Swarnali to come over here and accept? Oh yeah, there she is. Okay, I have got to know that she is not here, but her team members will be accepting on behalf of her. But nonetheless, we can still make her feel special by appreciating and clapping. Thank you so much to her team for being over here and accepting this award on behalf of her. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on, this is the Regional Creative Excellence Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Arnab Samantha from Digital, a part of Look at India. Give it up for Arnab Samantha, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, I love your outfit and I love the way you have coordinated it. थोड़ा styling tips हमें भी दे दीजिए, please. Congratulations, very, very well done. Give it up for Mr. Arnab, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Wonderful indeed. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This is Regional Digital Marketing Specialist of the Year Agency. And the gold goes to Ananya Roy from Adbuffs Media. Give it up for Ananya Roy from Adbuffs Media, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Ananya Roy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Many congratulations to you, Ananya, for winning the gold. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This is Regional Digital Marketing Specialist of the Year Brand. Give it up as the gold goes to Pooja Chakrabarti from Berger Paints. Give it up for Pooja, please, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have Pooja over here? I believe somebody else is coming on behalf of her to collect. Thank you so much, brother, for coming and being with us over here. Maza aa raha hai. Thank you. Give it up for this gentleman, please. Sweet gentleman coming to accept this on behalf of his team. Thank you. And you're from Berger Paints. I hope you keep your customers and you paint them with happiness. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to settle down. बहुत देर खड़ा कर दिया ना, but option नहीं है. All right, so quickly moving on to our next set of presenters. अच्छा आ रहा है ना ये? Thank you. अपना भी देखना पड़ता है. Our next set of presenters, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request Sumit Surekha, VP Lux Industries, alongside Shilpi Mitra, SVP Programming and Fiction Head of Zee Bangla, to kindly come up on stage and join me as our next set of presenters. Give it up for both of them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Winners के लिए तो ताली बजाती है, presenters के लिए भी बजाना चाहिए. उनके लिए मैं तो बोलता हूँ ज़्यादा बजाना चाहिए, because they're actually being happy because of someone else's reward. So thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is Regional Marketing Professional of the Year. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, as the gold goes to Shantanu Banerjee from Dollar Industries. Give it up for Mr.